Hello, y'all. It's Tuesday, actually. Originally, as you might remember if y'all watched yesterday, I had planned on streaming yesterday, doing this Paper Mario thing, but wouldn't you know it, the day after Christmas, I didn't feel like doing shit. I woke up at like noon, I had a really bad sore throat, and I went back to bed. After sleeping a good deal longer, I felt better, but still didn't want to do much of anything. Though I did actually get a bunch done, like, shopping, eating, um, uh, game of the year stuff. Let's get into. I got these cards here to start us off with, just to go through a couple of points up top before we begin into Paper Mario Randomizer. What the fuck? Fuck. Why is the controller turning off? That is bizarre. I just replaced the batteries, so let me try new batteries. 1 second. That's a pain in the ass, isn't it? I swear, sometimes technology fucking won't cooperate. I'll try new batteries. How about that? Turned on and then turned off. What the fuck? Just as soon as I started streaming, too. It was working before I started. 1 second. Let me. What the fuck? Fucking shit. Let me make sure. Okay, let me. I'm gonna try restarting the thing. What the hell? Oh my god. I'm gonna try turning it off. Now turning on the controller. Just turned right off. I'm gonna try. Let me close more. Okay, now turn on. Okay, now it's staying on. Okay, whatever. I had to close a window I had open in the background, which I opened. I opened later on. I want to do some GBA games, some Metroid Fusion Randomizer after the Paper Mario Randomizer. So I had that open in the background, ready to go. Apparently, the Xbox controller didn't like that, and closed it subsequently as a result. Don't worry about the performance here. Somehow the title screen is the worst when it comes to that. All right. Okay, that's working now. That's good. Okay. Let me go through some stuff up top. Some stuff up top real fast. First off, sorry for the change in plans, folks. I like to be predictable, but hey, it's the week after Xmas. It is a time where I kind of don't want to be doing much of anything, and a few days relaxing is good for me and shit. I think. Um, and hey, I got a bunch done. I feel good about that. Trying to squeeze everything into a day where doing a long stream and also getting a bunch of stuff done that might have been really prohibitively hard. So, there you go. Check something now. Fuck something up now. There we go. It's annoying how it won't run good, but in my experience, once we get into the actual game, it'll be fine. In fact, why don't we just start, I guess. Couple more things up top. No promises this week, So yeah, so no promise if a stream is tomorrow or the next day or whatever. I'm just gonna play it by ear, do whatever I feel like, and whatever. Honestly, what I want to do right now is what I'm thinking is 2 more streams this week. I want to do 1 more where I knock out the rest of the randomizers I promised. I want to do DK64. I want to do Minish Cap, probably in 1 stream. Assuming we do Metroid Fusion after this, which, you know, hey, big assumption. That's what I'm thinking. I'm also really in the mood for more Persona 5 Royale, so expect to see a stream of that this week. Maybe, you know, like, it could be like New Year's Day or something, or the day after New Year's. We'll see. I guess that's not this week, strictly. We'll see when that is. Maybe it'll be like Friday or something. Question mark, question mark. Again, I'm gonna play it by ear. I'm gonna do whatever I feel like. If I don't feel like doing a stream, I'm not gonna. Look on the Discord for updates as for what I'm thinking. And, you know, I'll, of course, announce it on the Discord and also maybe tweet about it when it's going live. There you go. And finally, put up my Game of the Year list. Let me show you. Let me show you the Game of the Year list real fast. Alright. Here is the Game of the Year list. Oops, Daisy. Oh, what the Oh, I see the problem. I see wow that happened. The browser capture in this I adjusted it before the stream for the there we go. I was a little overwhelmed by everything appearing. But that's just because I didn't adjust it in this scene, you know, in OBS. There we go. Here's my Game of the Year list. Let me just run through it real fast for y'all. Neon White, gonna be number 1. Tunic, number 2. Marvel Snap, number 3. Nobody Saves the World, number 4. Tinykin, number 5. Pentiment, number 6. Vampire Survivors, number 7. Kirby and the Forgotten Land, number 8. Pokemon Violet, number 9. Super Kiwi 64, number 10. I went back and forth a lot on the last one especially. The rest of them were all really outstanding games, which I felt very strongly needed to be on the list, but I went back and forth between like Super Kiwi 64, Splatoon 3, and a couple of other games that I thought could make the list if I liked them well enough. And the thing I kept coming back, and what it really came down to is, when I was making the final list, when I was writing it up, I was looking at it, and I was writing up all these, like, paragraphs. You can see there's paragraphs of text here under each game. I was writing up the paragraphs, and when I got to Splatoon 3, I was like, oh, I don't got it. I don't got a paragraph in me about why this game deserves to be on the list. It doesn't. You know, and, you know, I gotta take that as a sign from my gut, right? That, like, oh, you know, this don't quite fit. And if you look down the list, I kind of think it's clear why, because, like, everything else on this list is doing something new. You know, like, the first 5 games are all deeply innovative. Pentiment is just very, like, engrossing and unique and stark. Vampire Survivors doing something new, entirely new. Kirby is a new take, an incredibly new take on an old thing, you know. It's like Kirby but in 3D, but it works so damn well, it's kind of unbelievable. And Pokemon Violet, you better believe that motherfucker is you know, is not revolutionary, but like is a brand new take on what Pokemon can be. And Splatoon 3 is just sort of another Splatoon. It does make some big changes in how the single player works, but that was sort of inspired, directly, like, not lifted. That most of that was prototyped during Splatoon 2's DLC, so it's not the most new thing. And there are times in that game where I think I would have liked the original, you know, the Splatoon 2 single player structure a little more. Honestly, it can be a little hit and miss. And also, I still don't like how they only have 2 maps at a time. That's too few. that results in you getting the same one over and over again. It needs to be like they missed the perfect opportunity to jump up to 3. Now that they're in Splatoon 3, 3 maps at a time would have been much better than 2 maps, and missed opportunity there. Super Kiwi though, that's just a super chill, super fun little game. It is very little, but I had a great time with it, and sure, you know, I think it makes sense for the number 10 slot. Anyway, that's my top 10 list for the year. I also have here some ancillary awards I have done in previous years, something I called the ancillaries, and well, since I've been moving over to backlogged, I didn't really have a good place to post it, since you know previously Giant Bomb's list system allows for more flexible lists that can include things like characters or other such things. So, you know, I just had to post it as a comment, and apparently you can't edit a comment. And I had to delete and redo the comment several times, which resulted in several bad-looking deleted comments. That's really annoying that they do this on Backlogged. They should not do that. They should just... The deleted comments should be gone. I don't know why they would do otherwise, honestly. Here's the category that I put together for the ancillaries. Worst new character. Brother Guy from Pentiment. Runner-up, Randy from Nobody Saves the World. Best kind of Tinykin. Green Tinykin. Runner-up, they're the kind that make a ladder. Runner-up, Red Tinykin. Those are the kind that explode. Best Randomizer. I got into this year. Best Paper Mario Randomizer. Hey, that's the one we're playing tonight. Runner-up, Minish Cap Randomizer. That's not one we're playing tonight, but we will sometime soon. Maybe. No promise. Again, no promises. Favorite Marvel Snap deck of the year of mine. Hola for Zola. Shuri, Black Panther, Aram Zolom combo deck. Also has Taskmaster and some other tools for, you know, that could replace, like... Basically, I have cards in there that could replace Shuri. Like, Wong could replace Shuri. I have cards that could replace Black Panther in the combo if needed, like Magneto. Or, no, Doc Ock. Doc Ock is what I got, actually. Like, Doc Ock and, Doc Ock and... Who else is in that deck? Oh, yeah, there's a Gamora. There's a couple others that could play the role of the Black Panther. And Aram Zola... Again, a Taskmaster will also copy stats over to another lane if I play a big Black Panther on 5. Runner-up, the Stolen Ending, which is a leader-destroy deck basically built around matching as many of the slots as possible going into the last turn so I can play leader and copy everything. That's always a fun deck to win with, because it's just like, haha, shit. I just copied all your shit, haha, check that out. Though it can backfire spectacularly, and, you know, it's not the most reliable deck, but it is a fun one. Finally, favorite old game that came out this year, Banjo-Kazooie. Runner-up, Kirby 64. I know Persona 5 Royale came out this year as well, I will say. Technically came out on Xbox this year. I will say, not sure that counts as an old game. Not old enough. Not old enough to make this category. And also, I haven't finished it this year, so I can hardly say it's, you know, in that category. Also, you know, I haven't played Royale, and that's the one that came out. You know, you could say, like, it is not one... When I say an old game, I mean one that I have played before. You could say that Royale doesn't qualify for that reason as well. Anyway, if I had to include Persona 5, it would probably be Kirby 64. Banjo-Kazooie, though, that's a tougher one. Banjo-Kazooie is one of my first. It was the first 3D game I've ever played, so you know, there you go, right? Like that's gonna be very hard to beat. Anyway, that's some Game of the Year stuff. Was the Game of the Year? Yeah, that was the last bit of starting stuff. Anyway, that's what I've been up to a little bit of. Let's get into the game. I'm going to pull up all the stuff. Okay, I gotta set this up correctly on my end. Jesus. Alright. See it if I do this. No. Let's check this mail. Ah, my free Apple TV thing expires soon. Well, I don't give a shit about that, so let it expire, I say. Let's go into this this randomizer thing. You love Pape, Girth, Daddy Longlegs? Me too. I love Pape as well. Let's do it. Let's see what we got. Okay, we got Cooper. Let's go. By the way, I got no ability to jump, no ability to hammer. So, you know, all that is fun. I can go over here, but all I can do is check this. Oh shit! Key item! That's sick. I'll take a key item right out the gate. Also, I should check my badges. I like to start out with. I'm sort of, when I play the randomizer, I like to go a little casual. I like to start off with all my stats because the way that XP it works is kind of annoying, you know, in the randomizer. I also like to start off with my favorite badges, the Power Pluses, and Bump Attack just makes it so that I can just run around and do like all sorts of stuff. You remind me of a mix of Ted Cruz and AOC. Well, okay, that's, you know, half a compliment, I suppose. I am also, you know, I am Texan, so, you know, that is, maybe that's part of it, right? Alright, checking the store. I'm gonna talk to this guy. Now, starting with, bootless and jumpless, I do know that you do have to sometimes do some weird stuff, like, he does have sex, yes. Ted Cruz does. You do have to do some weird stuff like, you know, like use Cooper to get some height. Oh shit, I forgot I started with, the door open. Okay, I'll just mark those off as all completed then. Flower Saver, no, that's fine. Don't need Power Smash. Go ahead and say, got anything else? I'll tell you. Usually, oh wait, is that Quake Hammer? Mega Quake, hell yeah! Oh, that's one of the best. That's one of the best badges. More unflattering, comparisons in the chat. You're from Girth Longlegs. Okay, sure. Joe Rogan. Lot of questionable folks. Questionable folks there. I'll tell you, I hew more towards the AOC side than the Ted Cruz side. He is Ted Cruz. Yeah, he's the governor. I'm not. Yeah. Or senator, whatever the fuck. There's not like another Cruz that's like, you know, not that dude. Anyway, I think nothing there. I can't jump up here because I don't have a jump, so that guy's out of range. Joe Rogan is more neutral. I've heard people say that. I don't know if it's true though. He's like sort of a libertarian, right? That to me is sort of like supposedly neutral. Ooh, cake! I like cake. And also, yellow berry. Sick. Also, I'll take an item pouch. That's always good. Yeah. Okay, let's see. What can we do now? I think that the Boo House is at least the toy box is at least starting off closed. Boots. Now the boots, they can only be in a limited amount of places. So like, you know, I'm sure I'll run into boots soon enough, just like doing, you know, as much as we can right now, but you know, it might be difficult. AOC likes to peg. That's fine. That's fun. You know, hey, more power to anyone wanting to, you know, do their thing. You know, do a thing. Whatever manner is fun and good to them. I ain't got no problem with pegging. Do people not like pegging? Is that like a thing that is like a shameful thing for a man to engage in? I don't know. Seems fine to me. Don't got no problem. You get pegged? I have never gotten pegged, no. I mean, I would think about it, I guess. Honestly, I haven't thought that much about it. I'll tell you, this is not the first time someone has asked that, but, you know, which is kind of weird if you think about it, right? But, I'm neutral on that, other than to say, like, yeah, man, let people do their own thing. You know, there's that thing that, the McElroys have like to say, which is like, yeah, you know, don't yuck a yum. That's a yum. You don't need to yuck it. People are just out there having a good time. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, we can't do anything over here. Again, no boots, no hammer. What can we do right now? Can we do anything over on the right? I do have 50 coins, so I can't just go pay off this guy and go over to the right. I'm not sure. Thank you for the follow, Girth Daddy Legs. I'm gonna pay this guy. Okay, come on. Just a thing. By the way, coinsanity, keysanity, it's all on. Or keysanity, coinsanity is on. What else is on? Shopsanity. The like spinning panels thing, you know, where spinning panels can be concluded, that is not on. I'm not really big into that. I kind of find those annoying to get and annoying to keep track of. But other than that, everything is, there's a lot of randomization here as far as like where things can be. There's Fast Bowser's Castle, so when we get to the end, we'll be, you know, going through the boss rush version of Bowser's Castle. Ooh, it could be in there somewhere. Okay, so we've done everything over there on the Pleasant Path. There's 2 more places where we can look. Forest and, I saw it. Forest and, maybe the Flower Fields. How much can be in Flower Fields, though? I'm trying to think what we can do in Flower Fields without any items or weapons. God, if we have to do the mole fight with only our partner's attacks, that sounds miserable. Oh my god. I hope that's not included in logic. I don't know, I wonder. It's possible. It's possible. I'm gonna pull up the Forever Forest map just so I have this on hand. Excuse me while I scroll down the tracker for a second. I like to just have this on hand just so I don't get lost. Are you friends with Pape speedrunners? Yeah, I know a few. Like Shagalicious. Shagalicious has been on the stream before. Glower has done a couple of raids. Hang out over there sometimes. Glower, you know, sometimes hangs out even a little bit. Says hello, which is you know, very cool. I don't think that I would have thought, like, a year ago that, like, Glower would, you know, grace me with a, you know, would do a raid or be, you know, would know who I was, you know? A year ago, right? Glower's the GOAT? Yeah. Man, and I feel, like, super lucky to be, like, you know, on his radar at all, right? I mostly don't do Paper Mario. My main thing is Super Mario Maker 2. Though I am sort of on a break right now from that and taking it easy a little bit during the holiday. You know, relaxing. Lower MX4. Not actually familiar with MX4. You know, maybe I should watch more runners, I guess. You know, get more familiar. I know that's a thing, right? On Twitch, there's a million different people streaming every different game, and you know, there's more people who are worth knowing everywhere, around every corner, but you know, only so much time in the day, right? Okay, here's a block. Give me boots! Give me boots! This is an apple. I heard that... I read on the description of, like, when you do, like, bootless, you do have to do some unintuitive things, like, the examples it gives is you might need to use, like, Cooper to get hit blocks. You might need to use, let's see, right? You might need to use Parakarry to get up ledges. We don't have Parakarry, so I guess that means that Cooper is all we need to go forward, right? All we need to do the things. Which is good to know. Alright. Is there any point to going to the mansion now? Or should we just, like, bounce out once we check what this item is? Because I can't jump, so I can't go upstairs. Wait, there's stuff in the bushes around the mansion. Absolutely worth checking all that stuff off. Ouch, even if I don't have boots yet. Could be hiding there. Yeah, which way was it? This way? Yeah, I think this way. Oh, when you said... Oh, you did say friends. You did say friends. Okay, cool. I was thinking about that question a little bit. I was like, wait, did you say no? Did you know? But you said, are you friends with? Shag is relatively new to Paper Mario. Been running it for just like a couple of months. Took a couple of months, like a month or two off. And apparently I think he just got back to it yesterday. Going back to, you know, to Paper Mario after a long break. Mixing things up is, you know, good for, like, I guess your mental health, right? It's not good to keep doing the same thing all the time. Good to, you know, mix things up, do something else. Hey, Mr. Ghost, I can't actually go in there because stairs and all, but hey. But, I'll hang out outside, I guess. There's a pipe. Can't do anything there until we get the other boots. And that's a coin. I guess it's gotta be in, it's gotta be in the Flower Fields. Right? Flower Fields. Let me review what options are available to me right now. Post office, I don't have the thing. I already checked there. Yeah, I think Flower Fields gotta be. But what exactly? I do have the yellow berry, so that's gonna open up an area in Flower Fields, one of the areas you can go to. Let's just... What ho? Hey, what's up? I'm Mario. Wow, how you doing? That's the wise Wisterwood. There's a bunch of stuff going down here. You know what it is. Okay, so over here we can't do anything, but we can look and see. Oh wait, this'll have something. It's a letter. Alright, shit, well, that's something. We don't have the berry, so we can't go over the thing. Can we do... This area, does it also have any hanging stuff that we can get an item from real quick? No. There's no item here. Nothing over here as well. And we can't do the puzzle without Lacuster, so there you go. Okay. Let's just... I don't want it to be the mole. I don't want it to be the mole. Can't do the blue. Where's the yellow? Is it like there? It's been a bit since the last time I did Paper Mario Randomizer, by the way, but I've done a bunch of them. A bunch of runs, or a bunch of playthroughs, etc. Bunch of them. Ah, hammer! Well, that's wonderful. Not quite a jump, but... You know, it's... Where does that let us get to, the hammer? Well, tell you what it does let me do. It lets me do a... Ooh, look at that. Is that a white hammer? That's interesting. It lets me do a Quake hammer. And that'll let me kill the moles much easier than just using fucking Cooper basic attacks. So, you know, a little bit of a mercy there. And also lets us get this tree thing. Does it let us do anything else in the previous areas that we were in? This is not the combo, is it? Middle, right, left? Coin. Check this. Check that. Okay. Dirt. We love it. Since we are going for, you know, this is all Star Spirits, all 7 of them. I do have to find every key item that is required, you know, throughout the game, so any key item is a big thing. Might be the only liberal in Texas, I assure you. Well, first off, I would define as more of a leftist than a liberal, but that's neither here nor there. You know, you know. But I assure you, there are a bunch of them. You know, the city areas are full of them. You know, at the very least, it's like a 40% split. You know, there's at least like 40% of the voter base, which leans left in Texas. So, you know, you do the math there. It's not that rare. It's just, you know, from the results, you wouldn't know. Jesus Christ, these guys. Oh, do we have to talk to them? Talk to her to be like, hey, listen. Kill those guys for me. That's right. All Mario streamers are liberal. I mean, most Mario streamers are very young. And most young people are liberal. So there you go. What's a leftist versus a liberal? I guess that is a, like... Okay, there we go. Just need to do it twice then. Cool. Oh, I could have done a power... Well, that wouldn't have killed anyone behind the first one, so it's fine. For me, I would say the difference comes down to, like... Leftists are more interested... I would say, like, by the... Here's the distinction between liberal and leftist. Which is, you know, sort of something that you can learn, like, you know... Here's the distinction between liberal and leftist. I would say that a liberal is more interested in the political question, and a leftist is more interested in the social question. If that makes sense. Basically, a liberal would be more concerned in, like, freedom of the press and things that, like, mostly affect rich people. A leftist would be less interested in that, more interested in, like, hey, what about rent and shit? Like, things that affect everyone who is not super filthy rich. You know? In other words, the liberal point of view tends to focus mostly on things that are like cheap. Do I like Republicans? Man, look. No. Generally, I would say no. When I was a young one, I was a little bought into the whole Ron Paul thing when I was like, you know, a 20-something, you know? Well, when I was like a young 20-something, but that was like 10 more than that years ago, and, you know, his son is a bit of a prick, I'm pretty sure. So, you know, not really as interested in that. More of the Bernie you know what's a good like leftist versus liberal? I would say that like your bog standard Democrat, sort of huge liberal. A leftist would be more like a Bernie Sanders type. There you go, there's the distinction. Like Bernie Sanders versus like someone who doesn't really talk the talk or doesn't really walk the walk. That would be the distinction between the two. Oh, and also a thing that's good to know about, like, leftists and liberals is that, just as a rule, leftists hate liberals and liberals hate leftists. It's a whole infighting thing, you know, as far as from the, you know, perspective of outside, you know, the party or whatever, but... HB... Dulcie Gabbard. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that she... you know, I'll say I don't know that much about... I don't know, like, the specific leanings of each fucking, politician out there, but... yeah, I would say Tulsi Gabbard is on the leftist side of the table. More real than, like, most. I would say that, I would say, like, well, actually, politics are hard. There's a lot of, like, different categories of people. You know, like, obviously, there's centrists that are running around. I would say that Obama was a liberal. And one of the thing I would say that, like, I would pick out regarding Obama is that, like, yeah, he had a lot of good things that he wanted to do, and then he got precisely none of them done. It's a fucking coin. Okay, well, we got a hammer, so... what can we open up with a hammer, then? I guess this is the question now. This is kind of fun, though. We now can travel a little faster now that we got the hammer. Nothing over there, nothing over there. I think we gotta leave this place. By the way, I got these cards with stuff on them I want to talk about. And things that I want to remember to talk about here on the stream. And let's start off with one of those. I finished Chainsaw Man. Thought it was great. You know, good final episode. Really great run. My feeling on Chainsaw Man, by the way, previously last stream I did read a bunch of reviews that I wrote on each of the things I finished. I'm not gonna do that today, but I will say I thought it was really good. It kind of feels as though it is just barely getting started. You know, they don't get through that much content in the first season of Chainsaw Man, but I still had a great time watching. You don't like Ron DeSantis? Greater president than... pretty sure Ron DeSantis is, correct me if I'm wrong, he's not a president. Had to be a greater president. I'll tell you, I had a libertarian streak in college, right? Or like in those days. Okay, here we go. One area we can get to. This gotta be boots, right? Mushroom. Okay. Haha, I can't get back up. Wonderful. Let's go do the homeward shroom then. I had a libertarian streak in college, but eventually I realized that, like, he's gonna run. You know, hey, that's cool and all, but, you know, I do think we'd generally be better off with Democrats, but also that is a lesser of two evils situation, because, you know, it's not like, you know, Biden is just as much a get back to work type politician as like a Republican would be, you know, like especially with dealing with like the whole train strike thing, the train workers strike that was going on. He's just as willing to put down the boot as like a Republican would be. You know, maybe a little less gleeful as a Republican would be, but still just as willing to put down the boot and stop them in their tracks. A thing that I'll say, okay, here's the thing about like another thing that makes leftists is that pro labor, being pro labor. I am a very pro labor person, by the way. That's sort of how I would frame my leftism, my beliefs. I very much believe in the power of organization, all that, and the power of unions, and you know, negotiating better you know, stuff for the people. Can we go in here? Maybe we can go in here. No, I did not leave this open. Biden is worse than Trump. At least Trump told the truth. You know, I'll say, you know, no one loves Joe Biden on the left. No one loves him. They're everyone's last choice. He's a big centrist. And yes, in a lot of ways, his policies are just a continuation of Trump policies. But there are marginal gains as well. There are marginal gains as well. Oh, you know what's open? The island is open. We could go to the island. Whale's open. We could do whale. And with the hammer, we can hit a lot of trees, so there you go. Chainsaw Man. I'll sum up what I was saying about Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man, really great season. Feels like it's just getting started, but everything they're establishing is really good. I'm really looking forward to more. I did ask some people, like, when that'll be. Like, oh, you think it might be next year, or have they greenlit it? And apparently the thought is like, well, that studio's really busy. It's probably not going to be next year, which is kind of a shame considering, you know, I really feel like Chainsaw Man would benefit from like an adaptation that was hitting every year, you know, like My Hero, or even like just another core like a season or two away, like Spy X Family got. That would have been great for Chainsaw Man, especially because, like I said, I feel like it's just barely getting started. I haven't read the manga or anything, by the way. I don't know where it goes, but it all feels like very much setup to me so far, and it's great setup that leaves you, you know, wanting for more, but setup nonetheless. Can I? Oh my god. Well, oh, I know. Hey, there we go. The mailbag, that could be where my boots are. Hammer throw. Pretty decent. Especially considering I can't jump yet, so... Okay, I'll just kill this guy as well. Let's go. Coin. There's a key. Blue. Well, that opens up an area back where? Back when? Also, we can probably get a second one from that tree, right? Oh, I want the repel gel. Repel gel is good for the final boss and also for, you know, other bosses. So, we go ahead and hold on to that. Let's see what we can do here in town. Bubbleberry, that's... Shit, we're getting so many berries. That's opening up another area in the shop is on an upper level. We can't get up there. There's another tree over there though, so let's go ahead and get that one. Bolt shroom is pretty decent. Get rid of the cake mix. We have the cake. On average, I would say that I can do a full 7-star spirits run playthrough in around 5 or 6 hours. That would be my upper and lower bounds for like how long I expect this to take. 5 and 6 hours. But you know, hey, we'll see. We'll see either way. We might have good luck, we might have bad luck. Personally, I would, you know, I would say like that would probably be the biggest determiner of how long it's gonna take. But if luck aside, you know, we'll see. Basically, what I'm gonna say. Here is another partner. The partners, by the way, they are randomized. They're in the item pool, so even though that is a partner, I will not actually get sushi. I will get an item, and sushi is just somewhere out in the item pool, basically. Coin. Nice colors, though. I like the color scheme. Wonder if they added some since the last time I played. Some new custom colors. Certainly, I've never seen the white hammer before. That is... I think that looks quite nice, actually. Okay, Is that all we can do here right now? I think it might be. Yeah, I think that's... There's not like another tree over here, is there? No. Yeah, that's all we can do on the island. Though we can get another blueberry, which, you know, will help with some of the checks. There we go. We need 2 of them for the thing. Alright, I'll equip hammer throw, and sure, deep focus is fine. The only thing I'm gonna need stars... The only, like, star move I tend to use is the third one, Star Storm, so, you know... But also, hey, we'll be getting all 7 star spirits, so I'll have a full star meter by the end, which is nice and shit. Let's go over here, go back into here, and check other places it could be now that we have blueberries. We have blueberries, and we have the bubble berries, and that's going to open up new areas to us. Let's start with over here, just the blueberry check. I'm going to drop a blueberry in a well, and that'll be that. Blueberry down the well. Red key. Okay, shit, that's great. Red key is actually really interesting insofar as, like, once you have the red key, you don't need the blue key. The blue key is actually worthless as far as, like... It's actually useless once you have the red key. And in fact, if you use the blue key, all you're doing is like, going on an extra fight without any actual reward. Okay, so there's nothing over there. This way is yellow, red. Okay. Where's blue? Is this way. Now, this way... Is this way the maze? If this way is the maze, we don't have the ability to jump onto the pipe. So we can't actually get to the area where the items would be. So I'm pretty sure we can't actually do anything over there. So let's turn back and not do the fight. Can we even win the fight? Oh my god, I'm just thinking about this now. The fight is against Lakitus, who are in the air. Oh, I did just get the hammer throw. Okay, the hammer throw would allow me to attack those guys, even though they're in air. I think Bubbleberry has to be our answer. The last time I did a jumpless start, it was pretty fast. I just went into a random shop in Toad Town, and I got 2 boot upgrades immediately. I got the boots and also the boots upgrades. Double boots. Oh, no! I can't jump, so I can't. Oh my god. Seriously? Oh, shit. Okay, fuck. I was wondering if I can't jump, can I get in there? The answer is yes. Okay, cool. Okay, we don't have a bomb bet, and we don't have jumping, so we can't go up the tower yet, and we can't fight Lakister, because that, you know, requires... And we got the item that's over here. Is there just nothing left here? Yeah, we can't do this, so that's out. Shit, well, fuck. Yeah, you know, I've only done the jumpless start once before, but this is sure as hell like the hardest start I've ever seen. Oh, tree. Snowman doll. Mushroom, get rid of that. Definitely the hardest start I've ever seen. Okay, hammer. Over there, we're blocked off by not being able to jump. We already checked the shop. Well, let's check the shop one more time, just for shits and giggles. Yeah, it's the same as it was. Can't get up there, can't get up here. Can't get into the mansion because of the steps. Can't get into the pipes because of this. Because, you know, we have to jump to get up on the pipe. Maybe there's a tree we can hammer. One of these rooms. We can't get into the blue. We've already been in the house. We gotten the item that's in the house. We can't get any further because we have to jump into the pipe. And yeah, we still don't have any other partners other than Cooper. Oh, I'm really drawing a blank as to where the thing could be. Let me see. The maps does have a thing saying like places I could check. I did check the brick. Let me look here. I talked to the guy. Chest on top of gate. Can I get that? I don't have... Without the jump, I can get that? Let me go and do that, yeah. The tracker does have, like, places I could look. Places I could go. Listed, but... Yeah, I would have to jump. I don't have the boots to jump with. So there you go. Yeah, I can't get that one. Logic. I checked the shop. Tree... Mailbag! I got the mailbag! Oh yeah, the mailbag! Oh yeah, I bet you that's it. I bet you that's it. I bet you the mailbag is gonna be the thing. Yeah, we gotta turn in the mailbag. Boots! Oh, there we go. Yeah, that might have been the last possible place it could have been. Alright, now we got boots. By the way, it's an open prologue, so we can just go over to the left I think that's a better setting than just, you know, having it so that you can only go to the prologue once you get 2 hammers. I feel like that is a little less fucking explosion. I'll take it though. I'm happy. I got boots. I can jump. Wonderful. Look at this. We can jump. Oh my god, Mario. You're doing well. You're doing good. Life Shroom, I like that. Fuck off, Apple. Life Shrooms are always good for the final boss. So, you know, I'll be going there after, you know, I'll probably be loaded for bear by that point, right? Still, you know, I like to not die. So I like to go in prepared. Mushroom. Save block, we don't need it. Did I lose that much health? Jeez. Whatever. Ooh, hey, hello. Okay! That's not the real one. Item. Another life stream? I'll take it. Through this part, I've been sometimes like, you know, switching to the D-pad for some reason because I've been playing Persona 5 Royale, and it makes you do menuing with the D-pad for some reason. That's not how an N64 game would work. That'd be ridiculous if any N64 game, you know, did that. Given how, hey, you can join up. Yes, yes, yes. Palace Key. Lovely. Given, you know, how, the D-pad was, like, on a different part of the controller. Super Boots! Oh my god, that's good luck. That's some hell of good luck. We've gone from boots to super boots, or bootless to super boots in like 5 minutes. That's a good feeling. That is just a good feeling right there. Now, I wonder if we'll find like Super Hammer. Because I know there's an item here that you need the Super Hammer for. It would boy sure would it be. Boy sure would it be. Woohoo! Jade Raven. Lovely. Look at that. Folks, we're cranking. We're cranking here. We're Powerquake. Things are picking up. Another yellow berry, don't need it. Mushroom. I think all these might be like set to always be just bullshit. At least like most of these locations, right? Except this one, isn't this usually where the doll is? So maybe it doesn't have to be bullshit, but... But it's probably bullshit. Alright, we did everything in Koopa Village, in the Goomba Village for now. Let's head on back. Also switch it over to Cooper. The world is our oyster right now. We can jump, we can super jump even, we can, you know, ground pound. Why don't we start by going over here and doing all this stuff? Specifically, well, there's one thing we can do. There's two things we can do. One, there's an item up here, and the other thing is we can go to the star shard person and say like, hey, what you got? And that'll help us know if we need to get star shards or not throughout this adventure. If so, then, you know, every time we see a guy, we'll stop and get a star shard. Whenever we see a panel, we'll stop on it. If not, yeah, man, we'll probably not do any of that, and we'll all just be relaxing and shit. Let's just check rewards, thanks. Melody, that could be something. Red berry. Okay, so Melody might have something worthwhile. We will need a red berry, but also there's a bit of a delay in the audio. Let me check something real fast. Make sure that there's not like a weird audio delay. Let me check the advanced audio properties. There shouldn't be. It does kind of sound like there is, though. Like, just a slight one, you know? Like, it sounds like by the time I'm in the air... Anything I can do about that? Let me look at the audio options. Let me check some stuff real fast. Well, this isn't like the capture card where I can just reset it and fix any such audio issues, but you know, it's just the PC audio. Make sure there's not like a filter on it or something. I could try, like... Hang on, let me try... If I had, like, a bunch of milliseconds of, like... Hang on, let me try the other way. I'm trying to adjust it on OBS's side. Maybe, like, adding some latency would help. Make it sound more natural. Let me just add a bunch, actually. 500. Negative 500. I really can't hear the difference. It almost sounds like it's not taking effect. Negative 5,000. No, that's... Must be a maximum of like 1,000 or something. Negative 999. Whatever. Let me see. What if I try this? I'm gonna go into the audio sources and just like shut it off for a second. Maybe that'll help. Let's see. Stream audio. PC game. Wait, shouldn't hiding it disable it? Try not using device. Oh, you know what? There must be like another PC game audio one here. Funny. Ah, here we go. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the sound. Okay, shit. Restarting the sound like that fixes the desync. You know what? I guess gotta be more aware of that. I guess just, you know, the way whenever it's like having some audio issues, I guess it's just like falling a little bit out of sync. I bet that's what's happening. All right. Back on the road. And now with the audio back to being good. I'll keep an eye on that. Make sure we're not falling out of sync too badly. I want another card. It's been a bit since a card. Five Guys reprices. Yesterday, or not yesterday, on Christmas, when I was playing Persona 5 Royale. I commented that like, oh, it's like 4 or 5 Five Guys, you know, the price of the buffet, the fancy rich guy buffet they went to in Persona 5. And I'll say, yes, I confirmed, it's about 4. If you want a burger and fries at Five Guys, it's like 20 bucks right now. Bit ridiculous. Still, delicious as hell. I went there yesterday, had a good time, had a good-ass burger, you know, and fries, and yeah. Definitely felt very fulfilled. Definitely felt good after going and getting some. I bet every time, like, you can sort of hear it crackle a little bit. I bet it falls behind just a scotch every time that happens. Kind of unfortunate, but what are you gonna do? I've used this particular, like, you know, emulator for Randomizer before. It usually works out pretty well. But, you know, hey, I guess sometimes it just has some weird performance stuff going on. Maybe I should check the options or something. Honestly, what I probably should do is, you know, I am getting to the point where I should get a new computer sometime. My computer right now, the other day I turned it on last night. I woke it up from sleep, and it was just like spinning hard and heavy, which is so worrisome, you know? So worrisome when you just hear your computer just like cranking at full throttle the fan. Anyway, I do need 10 of these, so let's just go ahead and talk to that guy. The way that it works is that, you know, I don't have to do the quiz. That's one of the features of the randomizer, you know? Let's go beat these guys. Let's go beat these guys right now. Yes, that's right, I'm Mario. How you doing? You got it. Also, look, hey, it's you. Now, this one might be obvious that he's already in your party. It's not gonna it's not gonna be him. But, just worth saying again. Yes, not gonna be him. I want this. We're gonna do a little bit of a mini game here. And while that goes, I'm gonna pull up another card. I'm gonna talk about what's on it. Xmas stuff. Follow up on. Yeah, so I said the other day that we haven't done, like, gift exchange or anything in my family because family members are out of town and, you know, want to wait until they show up, basically. And, you know, that'll be coming up in the next couple of days, I guess, question mark. We don't have a date set. Some other members now are traveling and I guess you'll have to wait until everyone is back. So maybe around, like, New Year's or something we'll do it, I imagine. Yesterday... Look at that, 333, all in the same place, that's nice. Good luck. Yesterday, I actually wrapped all my presents that I bought, which feels good. It's nice to be actually ready to do the gift exchange. versus not being ready. I hope that, oh yeah, I forgot that I set random patterns, random enemy patterns. Very nice. This is not, it wouldn't kill either way, so why, you know, no point in actually timing it out. There we go. Anyway, ready to give Xmas presents. Looking forward to that. I did have an Xmas thing yesterday, though. Sorry, on Xmas. Jeez, it's not Monday, it's Tuesday now. And I did talk about that on Xmas Day itself. Did that Persona stream on Xmas. Talked about that. We did, you know, we had a little dinner. We played some Jackbox, hang out with, like, extended family. Who's, you know, not going to be there on the actual gift exchange day, but still nice to see them, nice to meet them. I guess we'll all, you know... I said before that, like, yeah, you know, my sister, she's engaged. And it's kind of funny, you know, having a bunch of new... What's it? You know, like... extended family members, I suppose. A bunch of new, like, new people to, like, know of. That's a weird way to phrase it. It's weird, you know, it's different, it's new. But also, you know, so far, the Thanksgivings, the Christmases with them have been nice, you know? They seem like good people. We had some... The two partners! Oh my... 2 partners, look at that. Let's see. Are they real? Sushi's real! The mushroom is real, but fuck the mushroom. Parakarry is real. Yo, that's sick. Oh my god, that's... We kind of have our run of the run of the place, honestly, right now. There's a lot of places we can go, but that just opened up a ton of more places, actually. That is just sick as fuck. Let's go. I think right now, where I want to go next is the island. I want to go back to the island. We can do a bunch at the island. We got... That one was fake. That one was fake. There's a bunch we can do at the island. And also I know that there is a key there that we can get now that we can jump. And that is just be so lovely. There's just one item we can get in the dungeon right now since we don't have a key to let us in, like, the first door. I honestly didn't know that I would have to reset the, like, audio capture in OBS. I guess that's, you know, I've said before that like, the capture card sometimes gets desynced. I guess it's not the capture card so much as OBS then. Just, like, you know, failing to keep up with the device, and then everything just gets behind as a result. They should update, you know what, I'll say, I guess I haven't updated OBS in a while. Maybe there is totally an OBS update. You know, with Parakarry, there's also areas of that level we can get to, of flower fields we can get to, but I'm feeling like it's island time, y'all. Oh, you know what, actually, now that I think of it, we can go talk to, you know, our friend down here, who seems to be wearing a... Was he always wearing a coat? Oh, you know what? I don't think I ever realized he was wearing clothes. I always just feel like I thought he was naked. Is his normal coat pretty much just flesh-colored? Maybe. Hang on, let me grab those coins because I might need them. One second, I probably want that. That's too valuable to not grab. I can sell that for more coins than I'm paying here. So if we run out, we totally have an option. 1 second, let me grab that. That's also worth a lot of coins. The freight jar. Not really a big item user in this game. Okay, yeah, we run out of coins, but I just have to go sell some stuff and I'll have enough to buy the rest of his shit. Basically, oh, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to sell to that guy because his store is in disarray, right? He's gonna be like, oh, how can I do anything until I get my storeroom back? Oh, you know, it sucks. It sucks. So, you know, we'll have to find his storeroom key before we can sell things to him. Oh, we can sell things over here. Look at that. Maple Ultra 100 coins. I'll sell another thing just so that I have enough spending money. Oh, one more thing. Let's see. I never use a stone cap. I'll sell that. Other than that, everything is just too low rent for my tastes. The you know, the capture thing is basically capturing like actual system audio, so it's very weird that it can get behind like that. Oh, wait, wrong place. Let's go buy one more of those. See what we get. Then it's island time. Nice. Alright, we're heading to the island. I'm gonna do another cardaroo. Another card doodle. Unranked top anime list. Yeah, I also, in addition to the game of the year list, I also put together a list of just my favorite animes of the year, like all the top tier animes that I watched, because there were a lot of them. I put that on AniList. Let me pull up the thing. Yeah, here's the full list. You can see. Let me read it out to you, and I'm gonna continue walking over towards the island because it's just walking. In winter, there was a Kebi sailor uniform, Dress Up Darling, Princess Connect Redive Season 2, and Slow Loop. In spring, there was Aoashi, Diamond, Recipe for Happiness, The Demon Girl Next Door, The Executioner and Her Way of Life, Healer Girl, Kaguya-sama, Love is War, Ultra Romantic, Komi Can't Communicate Season 2, Love After World Domination, Shikimori is Not Just a Cutie, Spy X Family, and Ya Boy Kong Ming. Kind of a busy season. Spring, I think it's the most jam-packed with awesome stuff. Summer had Aoashi again, Call of the Night, Dr. Stone, special episode Ryusui, yeah, Sui, I think it says. Licorice Recoil, Shadow's House, second season, and Shinepost. And fall, the most recent season, had Bocchi the Rock, Chainsaw Man, Do It Yourself, Laid Back Camp, the movie, Mobile Suit Gundam, The Witch from Mercury, Asterix, that one hasn't finished yet, can't say for sure, but I think it's top tier. The quintessential quintuplets movie, what's that? Reincarnated as a Sword, Spy X Family Core 2, and To Your Eternity Season 2. That hasn't completed yet, so not sure if that'll be S tier this season or maybe only next season, but that one's really good as well. Wanted to make that list just so that I could, you know, just so that I could honor all those animes that I thought were top tier, that I thought were, you know, really fucking kicking ass this year, because there are a fucking load of them. And, you know, when I make my top 10 list, which I will do, you know, at basically the year's end, maybe the first, you know, New Year's, essentially. When I make my top 10 list, it can only have 10 of those, and there were 28 of those on the list. So I just wanted to have an opportunity to say that, like, yo, all of those are top tier, but even if they're not part of the top 10 list, they are in my heart, and I am thinking about them, you know. Obviously, like, there's over 20 of them, you know, over 25 of them. Hey, look at that, it's my boy. It's Goombario. That is Goombario, and that is Ruin's Key. Fantastic. They are in my hearts. I am thinking about hearts. They are in my heart, singular. And I am thinking about them. And I do think they are, you know, lovely shows, even if they don't quite make the list. Lovely shows, lovely movies, lovely specials. Definitely worth a look. You know, if you're looking for anime from this year to watch, that's the list I would recommend. Some of that is sequel season, so, you know, watch the original seasons first. Or, you know, sequel movies, as the case may be. Watch the originals first, but, you know, a lot of them aren't, and I would recommend checking them out. If you're into that sort of thing, you know, anime slash the genre of anime each of those shows is in, which, you know, varies. So we do have the idol, the thing that lets you get into, like, the deeper parts of the forest, so that's nice. We don't have... Is there anything in the tree up there? I don't think there is. But no point, you know, why not check, right? Yeah, okay, there is something. But it's just a coin. I'll tell you, I'm not 100% sure. Like, some bushes, some trees, I think they're always just coins or something, you know, not essential. No matter how many times I check them, you know, they don't become, like, an actual thing that's in the item pool, but I don't know, they could be. I know that this game, this randomizer is constantly being patched, constantly being improved. And, you know, there are some randomizers where you just download a thing and, you know, that thing can be way out of date or can be just, you know, the version that it is forever. But Paper Mario Randomizer, DK64 Randomizer, they're websites and they change and update, even if you're not, like, actively seeking it out. Okay, there's another Yoshi over there we can save. Since we are going for, like, all 7 star spirits, and, you know, the odds are, I'll say odds are, I would bet that if we might have to save the Yoshis anyway, so might as well get this over with while we're in the neighborhood. You know, we don't want to have to, like, come back here, I suppose. Is enough to kill it? Nah. But fortunately, that guy will run away, so hey. Yeah, that guy is... The Koopa's gonna run away, so perfect, perfect. I love, at year-end, making lists. That's a thing I love when it's the end of the year. You know, it's time to think about all the things that have been on TV, all the games I've played, and, you know, put together lists. I sometimes also do, like, a, you know, best, you know, TV show, movie, whatever, not necessarily anime related. If I had to say, like, what my favorite movie of the year would be, anime movie aside, I'd probably say, let's see, what came out this year? Bullet Train came out. I'll say Everything Everywhere All at Once. Yeah, that's definitely it. That's definitely the winner. That movie was extremely good. Definitely the best thing I've seen all year. I haven't seen the new Glass Onion yet. I haven't seen that. Waiting to see it with family, you know. Whenever we do, like, the gift exchange, I'm sure there'll also be dinner and a movie after, and that movie's gonna be Glass Onion. It's good to have a movie that none of us have seen before that we all want to see, You know, that's just always something that is in, like, you know, that is in, like, high demand. You know what I mean? You always want to have something that can just, like, oh, hey, this is something for us to talk about. Not talk about, something for us to watch. We all agree. There you go. Calculator. We can turn that in and get a thing. Beautiful. And get, you know, I say a thing, we don't know what the thing is. Such is the nature of the randomizer. Alright. Now we're back in town. Hey, we can go here now. We couldn't go here earlier because we couldn't jump up. Lyrics. That's nice. With the lyrics, we can do a turn-in and, we can do a turn-in once we get to the desert. But no sooner. We can't do it without going to the desert. Oh, this isn't a tree that you can do with. I should get that star piece. Beautiful. We got 7, we need 3 more. And then we can probably stop collecting them. I say probably because, you know, one of the things is the red berry, but, you know, it seems probable to me that the red berry is just going to be in another place that we can get without too much effort, you know? Okay, nothing there. Why didn't we get this? Oh, because mushroom. Is anything? Nah, it's just Thunder Rage. Okay, there's more areas here we can do. Let's do them. This randomizer is all about just, or at least to me anyway, it's all about just running around, doing what you can do, checking what you can check, and just always having somewhere else you can be going, right? You don't want to get to the point where you're like not running on empty, but that you're out of ideas, essentially, and you're just like, where the fuck haven't I looked? So you want to be very methodical, you want to check everywhere you can check along the way. And you want to make sure to put, you know, stick the nose into every nook and cranny. So, we are very near to being able to complete this next chapter. In fact, if we were to get Super Hammer, we wouldn't be able to. What? Huh? What are we missing? Why can't we finish this chapter? We got the... Not sure what we're lacking as far as this chapter goes. I mean, do we need Bombette somewhere? Might be a place where we need Bombette. I can't remember a Bombette door in the in this chapter though. We got Parakarry, so that's, you know, we can go over the thing, we can get to the place where the hammer is. Or, you know, the hammer, by the way, it's all randomized, so it won't be a hammer, but it'll be something we can get. What do we need for Miss Star? Let me see this again. Okay, I'm gonna. So let me see. Okay. Let's say I were to get. Oh, do we need Bow? Do we need Bow for something? Do we need Watt for something? Let's say we got the hammer. Bow. What the hell? Oh, just click again. Bombettes. I'm confused because that should be good enough. A fortress key here. Nice. Let us get a little further in the fortress. I'm a little confused because, yeah, I'm pretty sure that should be enough. Just like... Does it not show you when you're like ready to go, when you're in go mode for a world anymore? That would be weird if that's the case. Because otherwise I don't see what else I would need that I don't have. Well, whatever. No point thinking too much about it. I'm sure when we get to... I'm just gonna do nothing. I'm gonna do a big attack next turn. And then I'll finish them. Damn it. Well, I'm still good. Yeah, I'm doing 8. I've still got enough to kill him. In Hearthstone, you would call that lethal. Hearthstone is probably still the card game I think, like, is most, like, emblematic. It's probably the card game I think most about, but goddamn, Marvel Snap's so good. I think, like, if you were thinking, like, the model ideal of a card game, right? You probably are thinking of one that has, like, a health system, right? Where cards, they have health and you attack with them or something. But the simple gameplay of Marvel Snap is just so streamlined and good. You know, it's hard to argue that it's not better than... It would be hard to argue that Hearthstone is better than it, despite it being a much simpler, a much more streamlined game. I still, you know... Hell, I'll say this. I would be interested in another card game that was as good as Marvel Snap, but had like the health, had like a health thing for cards. I guess that would be weird. Marvel Snap isn't that, it's something else. It doesn't need health. I have said for years that like one thing I really like about the Paper Mario combat is that it sort of reminds me of like Hearthstone, where the numbers being low means you can do napkin math to figure out the optimal way to kill enemies, you know? And I think that is like so good, and I would say that like in Hearthstone, you could add a lot of complexity to it and make like a really good version of that, where you know you're putting together a team, you're equipping moves onto them, and you're trying to like build out kits for each of your you'd be trying to build out kits for each partner that you know, let them do like let them accomplish various goals, or, you know, serve a different purpose in battle. I think that would be fascinating and really interested if someone did it that way. You know, something between Hearthstone and Paper Mario, but I guess it's funny now that Hearthstone is not my go-to card game. You know, it's not the one I like most. It's not the one that I would play, you know, given the choice. Now it's Marvel Snap, but still, I'd probably say, like, Paper Mario times Marvel Snap. That sounds weird. Paper Mario times Hearthstone. That's probably would be a really good game. Thank you for exploding me, Raphael Raven. I'm still not sure what exactly we can't do. Why exactly the end of this world is beyond us right now. I wonder if I just have a setting turned off that turns off the thing that tells us when we're good to go. I was messing with some of the settings before the stream. Maybe that's just off in the tracker. Anyway, I think we're close. We just need, I'm pretty sure... We just need the hammer. And then we'll be able to finish the first of these 7 chapters. Let me do another card. Y'all know music? I don't really. I was thinking about this the other day. Someone on a Discord I'm in, someone posted like a video, a YouTube video someone did, basically going over like the bottom 10 hits of the year. You know, like the charted hits that they liked the least. 10 of them, you know, included mostly songs I hadn't heard of, except for one song from Encanto, which, you know, technically wasn't this year, but apparently it charted this year, which is good enough for the YouTuber. And I'll say like, yeah, you know, the Encanto song, I would probably agree. Like, yeah, that's not a good one. I didn't really like that. I think that most Disney songs have had better soundtracks and better songs. That guy, the Hamilton guy, I don't like him very much. Someone was asking earlier what defines a liberal. Like, that motherfucker is pretty much like the ideal liberal. You know, he stands for the right things, except that he doesn't like, you know, like, he has some really bad politics when it comes to, like, Puerto Rico and some shit like that. Oh, right, we need 2 hammer upgrades. Okay, shit. Super hammer isn't enough. We need the ultra hammer. That explains it, right. So, we have to get 1 upgrade and then another upgrade before we can get through. I forgot that, you know, in earlier versions of the randomizer, before the hammers were randomized, you just had to get to here and get the hammer that was in here. And, you know, if this was your first hammer, the hammer would be only a gray block. If this was your second one, it would be a red block. And, you know, vice versa for like the other chapter in the game, you know, chapter 2. Whichever you went to first would have grays. Whatever you went to second would have reds. But now that the blocks are random, the hammers are random, and they're in the item pool, it's just the default, you know, red in this one, and gray in chapter 2. Which makes sense, I think, and probably a good change, because this one would always happen to be your first chapter finished without that change, because, you know, all you need to do is get like 4 items, 3 or 4 items. You need to get sushi, you need to get the jade idol, you need to get like parrot carry or Lakitu, and that was it. You know, and then you could finish this level, because you could get over there, you could get the hammer, and you're off to the races. Now, post-change, that's no longer good enough. Now you have to get both hammers, so this one is just a little bit harder. And again, you know, I think that makes it more interesting, makes it so that the order isn't, you know, you're not always starting with chapter 5. Which, again, you were 100% of the time doing chapter 5 first. Well, maybe not 100% of the time. Sometimes it was chapter 4 ended up being the fastest one. It also doesn't require too many things. And even now, it doesn't require too many things, you know, like, it doesn't, you know, nothing's changed over there, right? Is this all we can do right now? Yeah, there's nothing over here we can do. Can't get over there. I think we're done in the volcano. Look at that. Alright. So let's think. Let's do a little bit of an inventory. What have we got? Where can we go? We've gotten 1 ruins key. We've gotten one key from a bunch of the different sets of keys. By the way, the ruins key, we only need 3 of those. Unless the 4th one were to unlock a key item. Which, you know, we wouldn't know, but could be. Possibly. I'll say I don't think I've ever had that happen, though, so, you know, jot that down, keep that in mind. Let's see, where are we going? We have 1 key for this dungeon, so we can go over to chapter 1. Let's go chapter by chapter. Chapter 2, we can't get into chapter 2 yet. Chapter 3, we can do a bunch of stuff in the mansion, actually, right now. Including... Yeah, let's go to Chapter 3. Let's go to the mansion. We're gonna take the sewers over there. And by the way, there's a bunch of stuff we can do in the sewers, considering we've never been here before. So let's do sewer stuff. And then head over to Chapter 3. Also in the sewers, we can go over to Chapter 4 now, I think, because we have sushi, we have the boots. That's all we need. We'll have to fight a squid along the way, but a blooper, but that's fine. We're fine with that. For jumping, for jump attacks, 5 FP for that. Jeez. For jumping, you know, that is pretty powerful, the shell shots. I guess that's why it's used a lot. I'm not really just a big fan of it. I don't like how that timing that I have to do, that's a pain in the ass. Okay, yeah, put in paracarry, that's fine. It's gonna be the same number of turns either way. There we go. What was I saying? I forget. It's not important. Sure, it's not important. Anyway, that was a check. We checked. We came, we checked, we got nothing to show for it. I guess you could consider, if there's nothing over there, just like restarting, and you know, that'll make it so that another blooper fight that you'll have to do will be easier as a result. But I don't really feel like the need to cheese it that way. We can fight a harder blooper. I'm fine with that. You know, I'm sort of loaded for bear and all. Not really that concerned that we'll have a hard time or nothing. For upgrades, my priorities, there we go, that's a super hammer. Oh, that's nice. That's nice, nice, nice. For upgrades, my priorities is, my first priority is sushi because of the, you know, the possibility of going to Chapter 5 and going to that boss early. That's always very important. Bombette and Watt are two I always want to have upgrade by the end of the game. Bombette because she's very useful in clearing out like large groups of enemies. Watt because I love the piercing damage. She is my go-to when I'm fighting Bowser. Right now we don't have either of those, and also we're doing a full game, so let's go with Cooper. Cooper is good. Generally, when it comes to combat, like when I'm playing the game normally, my go-to is Goombario. I just like to be tattling everywhere I go. But, you know, that's not a thing in the randomizer, so, you know, we're not going to really be tattling anywhere. Now that we have the hammer, that opens up so many opportunities, so many possibilities, so much more we can do in the underground area. But let's just go over there and do the blooper. I guess we're doing a bunch of bloopers in a row, huh? This is blooper time. This is blooper o'clock. I should have a hotkey to do that sound fix that I showed earlier, where I just muted all the sounds for a second, and then unmuted them, and then they were synced up again. That'd be a handy thing to have on a button. Maybe I could also separate the HDMI, like the capture card sound, and have that also be on the button. That's a good idea. I think I'll set that up at some point. Not sure when, you know, this being kind of a holiday week, it's not like a normal week. And, you know, I want to be relaxing as much as possible, but definitely on the list of things I should do. I am more than halfway down in health now. Maybe before we go and fight the last one. Especially considering we don't have the ability to dodge attacks. You know, we don't have like a bow to go invisible, which is something you'd probably want to do against the next blooper. Why don't I just go ahead and do a little healy heal. And heal up my health. Because we're not dealing with XP or anything, or levels up, I don't get my health back at any given time, so I have to occasionally do something like that, or hit a heart block. If I'm doing a bunch of fights. I'll also do a save before I go back into the sewers. Alright, what can I do over here right now? You can't go on those spikes without Lakitu. If it's possible to hit this block. It might be, but I can, however, hit these ones. From above. So let's do that. You can also pop the head into this next chapter. I can do more than pop the head in, actually. I can do a lot. You know what? Let's do a bunch. We don't have Scarf. We don't have the items to, like, actually, like, send it forward, but while we're in the neighborhood, why don't we just do a good deal of it? We have the ability right now. We have the ability to do the warehouse, which means we can do the thing, which means we can exit town. We can also just check the store. And the store might have something. We can also stay at the inn. That might have something as well. Hey! Look at that, that's Bombette. That's a bucket. There's a really good bucket in Stanley Parable. I'll talk about that later. How many star pieces do I have? I'm not gonna buy one. I just need one more. I should have taken the nap here. I didn't think about that. That would have been more efficient. Rather than napping in the jungle. Let that be a lesson, folks. Don't nap in the jungle. Nap in the mountains. Alright, the warehouse. There's a shovel in here. Wonderful. 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 We're gonna tell this guy he's been accused. There's a murder thing going on. Except we don't know that. We're just talking out our ass. We haven't actually been over there. Engage stairs. Yes. You want to do the cutscene? Yeah, we should do the cutscene now. I'm gonna bring up another card and talk about it while all this happens. Y'all ever stall out on shows? I tend to be rewatching and watching a lot of shows at any given time, and sometimes, I'll be watching a show for a while and I just stall out for one reason or another. Sometimes it's like I'm savoring it, right? Like, oh, I don't want to actually finish it off. I want it to last. That's kind of rare, though. Mostly it's just like, yeah, to watch a show, I have to feel like watching it at night. Whenever I'm watching. And, sometimes I just don't feel like watching a show for months on end. Or like, hey, maybe it's a movie, and finding time for a movie in a night is a harder thing than for a show, you know, for like 20 minutes. There are some that I've been stalled out for like a month, like, you know, I still need to watch like the movies, the Sound Euphonium movies. And there's others that I've been stalled out for like ages, like it's been a while since the last time I watched Kuroko's Basketball. And it's been years since the last I watched, I had been rewatching, I started a rewatch of, Recreators maybe a year or two ago. That's just been at a standstill for forever. I really need to just, like, occasionally go back and finish those things off, but, you know, it's so hard to find the time. I say as I spend 7 hours playing Paper Mario Randomizer. I suppose that's the other thing, you know? You make time for the things that you want to do, and for the things you're, like, ambivalent on, you just never find the time. You never make the time for it. And that's just how it is. You know, what are you gonna do? It's not like there's an infinite amount of time or nothing. And I suppose this is a thing that, like, I am more acutely aware of nowadays, that, nowadays, since I do, like, you know, I track all the anime that I'm watching on that website I mentioned earlier, analyst.com, !anime to see the full list. I track all that stuff and know, like, okay, I'm on this episode for this show, I'm on this episode for this show, I'm rewatching these shows, etc., etc. I'm keeping all track of that, and then I know for sure, like, oh yeah, I haven't watched this show in months, but it is still in the rewatching section. Maybe I should occasionally move things to paused, but I don't know, if you move things to paused, it's still under rewatch, though. You have to be clear that it is a show you are rewatching and not a show you are watching for the first time that you've paused. That makes that category a little less useful, honestly. It's just easiest to just be like, yeah, you know, whenever I'm looking for something to watch, I'm always just like, yeah, I've been watching, you know, Horimiya, right? I've been rewatching that the last couple of days, just like a couple episodes a day, and like, oh, that's really good and really spectacular, and I want to watch that. Meanwhile, like, I wasn't really feeling the first season of Squid Girl, but, yeah, I should watch the second season of Squid Girl sometime, and maybe give it a 3 out of 5 once I'm done. You know, maybe that's how I'm feeling about that show, you know, on a second viewing. It's like okay at best, you know. It's not really what I want anymore from an anime. I don't know if I was really that fond on it in the first place, but oh, it's just weird. If I do a fire shell, does that do more damage? Yeah, a little bit more damage. Doesn't make a difference though. Next turn's the last turn. Jeez, I'm taking a lot of damage. Despite being, like, loaded for bear. I guess at this point in the game, you would be loaded for bear as well. I don't have a P up, D down or anything, do I? No, I don't. That's just, yeah. Is what it is. We got the bucket, so why don't I just pop that bucket down? We don't have the scarf, though, so, you know, that's the limit of what we can do right now. Coin back there. Frying pan, that's nice. I've been really happy this year. playing a bunch of these like randomizers for the first time. You know, before this year, I never got into randomizer before. I never tried them. I never gave them a go. I guess, you know, since I wasn't streaming or anything before, you know, before like a little over a year ago, I guess it never occurred to me to just like, oh, I can just play them for fun. You know? That's actually kind of scary considering I do have like nearly single-digit amount of health. But should have changed member. That's what I should have done. Should have done that last turn, and then I could have killed him and saved a single attack. Eh, whatever. But you know, I've found that they're actually right up my alley, and even if I'm not doing a stream, I do enjoy going through a randomizer just idly. Turns out, you know, randomizers, and this is for you at home. If you're at home, you're not a streamer, you're just looking at randomizers going like, oh wow, that's just a fun thing for streamers to do. I'll tell you this. Randomizers are fantastic podcast games. They are fantastic podcast games. I might say they're the best podcast games, other than maybe like a multiplayer game. You know, like a multiplayer game, like a shooter or something, right? Those are actually also great podcast games. But randomizers, it turns out it's like, yeah, you're basically talking about fully replaying, or like replaying a randomized version of a game you love in like a random order. That makes the experience fresh of a game you love. It is a way to replay a game that you love. It's a way to replay it in a fresh and exciting way that is different every time. And also, you know, you don't need to pay attention that much, considering that you do know the game like the back of your hand already. And, you know, you can just, like, barrel through it, get all the stuff, and have a great time as you listen to your podcast. It's just lovely. It's just a lovely thing. Sick. Waterstone. I'll take it. I think that's everything we can do in this chapter right now. I think there's no point to staying here any longer. It's time now to homeward shroom, and we're gonna go to the we're gonna clean out the rest of the underground area. Now that we have the super hammer, a lot is open to us. A lot is open to us. So let's turn in the thing right now, the pan. Oh, we should also turn in the calculator too. Let's see what we get. I'd do a card, but this might be good. Ultra Hammer! Yo, what's good? We can do chapter 5 now. If you were wondering what's good, that's good. Doing chapter 5 is good. Holy fuck. Alright, let's take the pipe shortcut back. Do we want to kill the other fish while we're at it, the blooper? Why not? We're in the neighbor. What the Wow, the Ultra Hammer is gray. That's an interesting color scheme. I thought it was also like differently shaped for a second, but nah, it's normal shape, but it's a fun new thing. I like this thing that they do now where they can randomize the hammer colors as well. That's sick. That's nice. There are a lot of new colors, I guess, right now. I don't think I've ever seen this cheap, this sushi color. That is a very cool color scheme. Okay. I don't know if we can kill these guys with Tidal Wave reliably, but... Ooh, we did it. Okay, cool. That was enough. Just barely. Just barely. We're gonna take 20 damage there. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. If maybe I could take a zap shroom, that would at least, if you're electrified during this attack, the second hit gets canceled, which is nice, but you know, it's not worth wasting a turn. Yeah, we got this. We're good. We don't have to worry. Beautiful. You know, it'd be a fun move. Maybe it'd be overpowered. There should be like a hammer throw that like throws a barrage of hammers, hits every enemy, like the Lakitu move. That'd be a fun badge. There's so many moves and possibilities in Paper Mario that they never actually took advantage of, never actually did. That would be a good one, like just a barrage of hammers that you could just do. That'd be rad. Like different kinds of jumps. I don't know. While we're here, let me get the one thing we missed here last time. There was a gray block. There was a gray block with an item behind it. After that, we'll head back. Just take a second. And it was just a coin. Cool. I'm still intent on doing clips and stuff for all the streams that I've done. It's just that, you know, I'm doing streams faster than I'm, like, actually spending time clipping. There was a time where after every stream I would do clips from that stream, like, immediately, but that was not a sustainable way of living. That was not a sustainable way of living. Fuck. No, I would be like at 3 a.m. after a stream, spending another half hour or so like parsing through it, trying to do my favorite bits and make them into well-produced clips. You know, maybe not a half hour, but you know, it would feel like that at 3:30 in the morning. You know, just sort of doing that on a work day. That's not good living. That's not sustainable. Better to do that during the daytime, and well, you know, probably also like specifically a daytime where you're not also doing a stream, so you know, that also limits when you can do that, and you know, a bunch of other complications, bunch of other constraints that have made it so that I've really fallen behind on those. The next stream I need to clip up. I've now started keeping track, is the randomizer roulette from a month ago. The last time I played all these randomizers, where I did a stream where every 5 to 10 minutes I switched between each of the randomizers at play. That was a really fun stream. Really hectic, really stressful. No, maybe stressful, maybe not the right word. Really, oh right, we got Bombette now. Also, that looks like a nice color scheme. Looks like kind of similar to default, but a little more purple. I like it. At least I think she's a little more purple. Could just be the lighting here. We can upgrade her to max, I'm pretty sure. Right now. There's also a one that we can get in town with the sushi. That we can just go grab. If we so pleased. I think, though, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it for town stuff right now. There's a lot of stuff, you know, I'll say, like, the world is our oyster right now. There's tons of stuff we can do. Just about every place we can go. But where I want to go most, what I want to knock off right now, what we can do right now, fully, is chapter, this chapter, chapter 5. Let's go do chapter 5. Let's fucking go. You might be wondering, I said earlier that like 5 or 6 hours was like the normal time I could do these in, right? Oh, I suppose I should really start timing these and have like a timer going the whole stream. That would help. You know, I did that for the randomizer roulette, but I didn't think about that for this time. Really should. I guess I could for Metroid Fusion, honestly, but tell you the truth, since I didn't do it for this one, it'd be weird to do that for that one, right? And it'd be odd to do it for the next stream that I do, which will be like DK64 and Minish Cap. The next randomizer stream I'm thinking about doing, but tell you what, starting next year, I should totally do that. I should put up a timer every... We really got this, right? We just, like, make extra certain. Yeah, we did. Starting in the new year, I'll put a timer up during the things. During randomizer playthroughs, randomizer runs. Just as a, you know... Just as a, like, note. I suppose I should ask myself, like, whether this time or do we stop it for bathroom breaks? And I think for a lot, you know, for speedrunners, typically, they do it, for speedrunning, you do it in one go, but this, you know, it's not like a real thing, you know, it's not like a real, for randomizers, because it's a different seed every time, it's not like there's one time that you're racing against, or like or anything to really keep track of, or compared to other people, unless you're doing like a set seed or something. So there's really no need to be all picky about it. We could just start and stop it as needed. You know, if I were to need to urinate or something. I don't say urinate a lot on stream, I'm sorry. If I were to need to go up to the bathroom. You know what I mean? You know, if I would have to, like, urinate or otherwise, you know, hey, there's multiple options. First off. I should, though. I should do that, yeah. I guess it's gonna be just simple, like, just add a timer to the scene. And I'm sure next time I see that, I'll go like, oh yeah, I was doing that, huh? Okay, let's see. I don't have WAP, but I'm gonna upgrade her anyway. She's the next one I would like to have fully maxed out. You know, just in case nothing... Just in case, I guess, you know, hey. I fully expect to have... Well, you know... Here's a question. Is every partner required for a 7-star spirit run? Like, required? Cooper is required for the first world. Bombette is required for the first world as well. Parakarry is required for World 3, actually. Not actually required for World 2. I don't think, surprisingly. Bow is required... Depends on your setup. You can have... Okay, if you have, like, the ghost... If you have, like, the toy box requires Bow. Bow is required for chapter for Chapter 4. Also is logically required for Chapter 3, though I think you can get away with not using her, you know, just like spinning really fast to get by the things. To get by, you know? But I think Bow is literally required for, technically required for Chapter 3 as well. Bow required for Chapter 3. Bow might be optional if you don't have, if you have like the toy box open early. Watt is required for Chapter 4. Sushi is for sure required for this chapter, and Lacaster is required for chapter 6. Yeah, I think that everyone except for Bao is required to be on board at some point, and Bao even, you know, there are places you can't go without her, so not exactly worthless. Oh! I should have reacted bigger than that, I don't know. But it wasn't real, so I guess I didn't react good. The one thing is that you can actually... You don't need Goombario for anything, anywhere in the game. If I had one note to them... Well, actually, I guess that would be weird. You know, like... My one note would be like, it'd be cool if there was something for Goombario to do. Something that you got when you got Goombario, but that would just basically be like new content, and that's weird to put into a randomizer. That said, it's weird, but not like unprecedented, right? Like, that's the thing I would say of anyone making a randomizer to keep in mind is that you're kind of making your own game. You know, if you want to put something in there, don't feel like put out that it wasn't there in the first place, right? Some things that you might want to put in, like some quality of life features or whatnot, will actually improve the experience a great deal. Like, you know, I know this game, it adds the homeward shroom. You know, that lets you, like, warp home after each you know, from wherever you are, essentially. And without that, the game would be a good deal weaker. You know? You'd have to backtrack everywhere, and that would suck. And, you know, what would happen if you got soft-locked? I suppose the answer would be like, well, don't get soft-locked then. And save often. But I still think that kind of sucks. Better to have the homeward shroom. That said, you know, hey, I guess, you know... That, you know, I'm sort of like... Another one of the randomizers I play is Metroid Fusion Randomizer, which is we're gonna play after this, maybe. Assuming this doesn't take like 8 hours, I guess, which it won't. It won't take that long. We're gonna play Fusion, and that one very much is the model of a randomizer where, you know, they didn't put in anything extra. You know, they didn't like make any major changes to the game. And, you know, that's fun and all, but you know, I do think, with the amount of soft locks that are inherent to Metroid, maybe could have put in like a warp to home option. I don't know. You know, I've gotten used to it now. I've gotten like accustomed to like resetting sometimes as needed, to, you know, being willing to you know, being careful about going into a place that I can't get out of. That much is just becoming like, I'm getting used to it, but like, I do think it is better and nicer to just have the option to be like, hey, you know. And the thing is, it doesn't have to be like for everyone, right? It can be an option. It can be like, hey, if you want to warp the home option, there it is. And then some people can partake in that, and other people can say, nah, I'm gonna play it like hardcore. That's what I think is best in a randomizer. Oh, I should have just used my fucking hammer this whole time. That's way better than jumping on him. That's what I think is best in a randomizer. Just like load it the fuck full of options for people to to use, and I think that is just lovely. It allows people to make the game into what their ideal version of the game is. You know, and you might be able to tell, like, this is my ideal, you know, Paper Mario, where I'm just, like, tearing around. Everything is all over the place. And, you know, it's not much one for it's not difficult that much. And, it's very much just, like, a real, just, like, pleasurable experience, plain and simple. I will say, for those who wonder, you know, I haven't only played it this way. The first time I played it, I used default options. I used the default, like, normal options, just sort of changed a little bit to match, like, what I saw when, there was a GDQ. There was a GDQ, the random number generation. They did a show on the Paper Mario Randomizer. They did an episode on it with, Bayleaf. And, he had the settings that he liked, and, you know, he started with a number of coins, which I also start with a number of coins. He also started with Ultra Stone, and I always start with Ultra Stone. And he also started with a number of coins, and I do that as well. But I added on additional things like, oh, I like to just take it easy. I don't like to deal with the leveling up or experience, so I start with full stats. And, funny enough, you know, I'll say, like, I haven't always started with bump attack, right? Like, the first time I did, like, full stats. The first time I tried a run where I started out with full stats, I actually just started out with full stats and nothing else, right? Full stats and, you know, a couple of things I like. I always liked starting with Power Plus because it's my favorite badge, but, you know. Other than that, I was just, like, naked. Nothing else. But, one of the first things I found in that run that I tried full stats on was bump attack. And it was just immediately, like, the most indispensable badge of the run. And I just realized, like, oh shit, these two just go so well together. To me, how I play it, it's the equivalent of having Peekaboo on all the time, right? Just like such a quality of life thing that I'm not interested in going without it terribly. Like I said, I did play through it once the other way, but it did take like multiple sessions, like probably like twice as long on average. And I just think it's more fun to get through the game faster by you know, having the easier settings. And being a little more chill about it. Alright, I am marking off Miss Star. That is in the books. Now, you might be wondering, it's around 2 hours into the run and we're just getting our first Star Spirits, and we need 7 of them. How long is the rest of the game gonna take? You might wonder. And I'll tell you true. The farther we go, the more places we look, the less there is to find, and the more we can just go to chapters and do it. Basically, how this randomizer works, how maybe all randomizers works really, is that we are trying to get to the place where we can do each chapter. You know, we can go through it. And, you know, as you go on, you are collecting items for all chapters, and pretty soon you'll be at the point where it's like, okay, we need 1 item for this, we need 1 item for that, we need 1 item for this, we need 3 for that, we need a couple here. We don't need any here or here, and things just, like, really start to pick up, and you start being able to complete things left and right and center, and, you know, all at once, that all starts to come online. We just finished our first Star Spirit. Let's do inventory. Chapter 1, what do we need? Chapter 1, we need 3 fortress keys, and that's it. Those 3 items for Chapter 1. Chapter 2, what do we need? We need the Pulse Stone, and we need 2 Ruins Key, and we need the 3 keys, so that is 6 items. Jeez, that's a lot. For Chapter 3, what do we need? We just need, I think, 2 Tubba Blubba Castle keys, I think. Oh, and Bow, we need that as well, so we need 3 items for Chapter 3. Chapter 4, what do we need? We need Watt, and we need Bow, and we need the toy train, and I think that's it. Yeah, 3 items for chapter 4. What about chapter 5? What about that one? Surprisingly, chapter 5 is actually the one that we're closest to. For chapter... No, actually, hang on, chapter 6. I said 5, I meant 6, but also I was thinking of the wrong one. Chapter 6, flower fields, we need Lacuster, so 1 thing. We need the miracle water, so 2. And we need the beans, so that's 3. We need 3 things for chapter 6. Chapter 7 is ironically the one we're closest to. We need the Starstone, and we need the Scarf, and that's it. That's all. How are we doing for Star Spirits, by the way? Star Pieces, sorry. We're good, yeah. Alright. So, that's the line. That's everything we have, everything we need. Let's go do some stuff. I can go turn in some star pieces right now, maybe. The thing that's maybe a little awkward about them is we do have to pick up... The way that it works is you buy things. When you hit like a certain threshold, it gives you a bonus item, and these bonus items can be progression related. And 2 of them are. Kinda. They're key items anyway. Though the red berry, there's like 2 of them in the game already, like by default, so there's 2 locations the red berry will be. So we don't necessarily have to get this red berry that's really high up. Okay, let's see here. Well, let's just get an Ultra Shroom, that's worth money. That's the Melody. Ultra Shroom, and I'll get rid of the melon. What was that? That was, the Melody, that's right. There we go. That unlocks some more items over here, so let's go ahead and just, you know, do the got anything else rigmarole for a second. Just check what he's got. Not sure, like, how many items it adds every time, so... We'll just do 1 more time. No, 2 more times. Nothing new. Okay. Well, you know, if we're wrong, if I fucked up there, we'll find out later, I suppose. Where are we going? Where the fuck are we going? Oh yeah, we turn in the Melody, that's right. Then I was thinking we would go to the desert and turn in the lyrics. And also do other things in the desert. Honestly, we could go either way to the desert. We could go through Rugged Mountain, or we could go through the pipe. There's nothing we can't get on Rugged Mountain right now. We have boots, we have hammer, we have the partners that you would have at that point in the game. We should knock out Rugged Mountain right now. Bravo! Oh, what the fuck? What is that? Mushroom cake. Oh, that's not as good as I thought it might be, just by the appearance. I'll throw away the snowman doll. I already thought the boss I would use it on if I were to use it, and even then, it was not like... It's never, like, probably the best item to use. That's fine. Right, we're going to the desert, so let's go through... Let's go... Oh, wait! I just realized, once I got the jump, I never talked to this Bulborb. And I got the dictionary, which I can return to the guy. Let's do that real fast. I'll probably forget about it if I don't do it right now. Before we leave town, you know? I think I at some point thought this didn't get you anything, but it does. Well, you know, it could anyway. Did I do this? Did I do this deal? Once I got the jump, I did go up here, right? Yes, okay, cool. I did everything in prologue, so that's all good to go. Alright, time to get on a train. Get out Bobbit. And yes, indeed, she is purple. That's a nice color. I set all the colors to random. If you're curious. All those colors are completely random. No choice on my part as for what color Mario or the UI or coins are. So it's just a coincidence that they're purple coins on a purple UI. Looks nice. How about a card? I want to play more Persona 5 Royale. I'll tell you, I played 2 streams of that so far, about 13 hours worth. Long streams, mind you. And, man, I could go for more of that. That game is so fucking good. I've been having a great time replaying it. The game is long, so, you know, it'll take time to get through, but I'm having a great time with it, and expect to see more of it in the coming weeks. In fact, I have been thinking about maybe like prioritizing it over Mario Maker for the time being, as far as like scheduling streams goes, and just putting Mario Maker on a hiatus until such time as we finish it and finish Persona, just so I can continue to do like 3 streams a week while having a good variety, you know, like 2 streams of Persona, 1 stream of something else. And I am thinking that maybe like it'll be Mario Maker on like some of them, right? Like maybe we'll do Mario Maker on a Thursday, you know, when we're not doing Persona. And maybe that'll be fun. Maybe the schedule should be like Mario Persona on Monday and Thursday nights, and then Mario Maker as usual on Friday. And maybe if I want to do another stream, slip in another on another day. It's all up in the air right now, honestly. But thinking about what we want to do, what I want to do in the new year. And I do think that like an extended break from Mario Maker would help as far as like my creative as far as like you know, finding inspiration and such. I do think with Mario Maker I've fallen into a little bit of a rut. You know, levels have been taking longer and longer to put together. And that's kind of a shame if you think about it, isn't it? Kind of a shame that that's happened, but like if I were to spend like a couple months away from it, maybe once I got back I'd be like full of new ideas. I say a couple of months, don't be scared. I will definitely do some viewer levels now and again. I'll try to make them, maybe we'll make them into a big event, you know, make it into a big event stream so that everyone is, so that like, you know, because it's one in a, not, we'll see, it's all up in the air. I actually do kind of like the idea of doing like Monday, Thursday Persona, and then Friday, Mario Maker. That does sound like a good schedule, actually. And I know that, like, Friday, you know, Friday evening viewer levels have become very nice. They've been very fun to do on a regular basis, and you know, keeping that up while dropping Mondays maybe would be the right call. I know also it's the most popular thing I do, so, you know, I ought to keep it going, but, you know, sometimes man needs a break. That's just the best thing for mental health. Just to not fall into a rut, not always be doing the same thing all the time. Pull stone, that's sick. Lets me go into the dungeon. And that'll open up a bunch of stuff in the dungeon, of course, as well. Don't need to go down there, that's trash. Fortress key. You'll love to see it. I love that for me. We don't need a cake mix. We don't need a Koopa leaf. I think in earlier versions of the randomizer, there was a check where you would talk to a Yoshi and give the Yoshi a cooked meal, like a tasty item. And I think they removed that recently. I've tried that in recent seeds, and it's not done anything. I think that's just gone, which is probably the right decision. You know, it's kind of unintuitive, you know, obscure, and kind of weird as like as things go. We already did the guy. All right. You know, I could at this point, like, go back and then come into the desert, through the outpost side, through the pipe, and save a cutscene, but I'd rather go in through this side of the desert, honestly, given the choice. I'm gonna tell this guy I'm Luigi, by the way. Luigi. Yep, that's right. I'm his brother. Playing through this casually, I would always say I'm Mario. I would always be honest and actually do the fights. Because typically when I'm playing through casually, I'm looking to get XP. And you know, looking to be on level with the area, right? I'm looking to be on par. And I can't do that if I'm, you know, if I'm doing other things. Here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take, let's see, start here, go up, maybe something like this. No, that's ridiculous, something like this. Okay, we're gonna start by going up, hitting the hammer block. Dry desert, I like to have the reference open, just the map open. Hope y'all don't mind. I'll scroll it back up and drain! I'll scroll it back up if we find anything. That's pretty sick, though. We can't actually get into Toy Box right now, but Train, once we do get into Toy Box, it'll be opened up a good deal. You know, we can basically, once we get into Toy Box, we'll be basically to the end, you know, and just be wanting for Watts to actually finish it. But, you know, we do need Bow and we do need Watts, so it's not like a sure thing. These are the 2 blocks, right? And that was the Thunder Rage. We got that, right? Yeah. Okay, next we're gonna head to the 5 question mark blocks. FP plus. I find that, I know, you know, like, as is obvious, you can set like different requirements for clearing the game, right? Different requirements for the amount of star spirits you have to get. I do think the most satisfying though is 7. You know, it feels bad to me to collect key items and then never have to use them, you know? Like if I find like fuck. Where the fuck am I? Was that question mark block? Eh? What the what? Huh? Is that runaway pay? Oh, this is 2 question mark blocks. Did they change it so that that tornado doesn't like actually send you anywhere? Did it never send you anywhere? It could send me to the same room I was in. How unusual. Let's try that again. I think the way that they send you is always set, so yeah. Let me see. Let me try that again. No, this is, yeah. Maybe it's random now. I don't know. Could be random. That was the Pokey room. Okay, we just have to do the things that are on the bottom side now. So let's head into, Outpost. And we'll do, let's do the Outpost stuff now while we're at it. I don't get why some of these just have stuff in them, and some of them don't. Don't see the distinction there. Alright, we're looking for a artist. We're looking for someone to write the things. He's in one of the houses. The item store is not open yet. There's nothing. Go ahead and go in here. Hey, composer, we got these lyrics. Thank you. Well, let me scroll up, get the thing all nice and centered back. There we go. Another letter. That's nice. Now that we go over here, we can now return from whence we came, and the shop will be open. And we can go in and shop to our heart's content. Jeez, this is a vanilla-ass store. I think everything there is something that they would have. Hang on, I'll keep that just in case the guy wants it or something. But let me sell. I'll sell an Ultra Shroom. I'll sell a Jam and Jelly. It's good to, you know, keep your assets liquid. And then I'm gonna buy a dried shroom and a dusty hammer. You know how it is. You always need a dried shroom and a dusty hammer. That's the secret code, by the way, for those who don't know. It's not weird that I would sell the best items in the game and buy the worst items in the game. That's something everyone does. Required. Well, in the base game it's required. In this case, it might not be. We don't need that. Not even gonna pick it up. I'm gonna have confidence that we're gonna find a red berry somewhere. I mean, we are, but I guess it could be like in Bowser's Castle is the thing. So it could be that we need them. Okay, we didn't need to come up here. I'm gonna grab that shit. I'm actually gonna grab that motherfucker, actually. The amount of star pieces we would need to get to actually get the red berry is a little bit much, but you know, slow and steady gets the race done. Slow and steady, right? There you go. And I can just, if I really wanted to, I could run back and forth and talk to that guy repeatedly, and I'd get a bunch of star pieces. That's another thing the randomizer lets you do, like, just like, oh yeah, just auto-complete the motherfuckers, and also just, you know, you don't have to answer, and also he'll always be there. Cuts down a little bit on random factors. Okay, that's nothing. Also nothing. Fantastic. Would have to use a tornado to get up there if it was something. Again, I don't know why some trees are just coins and other trees are checks. I guess that is just like, you know, I guess that is down to like, yeah, you know, this isn't a thing that just popped out fully formed. This was a game that was made, a randomizer that was made intentionally, and yeah, leaving out some checks that are boring is a good idea. Okay, that's Bubkus. Oasis has Bubkus for us. Okay, shit. I don't have anyone that I have yet to upgrade, so let's do Lancaster. Alright. You can set this so that the, like, blocks that have, bunch of coins in them, those can be randomized with the upgrade blocks. But, I don't know, I kind of like, I'm not gonna memorize where all those things are. And they're just so, like, tertiary anyway, it's like, you can go run without getting any of them, honestly, or just getting, like, the couple you run into. With those, I feel like there's just no need to memorize them, and as such, you know, typically if I were to set it to be random, I would just be getting some of them and not getting some other ones, which, you know, is, like, doesn't change that much about the experience. And it just makes it so that some areas that only have an upgrade block are just worthless to go to because, like, oh, instead of an upgrade block, I get 10 coins. You know? Alright, that's everything in the desert that we can get right now. Anyway, let's go up and go in the ruins. Now with the ruins, we are limited because we only have one key, but we will be able to get into like a couple of rooms at least. Maybe not past the third room or so, but you know, we'll be able to get a couple of things in there, and then we'll head back. I think next we'll go to the ghost house. We'll go to the chapter 3. That's the next place that is gonna be very lucrative for us. We have the boots. You know, we have the first tier boots anyway. We have the super boots. We have the portrait. We can do a lot there, short of finishing it. I think for that chapter we just need what? We just need bow and 2 keys, so there you go. Let me do another card while this cutscene is playing. Played Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Yeah, I decided to buy that the other day. Was thinking, I did see a stream of some of it, you know, like when it came out. I was thinking like, oh yeah, it was it seemed funny. It seemed very good. It seemed like more of a sequel than a port. And so I played it, and I'll tell you, my opinion on it now is like, could have used more sequel, could have used less port, honestly. You know, the new jokes, the new content is funny, but I do find the way that you have to engage with the old content and like go through the old content to see the new content to be really tiring, right? I'd rather if at some point you just went through a door and then it's like, okay, from here on out it's all new, the hallways are all new, the path is all new. It's not just like a new take on the old story. And so far it's mostly just a new take on the old story, is what it is. It's not bad, it's funny, but you know, just, yeah, tiring is what I feel when I have to like walk through the same hallways a fourth time and be like and sit through the same narration and be like, okay, well actually I kind of like just a chapter select at a certain point, right? Like, yeah, just get me to the point where it diverges and I'll do the other choice. You know, the story is fun, but to hear it like 5 times to hear it like for the 5th time is like not so much. And also it does the thing of like making fun of something instead of making it better, right? Like there's a part where spoilers for the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. There's a part where there's like a Steam review that's on screen. Ooh, that's nice. There's a Steam review that's on screen in the game basically being like, oh, it would be better if there was a skip button. And they make a joke. They make a fake version, like a skip button where, oh, you hit it and like a 10-year period passes where I ramble. And I just look at that and feel like you misunderstood what people meant by a skip button. You know, like when you're playing a game with dialogue and subtitles, a skip button just takes you to the next line. Because sometimes you can read faster than you can, like, listen, right? And in cases especially where the pacing is suffering and you just want it to go a little bit faster, and it's like, okay, I read the motherfucker, I don't need to hear you say it. In those cases, that's what a skip button is for. That's the whole idea. But instead, okay, no, make a funny joke instead of making the game better. That's fine. Anyway, I'll be happy when I'm walking down the same hallway, hearing the same jokes again. I guess, you know, so long as the thing moves forward as soon as you get to the next area, you know, so long as you don't have to like literally stop and wait, I guess it's fine. But you know, sometimes some scenes can be a little bit faster, have a little bit better pacing. Yeah, we're going to the thing. We're going to the next area. Let's go. It's been a while since the last time we were here at the mansion. The first time we were here, we did not have boots, so we could not jump up onto the stairs and even go in. Now we do have boots, so we can go ahead and cash in the Boo portrait that lets us get to Lady Bow. Yeah, and I haven't finished Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, by the way. Yeah, I'm sure there's like more endings I've yet to see. I thought the bucket thing was very funny. The exhibition is very funny, but I do find it a bit tiring. If I had to give it a number, and I will eventually, I'd probably say it's about a 4 out of 5. And I think it is not as good as the original game insofar as, like, you know, if you haven't played the original game, this is the original game plus some new stuff. If you have, it's like the new stuff, it's still the original game plus some new stuff. It's like 1.5 tops as far as like sequel-ness. I would say like, yeah, you don't need to see it if you already played the original game. Would be my take. Not the best expansion there is. Anyway, so yeah, I was playing it for the intent of like doing my game of the year, you know, like wanted to see if it could make number 10, and you know, I played it and thought like, you know what, it doesn't. And then it was down to Super Kiwi and Splatoon 3, which, you know, if you saw the game of the year list at the start of the stream, is that the D down jump? I want that. It's not essential, but I want it. He's gonna drop it at some point, so let's keep an eye on the guy going left. Does he drop it one more time? No, he doesn't. Good, okay. D-down jump allows us to pierce defense with a jump, which is really handy. Don't Be that much, don't be that much. Sick, 2. Perfect. We love it. One of my favorite badges, and surprisingly a badge that I never took advantage of until like very, very recently, actually. In fact, it was basically this time last year that I first realized that badge was good. When it came out on N64 Online, I did a playthrough of it, of like the original Paper Mario, you know, like not randomizer or nothing. Did a playthrough of that on stream, mostly casually, though I have played this game. I have played this many, many times, so, you know, wasn't blind or nothing. One of my most played through games ever of all time, Paper Mario. I would say, even though it is like a, you know, it's a reasonably long game. Storeroom key, that's sick. That's gonna have a bunch of items in it. Played through it and tried out the P down jump and realized that it was you know, I realized during that stream, during that like playthrough series, I did like one chapter a stream basically over the course of like several weeks. I realized that like, oh shit, this pierces defense. I thought it was like a defense debuff, and I always thought that like, that was a waste of a turn, but no, it just literally pierces defense. It's great. Cookbook is not here because it's not a logic item. This is like a compact version of the tracker, by the way. It like removes a couple of the items that are inessential. Let's see if this is essential. It's not. Okay, we can ignore it. Doesn't matter what they do. I'm not even gonna look. How about another card? Do people need to dunk on every fool? I wonder this looking at Twitter, right? There's a lot of times where some ding-dong will say something dumb as hell, and people will spend their time refuting the motherfucker. And I just look at that going and just think like, okay, it is fun to take someone and just like deconstruct their argument in front of them, right? Or like explain properly like why they're a fool. But is it really necessary? Is that really like essential? I kind of believe of Twitter, it's big enough. Well, maybe depends on like when you're talking. Maybe it's getting smaller now. It's big enough where you can basically find any idiot who has any bad opinion, right? Like you can have, I'm sure there's someone out there saying, like, oh, what would be it? Look, there are people out there saying that the Glass Onion movie was terrible or whatever. I haven't seen it yet, but there are, you know, a lot of people spending a lot of time going litigating that and going like, oh, Glass Onion's actually really good and the politics are good too. And I just see that and go like, y'all realize like Mr. like Ben Shapiro or whoever the fuck is having that statement. Y'all realize like the original movie was also very like about, you know, was about a housekeeper who was, you know, caught up in the affairs of the rich, right? And the ending is a happy ending. And it's was a very movie that was very much pro the little guys, right? Even though it was about the richy rich. So like I don't know who goes into that movie not realizing like, wait a minute, this is about class? It's the second one. The first one was about class. That's like going into Parasite 2 and going like, wait a minute, is this a class metaphor? Oh my god, why are you bringing your politics into Parasite 2? It's like, buddy, reading, like, media comprehension is a hard thing right now, but buddy, come on. Anyway, the bad take I saw that triggered this question is I saw someone arguing, like, there was some ridiculous tweet on Twitter that was like, oh, the reasons why there's no female Mozarts is the same reason there's no female Jack the Ripper. And first off, you see that and you go, what does that mean? But also there were a bunch of people like deconstructing it and like picking it apart, finding various reasons to like dunk on it, like, oh yeah, well, Mozart did have a sister who was like, who was in her, you know, before Mozart became big, she was originally more talented and well-known than him, but when she reached marrying age, she was forced to stop performing. So there you go. There's part of the reason why there was no female Mozart. Another thing people pointed out was that there were absolutely female serial killers who killed more people even than Jack the Ripper. And the final thing I saw people pointing out is like, Jack the Ripper was never caught, so we don't know if Jack the Ripper was a guy or a girl. Honestly, could have been either. Which is just another good point that totally undermines that stupid tweet that doesn't make any sense in the first place. Don't worry, this doesn't matter. I can't hide, but he's not going to see me anyway. If we believe we're hidden, we'll be hidden. It's just tiring to see all that shit and just go like, yeah, man, that is a dumb opinion. People, you know, people go online, they say all sorts of things. They really can just say whatever they want. And sometimes they're gonna say the dumbest shit you can think of. I already had the pull stone, so that's a fake. They really are gonna say the dumbest shit you can think of, and why don't you try ignoring them? Like, it seems weird to give them the time of day. Then again, some of these people are like big, famous, right-wing type guys. By the way, going back, like, just to go back real quick. What I would say about liberals and left wings, liberals and the left, is probably like a similar relationship to about like the right and libertarians, where the left is basically like the outlaw. The leftists are basically like the renegade, but really on the left side of the argument, whereas the libertarians are sort of on the right, but sort of renegade as well. We don't associate with the leadership of the left, just as you know, libertarians don't associate with the leadership on the right. Though, of course, you know, libertarians probably view themselves as being in the middle, whereas, like, leftists view the middle as the worst place to be. So, logically, to complete this world, we would need Bao in logic to be required to beat this world, anyway. So Bao can't be in, like, Bowser's Castle or something. Hey, hey, hey! There's Watt. Sick. Anyway, I don't need to ruminate on politics. I do have, I am strong in my world views and all, but no need. I don't have a reason to go on and on about it. Honestly, I'd rather go on and on about so many other things, right? If I had a choice, if I had the choice to go on about one thing or another thing, I'd go on and on about like, you know, Persona or like the animes I've been watching. I would go on and on about Bocchi the Rock. Bocchi the Rock is so good, y'all. If y'all like anime, check out Bocchi the Rock. Check out everything, by the way, I showed earlier on my list of... I didn't actually mean to do Goombario. Let's do, oh, we just got Watt, but we already upgraded Watt, so we're good on that front. Let's just go with... get Lacuster up. I think we can now leave. We can now go back to the lobby. So let's take a shortcut. Not sure we can do anything else here, because the way that the logic is done, you do need Bao before you're required to go in there. But we can slip through a little bit. At least this set of them. Not sure about, like, the second set of them. We can try at least. But, just for what it's worth, we're not required to do this. I just figure while I'm in the neighborhood. Nathaniel Bandy. I'm not familiar with Nathaniel Bandley, Chaotic Oven. Is that a compliment? I hope it's a compliment. How you doing? How's your Tuesday going? Originally was gonna stream yesterday, but you know, it's the week after Xmas. I really didn't feel like doing nothing at all. I just wanted to relax and sleep and chill and you know, now I wanna play this game since kind of been in the mood for this. Haven't played it in a while. Here we go. I can't get that. Not without bow. Can I do anything else in here without bow? Yes, I can push this thing over. And this will give me access to a whole bunch of stuff, maybe? Let's see what we get. Okay, fire shield. Who would win, Paper Mario or Ness? Ness has more, like, earth-shattering abilities. Ness has, like, magic powers and has defeated God. Bowser is powerful, but I don't think he's God. Well, he's like a dark god, the guy that Ness beats. Look at that. There's instructions on how to get my Game of the Year list if y'all want. See it. I think that's all we can do here for now. We only have one of the keys after all, so yep. Time to get going. Alright, where are we going next? Let's do a quick inventory here. We got 3 of the keys for Chapter 1, so we can do most of Chapter 1 right now. One more key and we'll be able to finish it. 3 words, Super Paper Mario. Oh, does he defeat a god in Super Paper Mario? He does, doesn't he? We're like godly beings. Definitely like the characters that like bend dimensions in the way like a Kirby boss does. Okay, I can see that argument. I can see that argument. I still do feel like, you know, the stuff that Ness has gone through. I actually, you know what? Here's another argument for that. Here's another argument for that. Ness fights with 3 companions. Ness never fights alone, whereas like Mario only has 1 companion. Are we assuming like full party or just Ness and just Mario? Hey, I got your shell for you now, so let's do that. Let's do Chapter 1 stuff now. Though we won't be able to finish unless we find another key on the way. Oh, I just remembered I got the storeroom key. Should we pop back and get the storeroom stuff taken care of? Just the 2 of them? I could see it going either way. I mean, the thing about questions like that, technically speaking, if we want to be a party pooper, is that depending on how the story is written, either of them could win. You know, that's the thing about Batman versus Superman. It's like, well, it depends on like how it's written and what they do, what the starting situation is. You know, what the writer thinks would be a cool thing to happen. It depends on all those factors before you can say, like, oh, one of them is going to win, one of them is going to lose. But what fun is that? It's more fun to speculate, right? Storeroom key, let's go, let's do it. It's a bupkis, but I did get P up, D down, which is a badge I very much like. Let me see how much it costs. 5. Been a little expensive for a badge that, you know, makes you take extra damage, but whatever. I think that's fine. All good. I'm all out of cards, by the way, so no more cards for the rest of this stream. But, you know, a little bit silly. I guess, you know, I'll say of the cards thing that I do, I do want to pace myself with them. And I also don't want to, like, be writing cards just for the sake of having more cards, you know? I don't want to be like, okay, well, what's something I can talk about? You know, that to me is just gonna result in me having to just get through a bunch of cards at the end of a stream. I'm going through the wrong pipe. This pipe, right here, middle. I don't want to have, like, a million cards at the end of the stream I just have to, like, jam through. I think that's kind of silly. I'd rather, you know... I'd rather have them all be things that I really do want to talk about and I do really want to remember. And I'll tell you, like, without these cards, I probably would forget oftentimes, like, that I have these new things to talk about. Like, I'll tell you, like, I was making the list yesterday of cards to talk about, and I nearly forgot that I bought and played Stanley Parable. Nearly forgot about that. And that wasn't even, like, live on air forgetting. That was me, like, sitting in bed trying to think of things I could talk about. Forgetting that I spent, like, 5 hours playing, or 4 or 5 hours yesterday, playing Stanley Parable. You know? You don't see how anyway, Kratos could lose against a fire piranha? Yeah, but, like, if you were in Smash, though, fire piranha, you know, Piranha Plant from Smash Brothers... could do, like, I bet that Piranha Plant could absolutely kick Kratos' ass. You know what happened is that he, And also, you know, hey, Kratos, say what you will about Kratos, he can lose to just, like, 2 giant lizards that show up. Like, Kratos versus, like, 5 guys and a guy on a pig is sometimes a hard fight, so, you know... You don't know Kratos? Man, I played the last God of War. He died a lot to like, just 5 dudes. 5 Ernajar. Is a Piranha Plant stronger than an Eiderjar? That's, I think, the question. Do you think... Okay, who would win? A 5 Piranha Plants, 5 Fire Piranha Plants, or 4 Eiderjar? From God of War Ragnarok, specifically. The Piranha Plants in this game, they're pretty strong, man. I think they have a fighting chance. Nice, that's good. Another key item for us. They do have the Einerjar. They have that thing where they put the stuff on you, and then your guy on your belt says, "You're covered in Bifrost, brother." That would probably be pretty good against Fire Piranha Plants. But I could see a scenario where just the sheer amount of fireballs coming those guys' way would fuck them up. They'd be able to hold them at bay. Certainly in this game, the Piranha Plants, they're pretty tough. They have 12 health and some really strong attacks. You know, and you can't jump on them either, so if those Einerjar wanted to jump on them. The Fire Piranha as the boss? Oh, like the boss? The Fire Piranha boss fights? Gotcha. Okay, well that's even more like, yeah, those guys could absolutely take out some Einerjar. Kratos though, he does have the Leviathan axe that has like frost properties, and frost is super effective against those guys. So he might be able to just, like, you know, cleave through them as a result of that type advantage. I'll say this. Any character that, like, has the spotlight, has, like, plot armor, right? Has, like, the main character status. Has a hard time losing to just, like, any randos in general, right? Even if in-game, like, Mario can absolutely, you know, run into a Goomba and then he's dead, right? That absolutely can and does happen regularly. But if you're telling a story, you don't tell a story that goes like, Mario walked right into the Goomba and then got his ass beat by him. That's not how the story goes. That'd be pretty ridiculous. In Smash Brothers, there is a Piranha Plant character, by the way. That's why I particularly brought up Smash Brothers in particular, you know? You know what? I'm just gonna do the thing where I just go across like this with the para-carry. I know it's the faster way you can do it is like you get to the very edge and like you can para-carry right across like the part where it's like up. You probably watch a lot of Death Battle. What's Death Battle? I've never heard of that. Is that a show? Is that like a YouTube thing? I'm guessing by the context, it's some sort of thing where multiple characters fight, and you're sort of talking through the possibilities like, okay, well, can this character, what does this character have to offer? What does this character have to offer? As far as that stuff goes, I know that it was like very easy forum fodder for years and years, right? Like, you know, like whether Batman versus Superman or whatever. Maybe that's like a boring example, actually. Okay, we've gotten everything we can except for the bomb, except for recruiting Bomb Bets. I saved that for last, by the way, because if I recruit her before the end, I can't just warp away. Now that I have finished, I can warp away after doing this, basically. Oh wait, I do have to go left, don't I? I have to go left, yeah. Left, and then into the bomb bet area, and then we'll warp away so we don't have to do a otherwise mandatory battle. Unless we get a key that lets us finish this chapter, in which case we'll do the battle. The odds of that are like very, very slim. Very, very slim. Let's see what this is. It's a fake badge. I already have that badge, so yeah. By the way, sound is good. Everything's nice and balanced. Tried to make sure that the sound was good for both games that I want to play tonight before starting, which is always a good idea. Watch Samurai Jack versus Afro Jack. It's good. Okay, so is it like an animated? Do they like animate like an actual fight between like multiple characters? That makes sense. I've seen the Samurai Jack, the TV show. I don't know Afro Jack. I assume it is a, you know, sort of a black samurai situation, right? That's my, what's it, that's what I'm ascertaining here. Wait, didn't we get one of the, you know what, it must have been a fake, No, I did get the Lunar Stone, let me enter that in. Make sure I'm not missing anything else here. Oh, we do have 3 letters as well. Make sure that's in there. Okay, lots of options here. Lots of options here. We can go and do more of Chapter 7 now. Lots of stuff is available in chapter... There's a lot of purple in this seed. You mean like characters? There's... Let's see... Chapter 2, we are, still need keys. As if it knows you're streaming from Twitch. Yeah, I did get lucky as far as, like, the coins are purple, and the UI is purple. It was all set to random, though. I didn't influence that or nothing. It's all set to random, but not default, basically. Okay, Chapter 1, we are all tapped. Chapter 2, we're all tapped. Chapter 3, we're all tapped. Chapter 4, we can't get into yet. Chapter 5 is done. Chapter 6, there's stuff there. Chapter 7, there's stuff there. Hell, okay. Now that I say that, it's pretty obvious we have to go into chapter 6 or 7. Chapter 6 is a little closer. So chapter 6 it is. We also do have the scarf and hat, so we can now go deeper into the last chapter, but not finish. Since we do want, if possible, to be able to do the last chapter in one go, we should probably save it until we, know for sure we can't find, like, the next item over here. I'm gonna start with this area here. We can now get across here with Parakarry. In fact, we could for a while, but we now have Parakarry, we have the fish, we have the stone that makes the water. We can basically do everything in this area before we come back. I said before I should probably start artifact. That's nice. What is that? That's this one, right? Yeah. Said before I should really start putting up a timer when I'm playing, but I forgot that I could do that this time. I'll probably set that up sometime before the next time I do a bunch more randomizers. Not for tonight, not for tomorrow, because I do think it's weird to suddenly start doing that midway or like after doing, a couple of other streams, but next year we'll definitely start putting in a timer. Again, since, no one else is gonna run the seed, it's not like I'm going for like a world record or anything, but still nice to know like what time, how long we've spent, etc. Gonna put the stone in the hole. You have an idea for a game where it's Smash, but it's turn-based, with turn-based RPG characters and mechanics. You mean like a kind of hard to say. Is it like a single-player RPG? First off, is it like a sort of a crossing of words thing, sort of like what's the call, the Kingdom Hearts, like Kingdom Hearts, but with like Nintendo stuff. Starstone! Yo, we can do Chapter 7 now. Captain Parakarry looks like he did some stuff. Yeah, he's like faded in a funny way. Multiplayer is your idea? Gotcha. So it's like, is it like a tactical game, like a grid-based game, like a Fire Emblem or an XCOM? I know, but you said it was like Ultra Boots! You said it was like, turn-based, though. So, does it have, like, the... Yeah, I was just trying to figure out what you meant by, like, Smash, or how, like, Smash. So you mean, like, Smash in that it is a competitive game, not that it is, like, full of cameos, or what have you. Okay, let's go with, Bow. I don't have her, but she's the next best to upgrade. Some really powerful attacks and all. Honestly, right now, we could just get out of here and go do Chapter 7. I have everything I need for Chapter 7. Everything I need to, like... As far as, like, things I will encounter. Things I can get. I can get everything in Chapter 7 now. Now that I have the boots. So... Really, there's no reason not to just run over there, except that I can do other things right here, right now. And it'd feel weird to leave this area half done. You could have Ness against Red. I can now go over here, and I do have the berry that lets me cash in the thing over there, so let me go do the 2 checks over here. Sounds like a good idea. Gotta fight this guy, but that's fine. Is it like a game where you're like moving around like a 2D space? Is that part of it? Or is it more just... Hey, look at that. We're done. Fuck these guys. That guy's running off. Didn't know you could have... Oh yeah, there's Magic Koopas here when you do like the fight against the final... the machine, right? So I guess that's why you can get Magic Koopas just randomly in that fight. I have it set, by the way, to like randomly change the order of like enemy engagements. You know, like enemy deployments, whatever. They can be random. That is a setting. Okay, show me what you got. That's trash. I don't want it. Thank you. Not even gonna give her the stone for that. That is just an item I would never use. Plain and simple. Turn-based, not much movement. Gotcha. How many, like, competitive RPGs are there where you're doing, like, turn-based battles against other people? I suppose, in a way, you know, that is, like, the essence of a card game, right? Of a collectible card game. Except there's more RNG, so that keeps you on your feet. You know? Not exactly dissimilar. But, I guess MMOs as well. MMOs are sort of like that. Except you do also have to run around, and I think positioning is important in those. You know, don't stand and poop and all. It's a pretty rare thing, though. I think, like, in Mega Man Battle Network, you can do multiplayer. I know that they are adding, like, online for the new one, the ports of the old one. That seems pretty cool. Pretty cool, like, just a thing to add to an old game. Just like, here, yeah, it's online now. Like, that is just surprisingly involved, you know? Like, if they put out a game that had Mega Man Soccer in it, would they make that online as well? Probably. Oh, you know what? You know what? I can't believe I just... I was talking about, like, what exactly is the most multiplayer... Is, like, the most multiplayer RPG, and the most obvious one that I could think of, it's Pokemon. Pokemon is multiplayer RPG. Would it be like Pokemon, then? Yeah, he said that. The green stuff. Would it be like Pokemon, then? Chaotic Oven? Would you be, like, collecting, like, different characters from the various franchises and, you know, giving them moves or whatnot? Might as well just Mega Bomb. Mega Bomb's a really good move. I am paying out the nose to do 8 damage, though. Which is, like, not that much. But, I'll be done in, like, three turns, so... And, yeah, there we go. We don't have to do it a third time. That's actually ideal. One more hit with Mario and it's done. Unless I miss this, haha. Nah, good. The thing about Pokemon that makes it work is that all the characters, they can be customized in so many ways that you can really build, like, different surprises, you know, and unexpected movesets, and all that factors in. As well as, like, you know, the different stats that you get from training them and leveling up and shit. In the new one, Terrestrialization, huge upgrade for that whole game. Let's see that. Why, Spike? Doesn't actually matter what you ask him. What do you got for me, man? Just a star piece, huh? No problem, man. It's cool. Alright, I think we've done everything here. And we do have access now to everything we need to get to the end of Chapter 7. So let's go do that. That'll be in the next. Usually I would think Lacuster would be like the thing I would use at the end of Chapter Chapter 7, you know? For, like, the clones and shit. I guess I'll use Bombette, though. Bombette is probably just as good. Eh. Using the NES example, imagine playing Earthbound with all the mechanics and against someone playing Pokemon with all its mechanics. So you're saying they would have, like, accurate moves to how they would have an Earthbound and Pokemon and, like, a similar type system. You would have to choose, like, okay, how does this interact? How does that interact? Like, does PK Fire count as a fire move for Pokemon? Well, what about in Earthbound where it's a lot more random? Like, what's Ness weak to? Does he have an elemental weakness? What about Link? Does Link have an elemental weakness? Seems like your Pokemon, on the Pokemon side, you know, you'd be giving yourself a whole lot of extra weaknesses for not much gain. Though you do have strengths as well, which, hey, you know, that's might help you. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Do you want to head back into town and do a little nap before we go out? Once we put in the scarf, you see, the Toad House, if we go and have a nap there, it gives us a bunch of items. Link is not an RPG character. Oh, so you're saying it would be exclusive to the RPGs like Xenoblade, like Pokemon, Earthbound. Would it be for all RPGs? What about Fire Emblem? Is Fire Emblem on the table? Fire Emblem is classified as an RPG, though it's a tactical RPG. You know, with a grid and everything. Alright, before we go off to the chapter, let's just go ahead and get some Naparoo done. And once, you know, by doing this, we'll never have to return to town again. We'll never have to return to this world again after this. Look at that. We got a badge. Fire Emblem is weird because its battles are automatic. You do choose. Hey, we just unlocked everything we need to do World 1, by the way. Look at that. Once you get to the end, you start to get them popping off, unlocking one after another. They're not quite automatic. You do, like, choose moves oftentimes, right? When you're attacking enemies. You choose, like, a spell or, like, an attack or, like, a technique. Not quite automatic. For, I guess, the characters that just have swords, it is pretty much just like, yeah, attack. That's the only move that you have. But for other characters, like the magic casters, they have, like, a bunch of options that each, like, activate at different ranges, have different damages, and have a different number of, like, amounts of times they can use them. I think the problem, anything that, like, you're gonna run into is, like, you're going just off one GBA game I played. Gotcha. I would probably. I'm more referencing like the three houses, particularly. That's what's going through my head as I make that comparison. You're gonna run into problems of like the systems. How do you prioritize like one system and another, right? Like, let's say Persona was in there. Let's say that you could play as Joker and crew, right? Would it have the system where every time you do, like, a special attack, or every time you take advantage of a weakness, they get downed, and then you can, you know, take another move? That's a really cool part of Persona. That's, you know, just rad as hell, but might be a little overpowered in the context of, like, a multiplayer thing, right? It kind of sounds like it might be a little unfun if you can just be like, yeah, here, we're gonna attack this guy, and then we're gonna use the flame, the fire shell. I attack, you know, like, oh, I knock all my enemies down because, you know, they're Pokemon. Also, by the way, fuck you. God damn it. Oh, well, you know what, actually, these guys are nearly dead. It's fine. Cooper can kill them. Also, I assume you're doing, like, a 4x... Like, you have multiple Pokemon on your side of the table. If you don't, if it's just one Pokemon, then I'd just be like, okay, I use Bufu. That knocks your Pokemon down because it's, you know, like a stone type or something. Rock type. And then, yeah, I'm just gonna do an all-out attack on you. And, that's probably gonna kill you. That wouldn't be very, very good now, would it? I feel like you have to, you know, in case of, like, times where they've done stuff like this, you know, sort of done, like, crossover games, they've had to, like, decide on, like, okay, well, we have to sort of decide on, like, one system or the other, right? I guess, in the case of, I think, didn't they do, like, a like, a Tekken versus Street Fighter or something, and they had it so that, you know, like, the Tekken fighters played mostly like Tekken, and the Street Fighter fighters played mostly like Street Fighter, or something. I guess you could do something like, okay, well, you know, the fighters on one side... Water! The fighters on one side had, like, have, like, a thing. This is gonna be a cutscene. I'm gonna... It didn't make this faster, did it? No. By the way, let me just say, right here, right now, while this cutscene is going, look at all these emotes you can have if you were to sub. Look at that. Aren't they lovely? I haven't changed them since the anniversary stream. But they're still all very, very good, and, you know, there's really no need to change them all the time. I'm pretty happy with this setup right now. Maybe we'll change it in the future. Okay, I got control back. That wasn't so bad. Miracle Water. Let's do an inventory. Let's go through the things and see, like, how many items we need for each world right now. We're about to, say, nearly 3.5 hours in. World 1, we're ready to go. We're good to go. World 2, we need 4 items. We need 2 keys, and we need 2, like, stones. World 3, we need bow, and we need 2 keys. So 3 items. World 4, we need bow, and that's it. We just need bow for that one. For World 6, we need the seed. We need 1 item for World 6. So, you know, hey, we're at like 3 items left for several of the worlds, but also several of the worlds are just 1 away. So they'll be, you know, popping up as we go. There's a fighting game where it has every single Final Fantasy game protagonist villain. I believe that. We got the blue key. That's like the most worthless item in the game. We're not going to use it because it's actually way slower than just using the red key. And it's just like a worse version of the red key. Usually you get the blue key, and through the blue key you get the red key. Like just in vanilla game. But since we're in the randomizer, we got the red key first, and yeah, that's just what we're going to use. Alright, here we go. Into the dungeon, into the palace. This is the Crystal Palace. We're going to try to do everything we can here. I say try to do. We're going to successfully do everything we can here in one go so that we don't have to come back later. We have everything we need to do that, so, you know. So, you know, that is how it's going to go. Still haven't found Lancaster. We still haven't found Bao. Those are the 2 partners we haven't found yet. And, you know, they are essential for the remaining worlds. This convenient. Starts off with red, and that's the one we want to use. If we used blue, we would have to fight that guy in the background. And it'd be a whole pain in the ass. Oh, we're not going forward yet, so Mega Quake will get rid of them all. Power Bomb. Kills them all. Perfect. I guess with the enemies that are in this world, we could just do that again and again and again. Let's just kill all these guys so that when we return and go deeper into the dungeon. Oh. You know what we were talking about how you shouldn't be restrained by what's in the game and not in the game. I'm pretty sure you can't ever fight those guys. They're Dino Rhinos. I don't know what stats they have. And I guess I never will because I'm just gonna bomb them to death and hammer them to death every time I see them. That's interesting. They've added some enemies to the game here in the randomizer. I was saying earlier, don't hold yourself back by, you know, what was and wasn't in the original game. If you want to make it better, that sounds like a fun idea. People like me will appreciate it. I can just body slam and the guy will run away. That's probably a little faster. Ah, beautiful. Back in the 1920s, they managed to implement sound and film as a separate light that reads the sound waves and puts it out into the speakers. Right, that's how they did sound originally, just like as part of the film. I think that was how they did it for ages, actually. Like, you know, if you see on like a film thing, right? There's the part at the edge where it's like a bunch of boxes. I think that's how they like encode the sound, unlike film stock, you know, like physical film. Don't quote me on that because I'm ignorant. I don't know. Way before cassette. No, I'm talking like, you know, like when you in the movie theater and you see like the way it looks, right? Unless you're saying this was like encoded as like a, well, I don't know, maybe it's not related. That is a fun fact though. And I'll tell you what, if y'all want to hit me with fun facts, you know, I'm all out of cards, so good as anything to talk about, right? Here, we're just about finished checking everything that we can get in this part of the dungeon. Damage dodge is pretty decent, especially because I have P up, D down. I think cassettes... Yeah, cassettes, cassettes were after records, right? So they had records when they had cassettes, right? The sound waves were next to images, right? Like with film. Like you know, like when you see a film and it has a roll of film and it has that characteristic, like, box part at the side, you know, where it's a bunch of, like, empty boxes. That's where the sound is encoded, I think. If you told me to point where the sound was on film, I would point at the little boxes. But I guess it is on both sides, so I don't know where about that is. Oh, great, we have to do this bit. I wonder if you could save time by, well, maybe not save time, but you could totally, like, do the bomb thing and then, you know, warp home. Except you wouldn't get to get the item. It's the second one, right? Yeah. Hey, I know my Bombette. She's purple. The other ones were too, but you know, hey. Happy heart badge. That wasn't needed. The obvious thing about a randomizer is you don't know where anything is, so you gotta check everywhere. Goes without saying, but, you know, that's why we were checking that place, even though it didn't have anything. Could have done, essentially. We already did the guys over there, so now we can go directly to the right. Thing right in this wall. Let's go. Okay. Oh yeah, my ears are a little itchy. Come on. What's over here? Nothing. Empty wall. I'm not very good at, like, dodging enemies, so that's why I tend to use the bump attack badge. Just makes it really nice and, streamlined, even if I'm not, like, getting good at dodging. Okay, now this one's a hard one. I like that Luigi look. That's a good look for Luigi. That's based on, like, a Smash palette or something. The sound data is actually a few seconds ahead of the image because of how the sound bulb comes before the image bulb. Okay, so it's like, you know, displaced, basically. Guess that's just how they threaded it, you know? That's how they had to work it. Get it to work right. That's neat. There's Bow. And look at that. That gives us access to Chapter 4. That's sick. Like I said, you know, at this point in the thing, locations, star spirits, they're just gonna start coming out at us one after another. Places we can go, things we can do. And, you know, we haven't even been in Chapter 4 yet. And Chapter 4 is huge as far as items go. There's so many places to check. So many places things could be. Honestly, like, even if we're missing, like, a bunch of items, they all could be in Chapter 4. Then again, hey, maybe, you know, you could also go to Chapter 4 last and just hope, like, okay, you know, just hope that other chapters have, you know, the stuff that we need, and then when we get to Chapter 4, we can just, like, beeline for the end, and not have to do a million checks along the way. Either way would be good. We have to go back one last time and get one last item here in this dungeon, and then we'll be fighting the boss. Which, personally, for me, I would say this boss is the most annoying boss. I always have trouble fighting him and dodging the thing. Dodging the, like, attack. Look up the latest video of Technology Connections. Oh, I know that YouTube. Yeah, I've seen a good deal of his videos. Really interesting stuff, like, you know, taking apart old devices and, like, explaining how they work in detail. That stuff is fascinating. He's very good at what he does. Shout out to Technology Connections. I watch a lot of, like, vaguely educational maybe is the wrong word. Like, YouTube that's about, like, technology or like, biology or, like, science stuff. You know, like space or physics. I find that all that stuff fascinating. You know, I don't know where I saw it, and I'm probably gonna, like, misquote it horribly. But I saw this video the other day where they were talking about, a model for understanding, like, quantum physics, right? Like quantum interactions or whatever. You know, where, you know how, do you know the double slit experiment? Basically, the double slit experiment is where they send, like, particles of light through, like, two slits. And instead of everything being, like cast like a light would, you know, or like a laser pointer, and just, like, making, like as if a shadow. Instead, it forms, like, a wave pattern, like, with lines, like, one after another, as if they were, you know, behaving as a wave rather as a particle. Action Retro tortures old Macs by giving them weird upgrades and software. I've not heard of that YouTube channel, but you know, hey, that sounds interesting. I'm sure we could all, like, name YouTube channels, and we'd go back and forth and be like, oh, I've heard of that one. They're great. Oh, I've heard of that one. They're great. Oh, I haven't heard of that one. Apparently, they're also just as big as the other ones that I do know. You know, we all have holes in understanding. Anyway, what they did is they did, like, a situation where, there's, like, a plate, right, that's, like, vibrating or something at a really fast frequency, and if they put a particle on it, it sort of tends to make waves on its own. And it's still a particle, and yet it is affected by its own waves that it's making. So that is to suggest almost that, like, maybe particles of light, they are particles, but they also have waves just like emanating out from them that they are affected by, and those behave as waves, but it is still a particle. Is an idea I saw on some science YouTube recently the other day. Again, I'm probably botching it horribly, honestly, but all that stuff is very interesting to me. He forced a Mac G3 to run a Minecraft server. Man, I don't know how impressive or whatever that is. Is that impressive? Like a Minecraft server, is that like a heavy thing? Could my computer run a Minecraft server? You can tell my computer kind of is stuttering a little bit sometimes when the audio drops out for a second with just, like, you know, N64 and OBS, so not the most advanced computer there is, but it's like a few years old. I think it's like 2016 that I got it. Yes! Okay, good. I always have trouble timing that dodge. That action command. It's a heavy thing. G3 is like late 90s. Damn, that's impressive. The stuff that's like the most impressive, or like everyone's favorite, is like as far as like making old computers run things, is Doom. Everyone does Doom, right? Did your guy do Doom as well? Action Retro? I watch a lot of SciShow. I watch a lot of, like, you know, other such programs that, like, do a lot of stuff about, like, space-time or biology, like dinosaurs, extinct animals, all that. Even ones that are, you know, still with us, you know, like there's a channel that does tier lists of animals. I think that's a fun channel. Fun idea to son of a bitch. Oh well, we got him on the ropes. He's, well, I say that, he's like got half his health back now. He'll be done in like a turn or two. He only does weird stuff to old tech, so Doom isn't weird then. I guess Doom isn't weird then. It literally originally ran on old tech. So how can running Doom on old tech be weird? Unless you're talking about a microwave. Which, by the way, don't fuck with microwaves. You know what they say is like the power source in a microwave will kill you. There are people that like hook up like the ends of a microwave battery to like wood and create like really intricate like thunderbolt like burn-in patterns where all the electricity is coursing through the wood, burning it the fuck up. But the thing is, you don't want that going through your body, or it will kill you instantly. You know, you see how it's like killing the wood? Yeah, it would do that to your body just as easily if you let it. So don't fuck with microwave batteries. Don't fuck with microwaves in general. The power supplies especially. I say batteries. They don't have batteries. That's not how they work. Chapter 1? Chapter 1, yeah, let's go do that. That one's going to be pretty fast. We've gotten everything along the way. We also finished this whole dungeon, so that's nice. We've gotten everything in this area. We'll never have to come back here, which is what we want. We'll never have to come back to the ice world again. At least, you know, in the seed. Okay. I have said before, my usual time, if I'm doing like 7-star spirits, is somewhere between 5 and 6 hours. We are coming up on 4 hours, so, you know, we'd have to be pretty fast to get it done in the next hour, but it's possible. I will say we spent like most of an hour looking for, we spent most of the last hour of like the first hour looking for boots because we started with bootless start. And that was pretty slow going, so maybe that takes it up to 6 hours on average, but hey, you know, that's fun, you know. It's fun to try out new settings and to really be given the runaround by them. I bet next time, whenever I do that next, I'll have better luck, I suppose. You remember those old flat screen TVs from the 2000s? How do you mean, like, I think my first HD TV, yeah, it was pretty large. It was pretty large for an HD TV, yeah. You know, those things, they were not flat so much as just like kind of monitor shaped, you know, like a monitor. Well, maybe that's a bad. Monitors were bigger back then too. They sort of had some girth to them behind the thing. They were only as flat as, like, say, an Xbox Series X is flat, right? Not particularly flat. But still, they were the best we had for the time. It was a while before I had an HD TV on my, you know, my Xbox situation. I had to basically wait until, you know, a hand-me-down HD TV, you know, like, you know, first my parents got one for the living room, and then they got another one, and the one in the living room went into the, you know, into the kids' video game room. I remember the first time I played Nuts and Bolts, like, that was on an SDTV, and I couldn't read the dialogue, which was kind of a problem considering how important the dialogue is to enjoying that series, that franchise. The one you have is like RGB. Right, beforehand, before they had HDMI, you just plugged in like 3 color cables. You know that? 3 cables, and that's how it worked. I'll tell ya, HDMI is much more convenient than the 3 cables thing. You know, there used to be separate cables for everything. There used to be separate cables for red, blue, green, and then another cable for, like, left audio channel, another cable for right audio channel. It's probably better to have it all in one. Though I tell you, those, like, 3 cables, they beat the shit out of the cable connection. You know, you remember that? Do you remember that, Chaotic Oven? You remember, like, used to be, there was, like, the coaxial cable, that's what it's called, coaxial cable. A fucking big thing that you had to put into the TV, and then you screwed in. It, like, had a little knob that you would screw to get it on. And it can be kind of fiddly, too, if the connection was, like, not super tight. Pretty sure, like, if you were to unscrew it, it would start getting fuzzy for some reason. Nowadays, it's all just, you know, you plug it in and that's it. But back then, there was all sorts of, like, weird mechanisms for, like, okay, you put this in and then you latch it on so that it's tight and it doesn't, like, lose signal or anything. Types of TVs you're talking about take up a lot of space and are basically like home theaters. Gotcha. I think that I think like the HDTV TVs we had, like, were that sort. You know, large and space consuming, despite being quote unquote flat. I mean, it was a new technology. It's as tall as a person? No, I've never seen that. No, mine, I think the TV I have now is probably maybe bigger than any TV I had as a kid. Or, you know, as any TV my parents have had, or just as big as the ones they have had. This is a pretty big TV. It's like 50, 60 inches, something like that. 63, I don't know. It's bigger than 55, I'll say that. My previous TV was 55. This one's slightly bigger. It's a CX. Very lovely. Very flat, too. The flatter you get, it makes it a little more awkward to, like, mount it. So, you know, I think there is a limit to, like, how flat you should go, but this is about right. Also, great picture quality as well. There we go. There's another Star Spirit in the books. We just got 4 left. Let's do inventory right now. Chapter 2, we need 4 items. Chapter 3, we need, we got Bow now, so we need 2 items. Chapter 4 is ready to go. Chapter 6, we need 1 item. So 1, 2, 3. Easy. Look at that. No, 4. 1, 2, 4. Flat as in it's a flat display. Gotcha. Is that what it was originally? It was the flat originally for, like, the shape of the screen? Not like the fact that it was thin. That makes sense because why wouldn't they call it a thin display if it was... Oh, right, and like a CRT is a little bit curved, isn't it? It's a little bit curved like the screen is. Is that why they call them flat screens? I thought it was flat screen because it was, like, didn't have the part on... It didn't have, like, the butt as well. I'm pretty sure they call them flat screens because they're, like, thin as well, right? Might also be because they're not very, like... They're flat, the screen is, as well. Whereas, like, older screens maybe were a little bit curvy. Just because of how the projector worked. I should watch more of that. It sounds like that's getting good information from Technology Connections, huh? Why didn't I go in here? What am I thinking? I'm not thinking. This is not where we're going. We're going to... The back is humongous? Yeah, okay, yeah. There were some... So were they... Did they originally call those flat screen TVs? The ones that had the enormous backs? You know, the enormous butt areas? Were those called flat screens, even though they weren't thin? I always thought flat screen implied thinness. And this isn't like me being, like, born after the era. I you know, my first TV that I got was a little, like, CRT with, like, a, VCR built in. And I used to use it all the time to, like, record, you know, the shows that I wanted to watch. Like, every night I would set it up to record Adult Swim. I would record, like, the, you know, the Saturday morning stuff. At first, when I got it, I would record, like, Saturday morning stuff, you know, like Pokemon, you know, WB Kids type shit. Eventually, as I got into, like, you know, Futurama and Adult Swim stuff, I tried to record as much Futurama as I possibly could and other Adult Swim shows so that I could rewatch or, you know, do whatever. Don't think they got anything there. Let's go. That was my first TV. I think we got it for Christmas one year. Me and my sister, we both got one. And sure as hell, I used the hell out of it. Used to have like a closet full of VHS cassettes, like blank ones. And I would set it to, you know how you set it to like the lower quality recording standard, and that would make it last. Like 8 hours per cassette, so you could record an entire night of entertainment, an entire Adult Swim on one VHS. And that was just really sick and good. Really wonderful. Definitely did that all the time back then. Did you ever have VHSs that you would record stuff to? You ever try to do the thing where the commercial starts and you hit okay, stop the recording? Did you ever do that? I tried that once. You found out 1080p was a thing since the 2000s, but just for very expensive equipment. Didn't know that. Yeah, never saw such things. That's fascinating. What even would you play in 1080p at that point? I mean, it's not like there was cable that was in HD, nor were there like VHS players that did HD. Video game consoles couldn't do HD. Not sure what the point was. Maybe for like studios? Maybe it was like industrial nature, right? Like, or like just for like there is an HD video player. Must be like for very fancy lads then. Very expensive. Firewire? Gotcha. We don't need any of that, so why don't we just... Can we like stand like on the edge and not pick this stuff up? Not quite, but close enough. I'll get rid of the Volshroom. Here was stopwatch. Don't need either of those. Another Ruins key. That takes us down to 3 that we need for Chapter 2. We'll get that item, whatever it is. It's nothing on the way back. We won't get it. We don't care. Another letter. We already have all the letters we need. Should I be careful and use Parakarry? Let's just be careful. Fuck! Should have been careful. Okay, I'm gonna be brave. There we go. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing here. Very good. It's important to check everywhere because, like I said, anything can be anywhere. And we need everything in this here run, this here playthrough, this here seed to finish. Was Firewire a Apple thing? I'm not sure who made Firewire, where that standard came from. I guess it was during the 90s. It could have been. 1080p is how 8K is to us now. Oh, that's a good metaphor because, like, yeah, nothing does 8K. Absolutely nothing does. There's no case for it. But I guess if you're like, here's the case. Here's the case. You're George Lucas. You're looking over the results from the day of shooting. You're looking over what it looks like. You're probably going like, okay, well, let me watch on the nicest TV I can do. And also, there is cinema, which already has, like, higher quality video, right? So, it's not like there isn't a higher quality video out there that you could be seeing in, like, HD. It's just, like, for movie theaters specifically, typically. So, it just wasn't out there. Unless you're literally like George Lucas, another, rich guy type who has like a abnormal interest in movies. I know that there there are like HD TVs that are not, that are CRTs. You know, there are CRTs that are HD. Ooh, another 2 more items for chapter 2. They're just very rare, you know. Very rare and like, you know, very much of a limited time where that made sense. Are we talking about like a CRT thing, or were they LCDs? These HD TVs you were talking about. I always thought if you were a CRT, you couldn't be flat screen. But maybe these were also flat. Oh, I need to go and do that. Always take a life shroom. Rid of that. You're talking plasmas? Oh, I see. That's a TV type they stopped making. Plasma screens. They were kind of the best when I moved out on my own and was out buying TVs. I bought you know, one of them fancy plasma TVs. It was only like 600 bucks. But it was like the thing everyone was recommending at the time. Like, yeah, you want a plasma TVs. You don't want a LCD thing. And they stopped making it after I got them. So, you know, I was kind of in a pickle if I ever wanted to change TVs. Until the point where, you know, 4K was the thing. In which case, you know, that's what I'm on now. Not that, you know, I can tell right now I'm only playing in 1080p. But hey, I'm sure upscaled is better than the alternative, you know. I'm sure having all these pixels, like, actually helps or something. I'll tell you, I cannot tell the difference between HD and 4K, I don't think. And, like, 4K and 8K, forget about it, man. I cannot imagine being able to see a difference between that and, you know... Don't need either of those. And such. But hey, you know, maybe in 10 years, everyone will be on 8K and they'll be... I'll say like, oh, I've got to get an 8K TV with like, 1400p is the 720p to 4K. I suppose, yeah, it's sort of like a middle ground. Mine is proper 4K, it's 4K, you know. Or at least the long side is, it's, you know. That's the weird thing about 4K, is because they wanted it to be 4K sounds like a bigger number. They used the long side rather than they used the long side rather than the tall side. 1080p is actually 1080 by like 1920, right? But 4K is actually just double that. Just double that. It's you know, 216 to 160. Except that's not as catchy, so 4K is what they call it. It's actually like 2K, yeah. If you use the same naming convention as like with 1080p, yeah, it would be like 160. 160p. That doesn't ring off the tongue. That doesn't roll off the tongue, unfortunately, so 1440, that rolls off the tongue. What would it be, 2160? That doesn't sound good. No, they made the right choice rebranding it, but you might have considered doing 2K. But then that sounds like the year that it is. You know, like 2K, you know, like there's that sports series, 2K20, right? 2K22, etc. That would sound a little bit too much like that, so... You know, there's reasons for doing the thing of, well, why not call it 2K? Reasons I just said. Because of 2K Sports, the year that it is, year 2000 and something. That would also be a little bit confusing. No, you know what, I'll say that they probably should have called HD 2K originally. Oh, but then you got the same problems as what I just said, you know, the thing about the year that it is. They probably should have called it 1080p rolls off the tongue better than you know what it is actually. If you use like the other legs, so yeah, I see why they didn't do that. 1920p doesn't sound as good. Ruins key. Ruins key. That is all the ruins keys. That's actually more than we need, but you know, I'll take it. Bonus key. We still have to find one more stone before we can finish chapter 2. But right now, we're one item away from finishing 2 additional worlds after this one. And 2 away from the last one, which is chapter 3 needs 2 more items. Chapter 3 is also currently tapped out, I think. Until we find the next key, we can't go any farther in it, so... You know, there's one place we don't have to go to until we find at least 1 more key. Maybe even 2 more keys if we're lucky. You know, in Dry Mountain, we still have to return the letters to Parakarry, so that's something we should do. That's something we should do at some point. It's 11 p.m. It's 10 p.m. where I am, yeah. Gotta go. You have a good one, Chaotic Oven. Thanks for hanging out and chatting with me. I appreciate it. I'm gonna be going a while longer. I'm gonna finish this run, and my plan is to do an additional run of Metroid Fusion. I'll be putting the VOD up of that onto YouTube eventually. I've been putting all my VODs up onto YouTube, as the chat bot, you know, Nightbot, is very helpful to frequently remind everyone. And, recommend watching some of those videos. And, you know, I turned comments off, so comments are not on. But, you know, leave a like and shit, and I'll go like, oh shit, someone liked the video. I know that people like watching it in real time, but I still get a kick every time I see a like come in on YouTube. It is still a novelty. I hope, you know, we're talking about the end of the year. It is nearly the end of the year. I hope next year the YouTube picks up a little more. You know, I've just been sort of putting my VODs there. You know, like, putting on my VODs there. Putting on a little bit of, you know, doing a thumbnail, doing a description, doing chapters. And, you know, hoping for the best. I would like to see it maybe, you know, be its own thing, I guess. And, like, have more than, have a fair number of subscribers over there, too. I know that my streams tend to go on long, and it's just me playing video games and talking and shit, but, you know. Still think they're good watches, you know. Sometimes, you know, I have to rewatch the VODs in order to, like, find a thumbnail. Find a thumbnail and do other such things. Oh, cool, we have bow, so I can do this now. Perfect. Find a thumbnail and other such things. Right, I had to get bow to get in here, so I would have never not had her here. And, you know, I find it to be, the videos to be fun to watch, you know, they're good to go through. I don't mind them. I feel like I'm getting used to my own voice a little bit, which, you know, is something that I think everyone has trouble with, you know, it's, you don't know the sound of your own voice because you hear it differently through your skull, so every time you hear it like, oh, is that what I sound like? It's like a whole thing. Is 12 the most I can do? 3 boot upgrades. Plus, 2 power pluses and a P up, D down. Yeah, that's as much as I can do without, like, some weird business. There we go. Another one bites the dust. That's a song. Let's bust this guy out. Let's boss Watt out. We already have Watt, but need an item. What's the item for me? What do you got for me? I am Mario. Bubbakus. We can just walk out. And there we go. I do wonder, like, I've been playing this randomizer. I played it, like, many times this year. I do wonder if I'll give it a break. Like a longer break. I haven't played it since the randomizer roulette, so I guess you could consider that a break, but I did feel like breaking that not playing it streak by playing it some more. Maybe I'll eventually, like, focus on other things rather than randomizers. And, eventually return to it as, like, the stock game. Play through it normal again. I'm sure I will someday, but not anytime soon, man. I'm happy to play through it this way, for this to be the way to play it. That said, with some of the other games that I've been doing randomizers of, like, it's been a while since I played... What the fuck is that badge? B down pound? I'll take it. Probably won't use it, though. Take that. I wouldn't mind playing through Fusion again. It's been a while. And that game is, very fun to play casually. Even if it's also really fun to play, like, randomized. Minish Cap, that's been ages since that as well. That game is fantastic. I do wonder with these games that are randomized, right? Like, should I have started with a run of, like, or a playthrough of that game normal style before getting heavy into the randomizer in particular? And I think the answer is, well, that's just how it worked out for Paper Mario. There's no reason why that should be the case with every randomizer you play. In fact, that would just limit the amount of randomizers you play. The games that you played on stream, which, is a subset, it's not that many of them. Do. I think what we'll do for the foreseeable future, stream-wise, schedule-wise, starting next week, and it's going to be a new schedule, and it's going to be less Mario Maker. We're going to do Friday Mario Maker streams. I think. Again, no promises. Friday Mario Maker. But that's it. That's it for now. Monday, Thursday, Persona 5 Royale. And honestly, I could see slipping in another stream in there, like on the weekend. I don't usually do weekend streams, but Persona 5 Royale, though, man, it's gonna be hard to not play that for like from Thursday to Monday. Actually, I wouldn't mind doing more of that. And I'm sure like after we finish Persona 5, the schedule will probably go back to how it was before, but all these things change in time. Wasn't so long ago that the schedule was Tuesday, Thursday, and that's it. And now I don't do a Tuesday stream, and the Thursday stream is, not Mario Maker. Originally it was a Mario Maker stream on Thursdays. It was Mario Maker Monday. It was Mario Maker Tuesday, Thursday. Then it was Monday, Thursday. And it was Monday, Friday, with Thursday being a variety day. You know, we all... schedules change and they flex and all that. And, yeah. We do whatever makes sense at the time. That's that. Honestly, I could see just doing all Persona 5 Royale. I love that game. You know, and maybe just having the off game be... depends, you know? Could be variety. Still, I kind of like the idea of, like, Monday, Thursday, and then Friday for Mario. The only thing I'd worry about is, like, yeah, I do kind of go long on Persona because it is a long game, and we want to get through the dungeons, and probably also want to do some social link stuff. To get a little bit of everything into each stream is gonna maybe get increasingly difficult, especially as, like, you know, I stop being on vacation. Vacation is part of why 7-hour streams are, like, you know, more doable than they otherwise would be. It's part of it, you know? All right. We can go to Chapter 2. Chapter 3 is still locked out. Chapter 6... yeah, I think we want to go to Chapter 2 now. Chapter 2 is going to be the next... place to go. We still haven't found Lancaster. Oh, you know what? Fuck, I said that there was one thing left for chapter 6. I left off Lancaster. I didn't realize we actually do need Lancaster as well. So, again, inventory time. Chapter 2. We just need one spiritual stone. Is it a spiritual stone? We just need one of those pyramid keys. The diamond stone. For chapter 3, we need 2 green keys, the castle keys. For chapter 6, we need Lancaster, and we need the seed. So that's 2 items. Coming down to it, folks. Coming down to it, folks. Not that much more to find, and once we find everything, we're just mainlining. We've gotten, like, all the badges I would want as well, so that's nice. Actually, that's not true. We haven't found Spike Shield, have we? Usually I like to have... I don't have Spike Shield, right? I have Ice Power. That's not particularly helpful, since I'm past the place where fire enemies are. This is all we have to do here, by the way. I have to turn in these letters and see what happens. Triple dip. I guess I didn't have that badge. Okay, let's... oh, I could get those star pieces for free, but nah. Not worth it. Not worth it. With anime season now coming to a close and the year coming to a close, I suppose after New Year, there'll be a bunch of new anime shows to look forward to check out, to try out. I'll say I'm really looking forward to that. I love every season just looking at the new shows, seeing what's good, and invariably finding a few that rule. Sometimes even more than a few, like, geez. Like, this season's been pretty hot as far as, like, killer shows. Summer was really hot for killer shows. Spring was a little bit more mid in retrospect. There were only, like, 4 killer shows. 4 killer shows that made my S tier that season, but, you know, hey. Sorry, did I say spring? Yeah, last spring was the strong one. Last winter was the weak, was kind of mid. Spring was the strong one, not summer. I get confused because, you know, the spring season starts in like March and ends like, I guess it literally does end like as summer is starting, so it's not that confusing. I was just confused is all. Hey, I got this for you. I also had to turn on the artifact, so it's just as well. A volcano vase! Man! I'm just gonna give this to you again in like 10 minutes, dude. Come on. He literally gave me something that he wants. I'll trade you an artifact for an artifact. Okay, I'll give you the artifact later and you'll give me something else. Thanks. Weirdo. That is a weird thing to do. Literally, he is the turning point for that vase. So, you know, he had it the whole time, is what we're learning. Alrighty then. So, we can't finish this yet, but maybe we can find something that will let us do something new. There's an item in this room from killing these guys, so we're just gonna do that right quick as well. My nails are getting a little bit long right now. I don't like when I like rub my fingers like this against my nails. I don't like when I can feel them. You know, like feel like the ridges of them, the sharp edge, the scratching part. I feel like that is just too long. You know, I like them to be sort of like recessed. Unless I'm trying to actively scratch with them, I don't want them to be like felt. You know. That's probably like kind of how like a lot of, you know, guys feel about nails. I bet. Not really that partial. It's important here that we get the other item that's in this room. There's 2 items in this room. The chest and the not so obvious, like, secret item. I don't think I really knew about this one until I played the randomizer. There's a lot of stuff, little stuff like that. Oh shit, you know what? We have the hammer, so... Also, we could just literally go like this. It's a coin! But also, we need to get up there so we can drop down. So, even just, you know... Just knowing that shortcut there isn't good enough. That said, if you were getting here at the end of the randomizer and you had, like, one thing left... You should probably go through there because, you know... What if you don't need to actually get this one? And, you know, sure enough, we didn't, but we couldn't have known that. A nice trick for this is, well, first off, you don't actually need to go in this room. You know, the reason you would do this normally would be to see this combination. But a good thing about the randomizer, you don't even have to remember the thing. Just look. They go from Pyramid Stone, Diamond Stone, Lunar Stone on the tracker. That's the order they need to go in. So it's pretty much, you know, solves itself if you just look at the tracker for doing it. This could be unnecessary or it could be necessary. It's unnecessary. Cool. Again, couldn't know before we did it, right? And since we have the item anyway, might as well check. That way, we'll never have to return here ever again. And we'll just confirm that everything we need is somewhere else. Everyone has upgraded except for Parakarry. I know where one of the things is. It's in Toad Town. And the other one... where is that? That's jack shit. Where's the other one? Where's the last of the blocks? Of the upgrade blocks? What am I doing? That's not the order. They go like this. Pyramid, lunar. Look at the fucking thing. I just said it was just on the left. Well, shit. That's all we can do right here for right now. So I think now we have to return to chapter 6, I guess. We're kind of we're locked out as far as like chapter 3 goes. We can't go any further there. We got a record, so that's something we can do in chapter 3. Actually, so there's one thing we can do in chapter 3. We've done everything over here. Done everything over here. Can't go over there. And here we've done everything over here. Am I missing something, or have we done everything that's available right this instant? Well, we haven't done everything. There's still the record. We can turn in the record. Where am I going? This is not the way. This is the way. There's another block down there. There's a block that requires the boots to get that I think I might have not gotten earlier. I think that's... There's also the Yoshis, finishing the Yoshi quest. We couldn't do that earlier because we didn't have watts. Okay, so I've just thought of 3 things that I haven't done yet. There's one of them. It's nothing. Here's number 2. Number 2 is a Yoshi quest over here. There's a Yoshi who's in the darkness. You know, like democracy, the Yoshi is dying in darkness. Another difference between liberals and leftists is that I think that liberals look at the catchphrase, democracy dies in darkness, and think, oh, how noble. Whereas a leftist looks at that and goes, well, that's a crock of shit. You know, basically there's a lot more cynicism of like, oh, y'all are owned by, like, a very, very rich man. Y'all are full of bullshit. Now you can see the hypocrisy, you know, frequently is on display over there. You know, what are you gonna do, man? Owned by a famous rich guy. The other thing is that there's one more thing that could be it, which is that there is a red berry that's on offer that's available. Should we get to 40 star pieces? That would be pretty annoying if that was it, though, because you know we do have to find that many before we can do it. It does have an option. This randomizer. It does have an option to make the star piece prices cheap. I decided to make them expensive. Maybe I shouldn't have done because it's just kind of seems like it might be just a monotonous effort at the end of the run. Just like, oh, I'm just gonna grind up some star spirits, some star pieces by like talking to some motherfucker repeatedly. You know, all it comes down to is just like going up to a guy and saying like, hey, what's up? Here's your star piece, and then leaving the room and coming back. Hey, here's your star piece, rinse, repeat. not that interesting. Honestly, I kind of liked it better when the star pieces were just like, oh, you went and you checked it at the first, and you know, it was probably like, oh, 5 star pieces for the thing that you want. That was a little bit more convenient. Also, I can... Oh, yeah, I'll have to go to the village elder before I can talk to him, but... Colorado will also have something for me. There's one more check that I can do right now. Power jump, that's nothing. Ugh. Sometimes I cough and I feel lightheaded a little bit after. Ugh. Cough or sneeze or something. Suppose that's just, you know, not breathing for you. What do you got? Letter. Nothing. Oh, this is still a check, I guess. But it's nothing. Nothing there. Okay, well, that was all that. I guess it's gotta be the record. Let me look over these things and make sure I'm not forgetting anything that I can turn in right now. I turned in the lyrics, I turned in the melody. I turned in the artifact, the weight becomes useless after you know, go downstairs once. I mean, I can open this door from this end, I guess, and that's something, but I can already go down there with so long as I have the boots. So you don't really need the weight. So long as you have the bomb. You need the bomb as well. You need bombettes. Check this record. With the amount of places I've checked and the amount of places I looked, it kind of seems like the amount of places that are like left to look does kind of seem like as soon as I find whatever it is, that'll probably lead to the next thing that I need to find. Oh, by the way, dojo isn't included, panels aren't included, so I don't need to check any of those places. Koopa Koot is not included. Diamond Stone, there we go. There we go. There we go. Ooh, finally. You know, right now, each of the worlds is going to be rather simple to go through. Right? Like, pretty much everything is done in the areas we're going to. You know what? Just in case, I'm just gonna get a star piece here. I hope that it doesn't come down to him. Oh, also it could be in the store, so... You know, we'll come back after clearing the dungeon, and we'll see if there's any more items that could be there, that could be what we need. Basically how it works is that every time you clear a dungeon, every time you get a Star Spirit, that increases the selection at the store, adds more things to that guy. Also, if you're wondering how I'm telling him to, like, show me the new thing, that's a quality of life thing they added in the randomizer. It'd be hard to do this without that. You know, this as in the randomizer. I wonder if there are people who, like, find the ruins and then for some reason return home and then can't find the ruins again. I bet you it's not, you know, people probably... You gotta trust people, right? And I feel like it's simple enough to go like, okay, it was on the top, right? So Just go to the top and then go left until you find it. It's easy. I wonder if there are people who got lost and just couldn't find it again. Didn't know, like, the easy trick to it, you know? I mean, I'd say it seems obvious, but maybe that's just me having played this game dozens of times, you know? I think it looks obvious to be like... Let me do a thing. Let me reset the audio real fast. Can't hear me. The audio got weird after it came back, huh? A little bit weird. Just a little bit weird. Oh well. Back to normal now. Earlier, it got way out of sync somehow, and I figured that maybe it got out of sync a little bit again. I think like every time the audio sort of like sort of gorks up a little bit, you know, sort of like gets all hinky. It gets all weird. That's it, like falling behind like by a matter of milliseconds, and eventually that adds up to being significantly behind, noticeably behind, and you don't want that, right? I should also consider, you know, playing it with like random enemy difficulty, but I kind of like the just, you know, knowing the amount of damage that it takes to kill any given enemy. And knowing while I'm in the easy areas, the enemies are also easy. The thing about this randomizer is I played it many times, off stream and on. Like I said, randomizers are great as podcast games. Games to listen to while you're listening to podcasts. And these are just the settings I've arrived on. I've messed with all the settings that are available, you know, at least a lot of them, before. I know what I like. Go ahead and tap that guy. There we go. I should be careful not to knee the microphone. The microphone is on an arm that comes out from the underside of my end table here. That's how it's sort of propped up, which is very nice and convenient for my purposes. For the first like 6, 7, 8 months of streaming that I did, I had just a regular ass headset microphone, and eventually I got a couple of Blue Yetis, and you know, replaced both the desk and the mic, the desk mic and the couch mic. I say replaced. I introduced a desk and a couch mic that were separate and stationary. They could stand to be a little closer, but you know, this arm, it only has so much flexibility. It can't actually get that close to me. You know, it can't actually like be right here. If it could like rotate a little bit, like tilt it towards me a little bit, that would certainly be helpful, but it is what it is. Now then, now that I have done that, you might be wondering, like, are we fucked again? First off, the shop did update. Second off, there is one new item in the desert that appears once you clear the dungeon, which is kind of funny, but you know, it is how it works. This one is not an intuitive one. If you haven't played the randomizer, you probably, you know, maybe don't even know this exists. Why would you? And I'll say, like, I don't even know, like, what it is defaults. You know, what it is in the original game, but you come over to here where the tent is, you hit the tree, coin. Or something. It's something in the original game. Give me an inventory. 2 keys left in chapter 3. In chapter 6, we need Parakarry. We need Lacuster, and we need the seed. Let's see what he has on offer now. Any additional stuff? I am worried we're just gonna have to get the red berry. And we need 40 star pieces to make that happen. Give me these. Okay, I am officially worried that we might have to, yeah, get the red berry. We might have to get the red berry. That I know of. The other red berry, maybe it's in Bowser's Castle or Peach's Castle or something. In which case, it's going to be inaccessible to us. Okay, shit. I think we need 15 more. Let's do it. 1. 2. Man, I can't imagine being setting that, like... Oh no. I guess there's a limited amount you can get in each area. Okay, okay. Also, I did set it to I Spy off because, I don't know, I don't usually need that many of them. We're on 2. Crap. Back to the Ice Town? Back to the Ice Town. Sure, that'll be a couple more there. I'm assuming that it's like a per cap on like how many you can get per area, and not like, oh, you tapped them out. You want more star pieces, you're gonna have to find panels and shit. Or do side quests. You know, in the future, I don't really like this as like a thing to do. I'll probably set them to be cheap. That's you know, that's how it is. You gotta try out the settings. 3. You try out the settings, and you know, if you like them, you go with them in the future. If you don't like them, you do something else in the future. 4. Son of a bitch. 5. And the only way you can really tell if you like a setting or not is pretty plain and simple. It's by playtesting. It's by testing, playing it out and seeing like, oh, this works well. Or playing it out and going, ah, this doesn't work well. Once you find out whether it works well or not, you remember that. And you just do, you know, the thing that you like every time from then on. Unless you're in the mood to mix it up. I suppose. What we got? We need 10 more. 6, 7. He's over here in this one. 8. Only one piece there. Suppose it is still somewhat random then. Maybe he'll return to the other areas when I return to them. It's just a bad luck that he's not, like, hanging out to give additional doodads here. 7 more. Do we count down instead of up? Let's count down instead of up. So we're at 7. 6 left. 6 left. 5 left. There's a star piece over here I can get real fast. 4. Of course, if this wasn't a key item that I could get in 2 places, I would have known immediately, like, oh, it's all the star pieces are going to be required. But since you could get it in 2 places, it was possible for this one to not be, strictly speaking, required. But, you know, it was, so there you go. Lips are so chapped right now, sorry. 3 left. Did I get all the star pieces out of the store if there were any? No, I didn't. 2 left. Leave and come back here. And that should do it. It's not here. I wonder if there's a limit of 2 per area that you can get, or if that's just some other factor. I've really never actually tried to tap that guy for all that he's worth before. So, you know, that's why I'm a little confused by the nature of him. Like, whether he shows up. He didn't even show up this time. Are we all out of stuff we can get from him? This one didn't have any. I remember this one being a very vanilla shop. Yeah. Well, fuck. There are, of course, some panels that we can flip. Like, there is one that's in the star where we turn in the star pieces even, so that one would be easy enough. There's one that's, like, near the warp point, so why don't we warp home? Go left and go get that. And then we'll go right. One left. I don't know if it's faster to run back or to just warp back, but running is pretty fast here, so why not? The warping does take a little second at the start. It does take a second on either end. Oh, you know what? There's totally 2 star pieces we probably could have gotten on the way to this. There's one like, yeah, and I haven't gotten it, so... There's also one around back of the star shard place. Alright, that was a little bit of a diversion. I could also pay her and ask her, like, hey, where's the key items? But so long as I see a path forward, I don't want to do that. Oh, wait, I'm a dingus. I forgot. I already exchanged 10 of them, so I only need 5. Derp. Oh, well. Give me an item pouch. Fuck it, just give me a coin for 20 of them. Wait, let me see. Oh, it's 50. Okay, shit. Well, I miscounted, but also I brought exactly what I needed. Okay, shit. Yeah, I'm setting it to be cheap star piece exchange rate. I know that sort of devalues the star pieces, but fuck, man. That is a huge. I don't think that's a particularly fun thing with these settings, right? Maybe if the panels were randomized, and maybe if like that quizmaster wasn't like the key way of getting the things, but like, yeah, man. Just like running around getting the panels as you go. Where does that become fun? Well, it's fun enough on its own just running around, but you know what I mean, right? Like, it doesn't really like add anything to have to get up to 50 star pieces. Like, they're not random. They're just sort of a chore. Yeah, definitely we'll disable that in the future. But it was good to try it, hey, and it was fun to actually like be hit by it once. You know, now we know like what sort of impact it can have. Quite the impact on the playthrough, it turns out. Here there's not that many places to check, so spike shield. Hell yeah. That was the last badge that I really wanted. How much is it? It's 2. Look at that. I have everything I wanted to have equipped. Ain't that convenient. 2 items here. Letter. Bubkiss. What? Oh, fuck me. What? What? That's a weird looking panel, that one right there. That's a little too obvious. Kind of looks wrong. I guess the idea is that, by the way, the panels being very visible, that's a quality of life thing that the randomizer adds. Let me look at the... Okay, so I... Question mark, coinsanity, this. Give doll to Goombaria. Oh, I didn't do that. I need to go do the doll. You know what? That might be it. Also, what is tree? Oh, you hit the tree. I think I did hit the tree, yeah. Doll. We need to give the doll to Goombaria. Is there anything else? Let me just look at the side here. Dictionary. Done that. Nothing else is like waiting to be turned in. Fuck. Okay, let me look again. Goombario, Goompa, the veranda, the tree. I did hit the tree, right? Yeah, I hit the tree. Item on ledge outside village. Yeah, went there. Yeah. Definitely did that. Far right tree did that. Toad Town. Chest on gate. Yes. Talk to Kaiman and do this. Yep, did both of those. Items in the shop. Give dictionary item at sushi panel. Yeah, I checked that. Yeah, that's nothing. I looked. Alright, more items after clearing X chapters. Yeah, I looked. Tree by Merlin's house. Give calculator to Rolf. Nail bag, ground pound. Yes. Bulbulg. Frying pan, blue house. Shop. Storeroom. Yes. And that is done as well. Left of exit. The shop rewards. Yes. The tunnels. I think I went down there, yeah. Seesaw. Power smash. I think I went down there. We went down and we got all the elevators, the upgrades down there. We did that business. Ultra boots. Spike block. Yeah, we got that one. We did that business. We did all those blocks. We did Chep Rito. Okay, that's done. As far as I know, we did everything over there on the way. Super item behind a small fence. Yeah. Oh, did I do the fucking brick break block? Don't think I did. Oh, shit. That might be it. It's been so long since I did the randomizer, I forgot about that puzzle where you do like left, right, middle over here. It's not much of a puzzle, I guess, because, you know, if it was a puzzle, it would have a hint. You know, some sort of clue. It's just more... That's more of an Easter egg. It's not that. Coinsanity. Yeah, I got those. Got that. I'm sure I got that. Yes. 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 I'm gonna continue to look at the map. Try to see things that I'm not thinking about. We did the fireball room, we did the jail cells, we did the cannon room, we did all that business. Mount Rugged, we did everything there. We did Bush, 3 letters, we did Wacka, we did the slide. Or we saw the slide at least. We did all that business. Did we did the chest and the... I hope we did the chest. Now that I think about it, I can't remember if we actually opened the chest. Or if we just, like, get the items that were on the ledge. That might be it. That might be it. Okay, tell you what. We're gonna check that area. And then I'm gonna get some hints from the hint person. And, you know... Unfortunately, I cannot say for sure if these hints will be helpful. It could be that these hints will be profoundly unhelpful. They might say, like, I see a letter. It's in Peach's castle. But, or they might say, I see a letter. It's in a part of the game you can't go to. In which case, we'll say that and go like, God damn it. What the hell? We'll have wasted our money. But, you know, it is what it is. I hope that they eventually change that so that you can't get stuff that is literally useless, like letters, when you're looking for a key item. Look, 3 letters is useful, but after the 3rd area, 3rd letter, it's not really a key item anymore, is it? to make sure that this bush is good and gone and checked. Yeah, nothing there. With this tracker, you can totally play it so that you're, like, checking things off as you go. I tend to be just, when I play Paper Mario Randomizer at least, I tend to be pretty cavalier, and then I'm just going off memory and like, such. By the way, speaking of remembering things, I picked up the damage dodge, didn't I? How much is it? That's 1. Okay, let me find something to unequip and put it on. Take out hammer throw. That's not really that useful now that I can jump. Defend plus. And I don't need deep focus either. Get D down pound. That's probably good. I mean, it's not as good as D down jump, but whatever. Sure, I'll put on those 2 as well. That's all I need to equip for the rest of the game. After we check this, we'll work back and we'll just do we'll go to the fortune teller. It's always, you know, if you get to this point and you're just like drawing a blank of where you can go next, it's always kind of a bummer because, you know, that basically what that means is you've checked everywhere you can think of. In other words, you've checked everywhere. You know, like, literally the last places you could have looked. I did get this, okay, good. Well, not good, but I wasn't that forgetful. I was worried, I was legitimately worried it could have been there. We went in here, of course, earlier. Well, what am I... At this point, I just, like, rechecking everything. It's not just gonna be, like, in some random room we didn't check. Maybe it's in the store. Let's just double check here. Okay, seriously, though. If you have it, if you end up having the key item, I'm gonna be pissed because I checked you, like, a bunch of times after getting the last Star Spirits. I'm gonna be very annoyed. I don't think he has it. Okay, let's go buy some things. It might be just like a random bush or something that we're not thinking about in chapter, you know, in chapter 6. Did I do the well? I did do the well, right? Let me check the key items real fast. Yeah, I don't have the blue dealy-do anymore. Key item, please. Fuck you! Always with the letters. Bean! Okay, we need this. Okay, that's after the key. That's a room we can't get to, but... You know what? It just occurred to me. You know what just occurred to me, actually? We can now get to the room. There's a room in Tubba Blubba's castle where you need to use Bow to get through. We didn't have Bow last time we were there, so we couldn't do it. Now we have Bow. Maybe that room has a Tubba Blubba key that will get us to the next thing. And obviously, like, the next item that is in that... The next item that we need is in that area as well, so, you know, that would get us to the bean. I guess now we know that, like, beating chapter... That, like, getting up the Tubba Blubba will not give us the... Give us, like... Well, it could, actually. It could give us one of the two. It could be we have to go here, and then go there, and then come back here, little bit of a, running about, but hey, that's the game, that's the randomizer. I swear, sometimes when I do the randomizer, it's like you get the bad luck and it's like, oh, I've literally checked every single thing. I'm going to the end game, literally having every item that I could possibly have. Essential or otherwise. And that's always just like, oh, that's unfortunate, but, it is what it is. That's a fake, by the way, don't worry about that. You can tell it's a fake because I already have it. I already beat that world, that chapter. Is there something behind there? It's purple, so that might just be a coin. Yes, just a coin. Still good to check. Because that is an item place. It could be something. Just so happens that it's not. Alright, now with Bow, we can actually do this level. Nothing over there, so no point in going back down. Did I get the stuff that was in the room below this? I guess it's worth checking after we get to the maximum extent we can do here. Coin. Well, shit. There's a letter, at least, hey, picking up every letter we see, that's one less thing for her to find us. Yeah, I've absolutely done this. Done all of this. Shit. Okay. Homeward shroom away. It's not here. Where the fuck are... I swear I think of a thing that I didn't get earlier for perfectly good reasons. I look, it's not it. That's, I suppose, just, that's, how it's gonna be sometimes. The biggest thing I could get right now, as far as, like, opening up additional checks, would be, well, actually, how many things do we actually need? We need a bean, and we need Lacuster. We need a bean, Lacuster, and 2 keys. We know that the key opens up 1 key item, so it'll let us get the bean. And the bean will let us do... The bean plus Lacuster will let us do... What am I doing? Wrong place. Will let us do, additional stuff. We'll open up, like, 1 or 2 more items at the top of the beanstalk. Fuck you and fuck your letters. Wait a minute. I'm just realizing. Did I not go left at the start of the game? Of the toy box? Oh my god. You know what? Because I had access to the train from the start, I think I just went right the first time and cleared out that area and didn't actually go left. There's a whole fucking room in Sky Guy's toy box we didn't see. Oh my god, that's gonna be it, isn't it? And if you're wondering what happened there as far as, like, the hint, it was for a letter, but it was talked about an area I had already been, so, that very much tells me that something's wrong. And I think here, I didn't go right, or it didn't go left. I absolutely would have gotten this earlier had I known. had I, you know, gone in the right direction. He likes a lime. Does he like a lemon candy? He likes a lemon candy. I don't got that. I just got a lime candy. Yeah, this area has a lot of little guys in it too, so I'm betting we'll see. There it is. Oh, I feel silly now. This is my error. It's always something stupid like that, like, oh my god, I forgot to look. There's Lancaster, too. We don't need feeling fine. Wow, I feel silly. I feel silly for, like, neglecting to look at those areas. That probably cost us, like, a half hour. That's what I get for trying to just remember everything that I've gone, you know, over the course of a 5 to 6 hour run. I will say we're about 5 minutes, 5 hours. Let's see what the clock says. A little under 5 hours according to the clock. A little over 5 hours according to my stream time. So I think I'm on a good pace here, honestly, despite the issues. You know, what I would say is that we're probably like on track to finish around 6 hours, which is, you know, the high end of my estimates, and that is not accounting even for like the time spent at the start. Before we go to that area, there's a whole area we can get to as Lancaster, with Lancaster, I should say. You know, now that we have him, that we should go to, because that's going to have a hell of a lot of checks. Though I do know that the bean that we need for Chapter 6, I know where that is now. I know that we won't be able to just go directly to Chapter 3 and just leave with the thing, so better to go here in case there's a key for Chapter 3 here. And that ends up being essential. Well, it is essential, you know, if it ends up being here, I mean. Nope. There's not that many places for it to be in the next chapter, so in the places that will unlock with the items we're about to get. The items we just got, so oh, it would be really handy if it was in this chest right here. Nope. Okay. Now we go to Chapter 3. Now it's Chapter 3 time. And wish I could say that we're gonna finish it, but pretty sure that it's literally impossible to finish it with what we got. You know, there's no... wrong way. There we go. This way. What we got, all we can do is go down to Chapter 3. And we can cash in one key and get one item. That item is going to be, because we already did some hints, that item is going to be the bean. And that's going to let us finish Chapter 6. And, well, in Chapter 6, we better hope to hell that the one item that's on the top of the beanstalk is the last of the keys, because otherwise I don't know where the fuck. Well, presumably there's not that many more items left in the game, so probably when we go back to the fortune teller, she'll tell us, like, okay, yeah, there's... I don't know where it'd be. In Flower Fields, there's a thing that you missed. Something like that. Oh, also there's the whole area in Flower Fields where turning off the machine. We haven't been there yet either, so there's, I think, an item or two over there. You know what? I bet that's where it's gonna end up being. Okay, so it's not just one place over there that we haven't looked. There's like a handful. That said, we will need probably the key, but not definitely. We'll need to cash in the key to get the bean, to get the thing, and then, you know, hey. ABC, right? Okay. Lancaster, shut. Come on, dude. Are you laughing? His mouth is flapping. Yeah, I'll just use this smart thing. Okay, this time we won't get caught. Jeez. Before doing this stream, had to do some work to get the setup back to normal. Because the last time I used it was the randomizer roulette, so it was all set up with like, you know, extra life colors and like an extra life banner as well, which I guess I removed at some point because it's no longer a thing. But once all that was gone, oh, I guess there is one other place it could have been in this room. Man, imagine if we had gotten lucky. Well, not that lucky, but imagine if the key had been there. We could have finished this chapter in one go. That would be the most efficient thing. Ah, well, you know, what are you gonna do? Randomizers be random. You know, it's, normal. Okay, here's the bean. And you can see now, Clevar is ready to go. We can go get Clevar. Who's, you know, the Star Spirit, not like we can... We're not getting clever with this. I guess we're probably at, like, the 1 hour point, really. It does take... Well, maybe a little bit more than the 1 hour point. It does take me, like, 10 minutes to actually start the stream. You know, from a getting ready standpoint, because every time I start the stream, I take 10 minutes to like post to Discords and to Twitter and such to let everyone know that it's live. It also takes a minute to like you know, go through the stuff up top, which this year or this stream included my Game of the Year list, which, you know, that's a whole thing. It takes a bit to go through. Yesterday, I mentioned I went shopping the other day, yesterday. I got a bunch of spaghetti. Got a bunch of spaghetti. You know, things of spaghetti, right? Gonna have to make it one of these days. I also got some... I got more than usual. Usually I get like one box of spaghetti. And, you know, some... Here's a place it could be. It could be here, it could be there. No, I guess actually it can't be there. Oh, also, there's the second to last upgrade block. That makes sense. The last one's in a sushi place in Toad Town. We could absolutely get it in like a minute. If we so chose. Got enough spaghetti where I'm gonna have to fill up like my Tupperwares that I have, and also like the like bigger Tupperware that I have. It's gonna be a whole thing. I love spaghetti. Spaghetti is just a perfect go-to meal. It's filling. It's you know, well, it's high on calories, of course, but you know, you have some sausage in there as well. It is like a good 1-2 punch. I'm Mario, fight me. I'm Mario, fight me. These guys now noticed I'm Mario, and now they're gonna fight me. You know what? Now I have so many Star Spirits, I can do a Star Storm. Look at that, Star Storm. Early in the game, Star Storm was not an option. You know what would be good? Yeah, like a hammer attack that hit everyone. I guess maybe it would make Star Storm a little irrelevant if that was an option. you know, Mario otherwise cannot hit all enemies on all parts of the screen. I guess that makes sense. It's all balanced, man. I have Spike Shield, right? Yes. Beautiful. Though his partners do, so, you know, you'll just have to rely on partners for that. Or you use like a multi-bounce. Multi-bounce is also an option. Machine's down. Oh. Oh, you know what? I probably could have posted to the Paper Mario Randomizer Discord. I forgot about that. Forgot about that while I was starting up. That probably maybe some folks from there would like to have come by and watched. Oh well. It's fine. Maybe when I switch over to I'm still planning on switching over to Metroid Fusion despite the hour. Despite the time it took. I'm still thinking, yeah, let's do that. I like double features, you know? I like to do one thing and then another thing in a stream. To do two things at once in one stream, it makes me feel good. It feels accomplished. We need to talk to this guy and say, like, hey, what's up? Yes. First we put the soil, then we put the bean, then we put the water. That's how growing things go. Been playing more Marvel Snap, been having a hell of a time with it. I've changed up my... I mentioned earlier I showed my Game of the Year list, showed the Holo for Zolo winning my favorite deck of the year. I have changed a bit recently to basically be more flexible. Oh, I could show it, but actually, you know, that doesn't work, does it? Yeah, that's not gonna be visible. Daredevil, Scorpion. Here's the deck, Holo for Zola. Daredevil, Scorpion. Those two, it doesn't really matter when I play them. I'm winning off my combo, so playing those guys early either gives me more information about the enemy's turn 5, or it is just really annoying for the enemy to deal with. Maybe I hit something that, you know, gets a little weaker as a result, and that's fun. You know, whether or not that hits, that's fine. Then I have a bunch of cards that are just there to be like little disruptful things I can do on turn 3. So I have a Green Goblin, I have a Storm, I have a Killmonger. Storm is there so I can get rid of any areas, any regions, any locations. They're called locations in Marvel Snap. Locations that are, like, unhelpful to me. So, like, if one is like, oh, on turn 5, all cards are gonna cost 1 more. I don't want that. I want to get rid of that. I almost half don't believe that that wasn't a major item. Let me go up. Yeah, that's not a green key, I can tell you that. That's definitely a coconut. Damn it. Thank you for the follow. Jeez, the name is so long. Starfy Kirby and Hamtaro fan. Oh, okay. There we go. The name was so long, it was obscured by my volume mixer in my stream view. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let me read out the rest of my Holo for Zola deck and explain in Marvel Snap what I do with each card. So those guys, Storm is just there to get rid of any location. Just call you Hamtaro, you got it. Storm is there to get rid of any location that, like, fucks up my game plan. And Killmonger is there to get rid of 1-drops that are spawned by any locations. Or maybe like debris, for instance. I want to use those on turn 3, ideally. Then I have my combo cards. On turn 4, I want to play Shuri or Wong. Shuri will double my next card's attack. And Wong, if I'm playing Black Panther, will do the same. Or he'll do something else that'll be good, depending. On 5 drops, I have Black Panther, Gamora, and Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus is really good if I double it. You know, basically it's 20, and also it can be really disruptive. Gamora is also pretty good when doubled, and Black Panther is the best when doubled. Ends up as a 16 damage guy. Then, and also Wong sort of has the same effect. Black Panther, by the way, is a card that is like a 4 power card, 5 cost, doubles every time it's like on reveal effect goes off. I also have a Taskmaster, which is my alternate turn 6 play. On turn 6, I play Zola, which copies the Black Panther or whatever that I played on a lane on its own, and that gets copied over to the other 2 lanes. And also, because it appears, it doubles in damage, so it becomes like a 32 power one if I got all the other elements of my combo off in both lanes, and that usually is enough to win the game. I also have Taskmaster, which can copy the damage of the Black Panther, which is almost as good as a turn 6 play as Arnim Zola, though it's not quite as good. I have been thinking recently, maybe I should drop the Green Goblin. Maybe drop the Green Goblin. What if I drop the Green Goblin and put in like another annoying card in the low end? Or another like 5-drop that is like a win condition for me. Maybe something like that would make sense. Maybe like a 1-drop, like a... If I put in Iceman, that'd be really good. Hamtaro has the question. If you took over Neuralink from Elon Musk and you implanted the whole world with your brain chip, what would you do with your new world order? Man, everyone would be dead if that happened. Everyone would be fucking dead. I guess I would... Man, I don't know. I'd be very sad. I'd be all alone. There'd be no one to watch my streams anymore. And, I would probably be very hungry once I ran out of food. Well, maybe I wouldn't be that hungry. I mean, there is food around, right? There's totally food around. I would just have to go to, like, supermarkets and around the world. I would just have to keep traveling and just keep, like, stealing fuel and stuff. Well, not stealing, but... I could definitely travel, you know. I could definitely, like, continue, like, going through around the country, going into the targets, because, you know, everyone would be dead, mind you. Everyone would be dead. So... I would just, like, keep, like, eating, you know, I guess, like, preserved foods. That would be, like, it'd be like a zombie apocalypse situation, except that, you'd be able to travel pretty easily. Non-perishable foods, that would be the key to survival. You couldn't really stay in one place forever, I don't think. Which is kind of a shame, because I like staying in one place forever. You know? I guess I would move into... If I could stay in one place forever, I would move into a very big house. But again, everyone would be dead, so... Fat chance of that, right? Like, good luck. Neuralink, by the way, I say it would be... Probably everyone would be dead, just because, you know... Neuralink so far seems to have mostly just killed a bunch of monkeys. So... Not exactly a super promising product, I'll say. Thank you for the question, though. That's a very funny question. 8 damage. Can I do 8 damage this turn? Oh, I think I can. I think I can. I have quick change, so bow goes in. Jeez. And fan smack, and there we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, we just have to get one more Star Spirit after this one, which... I'll say, fuck, I don't know where the fuck it could be. I guess I need to go back and get another I need to go to the fortune teller because I've checked everywhere I can think of in this game. I must have missed something somewhere. Trying to think. I got everything in the volcano, right? Thinking back. Did I go into the room after the volcano? Like the room where Colorado ends up? Or did I just go down directly into the volcano? Into the volcano boss? Oh shit, that might be it. But let's go get a hint, just in case that's not it. And I totally did do that. Because, man, that was hours ago. I don't remember. Well, let's go get some hints. Let's go get some hints, and then we'll go from there. The last time I did forget something. To get Lancaster and one of the green keys, I totally forgot that to go left in Toy Box at the start. That was a pretty big, thing to forget, but you don't know if the map is randomized or same as the face game. It's randomized and everything is in random locations is the thing. It's all random. And also I've checked like nearly everywhere. To really know like where I should look, you would have to know where I haven't looked. So if you weren't around the whole stream, you probably wouldn't necessarily know. And if you do see me like totally forgetting to check somewhere, like that I can absolutely check, absolutely shout it out because I'm probably not meaning to forget about it. Let's see, what do we got? Letter, useless. Wait. I think I went over there. The same letter. She's just telling me about the same letter over and over again. 4 times. Jesus Christ. I do have the key. When did I get the key? Oh my god, I guess I miscounted. Jesus. When did I get the key? I didn't. Oh, fuck. Well, there was just one more place to check, apparently. Get the letter? Yeah, I could do that. That would be, like, the smart thing to do. Or just fucking remember to put it in. Also, I could have checked over here, actually. You know, they do add 3 items every time you get a chapter cleared. We're in go mode, folks. We got everything we need. We just now need to go to chapter 3 and finish up. Shit, did I have the green key the last time I was there? If so, I made a mistake not just checking. Whoops. That was my bad. Gotta make sure to stay on top of all that, you know, make sure that all the items are accounted for. Because otherwise you're just going off bad information, aren't you? By the way, folks, you might tell by, like, the title of the stream, but I've been going for about 5.5 hours, and my intention is to keep going and then do some Metroid Fusion Randomizer. Now, that randomizer tends to take a little bit less time, so it won't be going too long, maybe like 2-3 more hours after finishing. But I'm planning on trying to do that in hopefully a good time. So if you like Metroid Fusion, that's also gonna be after this. I'd be curious to see when I actually got that thing. I bet I just like completely forgot to mark it, I guess. I wonder if it was like earlier in the game. You've been playing Metroid Prime? Metroid Prime is sick. I've been wanting to do, I I've been wanting to play Metroid Prime 2 on stream. I think it's kind of an underappreciated installment in the Metroid series. I think that game would make a very fun stream game to go through a little bit at a time, you know? Prime 2. Prime 3 is also fantastic. Personally, I prefer those two to Prime, but Prime is also really, really great. I wonder what I put Prime in backlogged. I've been going through my history, you know, like the games I played in the past, and putting in reviews in backlogged. If you put like exclamation point games or something, you can see like my whole list, everything I've gotten in there. It's not up to present yet. I've only gone up to like 2017, so I've still got 5 more years of games to put in, which I've totally stalled out on that. I haven't worked on it in months, so, you know, I don't know when I'll finish that, but eventually I'm sure I will find the time. Let me see, what did I put for Metroid Prime? It's either a 5 or a 4. Let me see, I'm curious. Pulling up backlog. While I'm talking to this guy, let me see what my review of Metroid Prime. I'm betting 4. Yep, I put it in as a 4. That's how I feel about Prime 1. Really great, but the part where at the end you have to like backtrack around and get everything, and it's just a little bit unintuitive to me, you know? And a little bit like the pacing isn't quite as good as in the most of the game where you're sort of going to place for place, getting everything. I like in Metroid Prime 2, it does have a similar bit, but they give you a fast travel feature at least, right? And Metroid Prime 3, forget about it. You have a fast travel feature in that from the start, pretty much. Well, not exactly from the start, but like when it opens up. You have a ship and you can fly your ship from one fast travel point to another. I bet you, here's something I bet they do in Metroid Prime 4. Assuming Metroid Prime 4 is still pretty much the same type of game as the previous 3. I bet you you'll have a ship and you can have the ship pick you up at any time. I bet you can just be like, hey, pick me up. And so long as you're outside, the ship will come and will scoop you up. Maybe, though, you can't land anywhere, though. Though, that would be a cool feature, wouldn't it? Like, if you could just, like, airdrop as Samus anywhere, like, outside. Like, if you could just, like, airdrop. So long as you have a, like, route to the outside. Maybe that would be, like, the way they would restrict it, right? Like, just make it so, like, the outside areas are, like, not the majority of the game. The majority of the game are, like, inside spaces. Or spaces you cannot bring your ship to. Or, like, have docking ports, you know, that you would get in and out through. You know, like in the corrosion planet of Metroid Prime 3. That's sort of how that area ends up being set up. I don't know if you played through the whole series before, Hamtaro, but it's real damn good. I will say number 2 does have some difficulty issues. Like, some of the bosses are just way too fucking hard. I nearly quit the first time I played Metroid Prime 2 on the Boost Guardian. That was just fucked up. But I still really have a lot of affection for that game, for 2. The areas are so cool in it. The areas are, like, so cool. The way that the Dark World works, I think, is really atmospheric and shit. You know, it's like affecting. You feel like real tension when you're down in the thing. You just bought the trilogy on the eShop. Gotcha. I'll tell you what, I won't say that much more about the later games other than to say, like, yeah, the boost. You'll get some bosses in 2 that'll give you hell, but I do think it's worth pushing through them. 2, I just think is an underappreciated gem. I love that game. And 3, I think, is even better, you know? across those games, each game, the worlds get a little more creative, a little more out there, a little more bizarre. I won't give you examples because I don't want to like spoil them for you, but you know, in the first game, you're going through areas that are just like basic fire, basic ice, etc. In the later games, they get a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more weird, a little bit more unusual. You know, not exactly your first idea for worlds, you know, that sort of thing. Will this be enough to like end the fights? Maybe. Let's see. Nah, I need to hit him one more time, I guess. The Wii U eShop is still open, huh? I don't think I knew that it was still going. I guess the Wii eShop is the one that closed a while ago, wasn't it? That recently closed, or like the 3DS eShop. I guess the Wii U is still, you know, it's still just under 10 years old, right? So to close that down, that would be maybe a little bit more of a not nice thing, you know? I have the, I guess when you're playing it now, you're playing it like the trilogy that was on Wii then. You're playing all the games with the motion controls then? In the original game, you couldn't, like, aim separately from your lock-on. So, I gotta wonder, like, how that would be to play. It doesn't close until next year? Gotcha. Gotcha. So, it does have a date then. I played it with the GameCube controls over on the GameCube. You know, I have over there on the bookcase, on a bookcase over there. I have all my GameCube games. And I have Metroid Prime and Metroid Prime 2 both among them, you know? I also have a physical copy of Metroid Prime 3. I don't think I ever got any like Wii games on the Wii U, you know, like digitally. I think I've, I was around during the Wii era, so I naturally bought most of the Wii games that I could think to play, honestly. But, I did buy some DS games on Wii U because, you know, I wanted to have, like, copies of them that I could play without bringing out the 3DS, you know? And also copies that I could play, like, on the couch on the TV. You know, and I also bought GBA games for the same reason. Which, you know, hey, maybe will someday be handy if I ever want to do some DS game streams, question mark. Actually, you know what? There's better ways to play DS games than through the official Wii U. You know, actually, it's probably better to play those just using, you know, an emulator. That's probably the best way to play them. Though I will probably, like, in any case where I do that, I'll totally, like, show you the actual copy that I have. Because you better believe I have a bunch of DS and 3DS games. Pretty much anything I can think of that I would want to play for y'all, like, on stream. That's it! That's everything. We're now going to Bowser. It's now time to do the final Bowser boss rush business. You know, we never found the other red berry. The red berry, you know, one of them was a item for like such and such star pieces, 50 star pieces. We never found the other one. So we got it through the star pieces, but I wonder, it must be in like Bowser's Castle or something. Or like Peach's Castle. I don't know if Bowser's Castle has any items on it. It's just the boss rush after all. Oh, it could also be in the store up in Star Heaven. Those are the places it could be. It super doesn't matter at this point, I'm pretty sure, right? What was I saying? Oh, the other berry, yeah, we don't need that. We don't need that, so. Jeez, where's my memory? I was just saying something and I forgot it like 2 seconds later. What's your opinion on Victorian dresses? You wear them a lot, including Victorian maids and like bridal dresses, since I love them. That's cool. That kind of reminds me of like, you know, there's an anime character in Shirobako who totally does the same thing, just wears Shirobako dress. Or in Shirobako, there is a character who wears Victorian dresses all the time. I don't know if you know that anime. You know that character. She absolutely does that 100%. In one episode, she describes it as like battle armor. So like, oh, you know, by wearing this, I get in the right same frame of mind, and you know, can draw things really good. You know, I could get the feel for it. I get in the right zone, the right headspace. Well, it's not in the store. Oh wait, it was in the store. The red berry was definitely in the store, but nothing good was in the store. So let's just move on. Never heard of it, but speaking of anime, you're currently dressed as a cat maid. That's fun. That's fun. You should check out Shirobako. It's extremely good. It's an anime about the production of anime. There's basically it's about a whole anime studio that's running around. They're producing, they're making an anime, and they're dealing with the various troubles that arise when you do so, like the various production things, scheduling issues, all that. And I promise they make it into very good drama. And also, it's very satisfying to see as they, they have their moments of inspiration and realize, like, oh, it all comes together. Can you say it in chat? Sure, it's Shirobako, Shirobako, Shirobako. Basically means like white papers, or I think it means like the white. It means like white envelopes, I think it means. It's named after like the folders or something that they use to like hold anime things or like anime cells or something. Shiroi means white, so that's part of the name. I don't know what the bako means specifically, but or like what word it translates to, but it's like folders or something. It's part of the. It's like an item that's involved in the anime production process, I think is the gist of what the name means. It's currently, I don't think it's streaming anywhere, unfortunately. Used to be streaming on High Dive, but High Dive lost a license, like, around a year ago. And, they haven't gotten it back. I do know that Crunchyroll has the movie, has the Shirobako movie. That is a sequel to the show. I would recommend watching the show first. That would be my recommendation, but also, highly recommended. One of my favorites. And yeah, there is a character in there that wears Victorian dresses all the time. She's very cool. And at one point, she encourages others, she tells the story about how she started and why she does it all the time. And it's a very cool story. She's a cool character. Bombette and Lady Bao you mean, are cute, and for a while you've been planning to get tattoos of them, which should happen tomorrow. Damn, man. That's rad. Hope that goes well. And it's exactly as you always pictured them, the tattoos. I'm not really a big tattoo person. I never got any. But, I know that I think it's cool people to get them, I think, I'm happy for them. Well, I'm not, like, super... I say it's cool as in, like, I think, like, yeah, man, whatever makes you happy. I think that's cool. It's not my thing, but, more power to you. That's basically where I'm at with that. Jeez, that's a lot of damage. I guess I do have a P up, D down on. But we're gonna kick this guy's ass. You ever play Thousand Year Door? Thousand Year Door has a great, has Vivian, who is of course also just a, you know, an icon. She's also great. There are a lot of good partners in these games. At least these two, anyway. You know, maybe there are some people. I've not played the latest two. I've not played the latest three actually. No, I haven't played the latest two. I played Sticker Star and really bounced the fuck off it. You never played 64? Damn, man, you should. 64 is just is delightful. TTYD is as well. If you're into the other games, which I'll tell you, like Sticker Star for me, I really didn't care for it. I will say though, oh, and I'm not sure if I'm planning a thing called the Sticker Stamper, which by the way, I've moved this to the end of January, but I will count any subs from this month as well towards the total of levels, basically. The basic plan is I'm gonna play one level of Sticker Star for every sub I have at the end of January, plus the amount I have at the end of December as well. That'll be sort of a subathon thing coming up in about a month from now. That's a thing I'll be doing in the future. You found Color Splash to be absolute shit? Oh, you never played Sticker Star. Gotcha. Yeah, Sticker Star is supposed to be like a lot worse than Color Splash, by the way. Color Splash is an improved version of Sticker Star. So, you know, that's what I've got on the table for the Sticker Special. I never finished that game, and you know, with the amount of subs we have right now, I imagine I still never will. But, you know, we'll get through as much of that game as you know, mandated by the subscribers. Personally, if I were to say, I'd say like, yeah, TTYD is the best one, casually, though Paper Mario has the best randomizer. Super Paper Mario is like a good, maybe 4 out of 5 game. It's great, but a lot of backtracking heavy. It's a little backtracking heavy, and I don't think the writing is quite as sharp as the original like, it's quite as sharp as TTYD is. But still really, really well written and really like creative and shit. Let's put on Flower Saver, sure, why not? And anything else that would help? Not really. Honestly, we don't need Mega Quake anymore. Sure, I'll put on Triple Dip, why not? I'm only gonna fight 2 more Bowsers. We're about to fight the final boss of the game. By the way, the Bowser's Castle in this, it's like a boss rush version of it. They sort of simplified it for the randomizer. Or they give you the option. They let you just cut to the end if you don't want to do the rest of Bowser's Castle, which, you know, after the whole rest of the thing. I have an idea for your next subathon. I'll tell you, subathons are not a normal event. They're sort of a special deal. This is actually, the one in January is actually going to be the first one that I've ever done. But that is an idea. Oh, that's more of a sub-goal, actually, you say. Do a cat-made stream. That's more of a sub-goal, actually. I've never been one much for dressing up. You know, I'm sort of right now, I'm just wearing a nice long-sleeve shirt and some nice comfy pajama pants. That's sort of how I go as far as streams go, you know, that's how I roll. I have a good time. I get all nice and comfy, but definitely could stand to do some wacky stuff as far as like, you know, I'm on cam all the time. I could definitely like be wearing something wacky, etc. We nearly killed this guy, so just have to do the star move. Basically, the whole plot of this game is you get the star spirits together and then you can beat Bowser. You're a femboy? Gotcha. Gotcha, that's cool. I don't own any, like cat ears or anything. I don't own much in the way of, like, costumes or something. There's a couple streamers I know that are, that have loads of like, cosplay stuff they can whip out. Like, Team Kayla. Shout out to Team Kayla. She's a really great, streamer. Has raided me a couple of times. Some of my biggest raids that I've ever gotten. And, she does a lot of, like, dressing up and, like, cosplay stuff. The other day, she was doing God of War dressed as Kratos when that came out. She also was at one point this year earlier dressed up as Cassandra from, like, Assassin's Creed Odyssey. She has a bunch of, you know, cool shit she can show off at any point. You know, highly recommend checking out Team Kayla. She's also the sister of Dan Reichert, of Giant Bomb's fame, if you know that fella. He's also, you know, a big-time streamer. Bunch of, you know, cool folks. Those. Dan Reichert will put on a goofy uniform or a goofy outfit on occasion. You know, he had, like, fuck. There was a whole Donkey Kong thing they were doing at one point at Giant Bomb where they were wearing suits or dressing as monkeys. Some silly stuff. And that's fun, too. Oh, I got some stuff in my throat. Ugh. Let's do it. Final Bowser. After this, look at that. Stroke of Midnight, too. Nice. This took just over 6 hours, then. Maybe just under, actually, if you're not counting the setup time and the time where I told you all about my game of the year. Neon White, by the way. Neon White, runner-up, Tunic. Let me see if I can recount the whole list, actually, without pulling it up. I'm pretty sure I can. Neon White, Tunic, Marvel Snap, Nobody Saves the World, Tinykin, Pentiment, Vampire Survivors, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Pokemon Violet, and Super Kiwi 64. Those were the 5 top 10 games of the year, according to me. That's in my GOTY list. I love making a GOTY list. That's the best. Making GOTY lists, looking at other people's GOTY lists, having Game of the Year discussions, listening to Game of the Year discussions. Just one of my favorite parts of the holiday season. You know, December. Late December. I'm also looking forward to putting together my top 10 anime list. And maybe I'll put together a movie list as well. I don't know. I didn't see that many movies, though, is the problem. Unless we're counting anime movies, which they're already in the anime list. I probably would exclude them. Otherwise, I'd just say, like, I think I'd put Laid Back Camp movie above, You're gonna take over Neuralink and then purchase Greenland? I think that's... You don't want Greenland. You don't want Greenland, Hamtaro. You want Iceland. Iceland's the one that you want. Greenland is mostly ice. It's mostly frozen over. It's mostly nothing. It's mostly you can't live there. Can anything live in... Here's a question that I'm not sure about. Can anything live in Greenland? Are there animals running around Greenland right now, or is Greenland just for, like, just mountains and death? Are there things that live on, like, top of Mount Fuji? Maybe birds. Maybe birds. Mountain goats? There are mountain goats, yeah. Monkeys. Monkeys love mountains. There are Inuit people in Greenland? What, you mean like undisturbed, like uncontacted type people? Or do you just mean at the coast? You just mean at the coast. I mean, the interior of Greenland is just completely unhospitable. I'm not sure if there's, like, any plants or anything there. You think there would be, right? Like, you know, Antarctica. There's a lot of stuff living in Antarctica. So, is there also stuff living in Greenland the same way? You don't really hear about those animals just as much. So maybe there aren't any. Maybe it's just like so cold, nothing can live there. And cold and shitty and mountainous. Right, they live there, yeah. I'm just saying that most of the continent, most of the island of Greenland is uninhabited, uninhabitable. Right, I know that there are, like, Inuit peoples who live in those areas. Or, you know, or are from those areas or whatnot. I'm just saying, it's, like, not prime real estate. I guess if global warming got really out of control, maybe it would become, like, habitable, but... yeah, at that point you have bigger problems. At that point you have bigger problems than just, you know... you don't want it to get to that point. We have many life shrooms, so we can just not worry about health. We're just gonna push for damage. You know what? You know what's one badge we didn't get? We didn't get Zap Tap. I bet you that was either in the shop or in the shop like back at Toad Town after getting the 7 star spirits. Or maybe in one of the rooms of Bowser's or Peach's castle that we didn't look in. I mean, it'd have to be in somewhere, right? And by the way, at the end of this game here, you're gonna see it just like cut to credits pretty quickly. Yeah, but can control valuable waters, resources, and etc. Reward them by conquering the Caribbean. Right, this is your scenario where you're taking over the world. If everyone's already brainwashed, do you really need to conquer anything? It sounds like the job's already done. Sounds to me like the job's already done. He's dead. Bowser's dead, by the way. You're gonna see it cut the credits pretty quickly. In the base game, there's a whole bit before you get to the credits, but they basically let you skip the credits in the randomizer because it's done. You're done. Indeed, there we go. 12:06 took a little under, I think, 6 hours to do. We have done randomizer, 7 star spirits. We literally got pretty much every key item along the way. We looked pretty much every place we could have looked. We got everything on account of I miscounted and didn't realize I had everything for probably a while there. That's gonna be it for Paper Mario, but I'm gonna go on and I'm gonna do more streaming. I'm gonna do Metroid Fusion. That is the Game Boy game. Metroid Fusion Randomizer. That is the Game Boy game. That is in the original Game Boy game is pretty constrained. You pretty much have to do everything linearly, in order. Look at that. It's all the crew of all the partners in their different colors. That's lovely. You have to do everything in order in the original game. However, in the randomizer, everything's pretty much opened up, and it's really cool. Anyway, I'm gonna shut down this game. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and when we get back, we'll be starting in on Metroid Fusion, which, hang on, I do have this. I have it set up so I can just hit a button and switch the trackers. Look at that. Look at that. I set that up for the randomizer roulette, and you know what? I still have it working. I still have it working, and it's pretty cool to do. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. When we get back, we'll be... Oh, you know what? Why don't I launch it now, just for shits and giggles? Close this. Open up. I think I use this, right? Yes. I'm opening it up now. Okay, you should be able to hear it. Let me, Alright, let me see here. FPS target native is good, yes. Alright. Let me pull up the thing. Game Boy capture. It should be coming up any second now. There it is. Alright, folks, we'll be going into Metroid Fusion in a couple of minutes. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to change the stream game. And then we'll be beginning. Alright. Hey all, I'm back, and here we are with Metroid Fusion Randomizer. That's right, we're ready to go. I changed the game, I changed the stream game, I changed the title of the stream. We just did 6 hours of Paper Mario Randomizer, and I'm gonna follow up with Metroid Fusion Randomizer. How about that? I will say Metroid Fusion tends to be a little faster, takes a little less time, so my estimate would be somewhere around 2 to 3 hours. That would be my estimate. Maybe less even. Sometimes you can get really lucky, and maybe like an hour and a half. How's the sound here? Sound effects do sound a little low to me, but you know, once the music gets going, it's probably gonna be pretty loud. A little hard to really dial in the volume of this game, honestly. Alright, let's go. So I would really expect this game to not have any like of the audio issues or like performance issues that Paper Mario had a little bit of. I will say my computer is getting a little bit old, a little bit, you know, struggles a little bit sometimes to do multiple things at once. I guess stream and also do a demanding, you know, emulator. I also see, by the way, the Hamtaro looking at the sticker thing. Did the sticker command? That's right. There are stickers in this that we have. I will say I've been thinking about doing a stream where those are free, or at least some of them were free. One of these days. It's been a while since I did anything like that. In like the first half of the year, I used to do that a bunch. Like whenever I would do like a DK64 stream, I would make the banana one free, and you know, I would do that. I would do that like in certain situations, like based on like what the stream was about. You know, I would make an appropriate sticker free, and I really haven't done that in like since like the spring, and I should really consider doing that again because it was a pretty cool idea, and was a way of encouraging people to use those and see them more often. Maybe tomorrow or whenever I do like I want to do DK64 randomizer and Metroid or sorry Minish Cap randomizer. I want to play through those again since it's been a while since I did what did I just get? Morph Ball. Okay, that's this one. Beautiful. It's been a while since I played through those as well, so I plan on doing those in the next couple of days. I also want to play more Persona 5 Royale in the next couple of days because that game is just fantastic. It's just phenomenal, and I'm really in the mood for more of it, basically. And what other reason do I need to play it other than those couple of things? Just in the mood, want to play it. It's fantastic. For this, let me say like how this randomizer is set up. There's not really that much to configure with the Metroid Fusion randomizer. But it is a very well put together thing with some fun options. Well, not really options actually. It's just a fun well put together thing. I'm using the basically anything can be anywhere. First off, missile data, that's good. Anything can be anywhere within like reason, right? Like missiles, you know, within the logic of the level of the game, right? Like I have to get missiles before I can do a lot of other things, so it's probably gonna be pretty early, right? That's also why we got Morph Ball like right away. But other than that, mostly what you're gonna see is items in random order. They could be anywhere. They could take the place of key items or not key items. And there's Lock levels are not split, so they are cumulative. I'm pretty sure. I think. I will say that. Well, I will say that lock levels are cumulative. I will say I do have this UI set up so that it's as if the lock levels are not cumulative, but I just did that because I think it's nicer looking than the other tracker where it's all together. I also, by the way, I have like sort of a slightly customized version of the tracker where I can bring up like a map for each area so I know where all the hidden stuff is in the event that anything would elude me. In the event that anything's not obvious, I would see it on the map and be able to go to it and make sure I don't miss it, basically. So anyway, yeah, my estimate would be like 1.5 hours, maybe 2. I think this is the shortest of the other randomizers that I've gotten into, which is lucky because it's the only one that you can't actively make shorter. You know, like all the other ones, they have like, you know, I said during Paper Mario, right, that I had to get 7 star spirits, right? Well, there is a way to play it where you don't have to get, well, there is a way you could do it, I guess, where you didn't get any. Ridley's Theme is your favorite song? It's a pretty good song, yeah. What is my favorite song in a Metroid? Probably something from the Prime series, actually, which you haven't gotten that far in, but there's like the third world of Metroid Prime 2. I remember that world having very sick music. You'll see it when you get to it, I suppose, assuming you're able to push through the difficulty issues. What was I saying? It's probably the shortest, and also the only one where you can't make it any shorter, right? It takes the amount of time it takes. You basically have to get everything in the game, and that's that. You know, with Paper Mario, you can make it so that it requires fewer star spirits. With Minish Cap, you can make it so that it requires like fewer elements. Wide Beam. That's a nice one to get. That's S, this one. Well, I wonder now how much hell 2 will give me. Since you're gonna go with veteran mode. Oh, that's brave. Oh man, good luck. Okay, you know what? If you're if you're looking for a hard experience, like yeah, you can do. Like yeah, it'll give you hell. It'll give you hell. That does sound like you're gonna be in for it, Hamtaro. Easy. This boss in particular. This is the first boss of the game. Power bomb capacity. I'm not gonna track anything that I can't see on screen. So power bomb capacity. We'll wait until I get a power bomb before I show that. By the way, a thing that we have to be very careful about in this game is that we can soft lock in some cases very easily. And we'll have to just reset to the last save point if that's so. We'll have to make sure to not save when we are in a place where we cannot return from. Okay, that's going to be very, very important. Before doing a save, think, am I soft locked? And don't save if you are soft locked. Of course, going into an area that you can't get out of could end up being good if you can find an item in that area that lets you get out of it. But that's kind of a fringe case. Anyway, this is kind of the shortest one. With DK64, you can also just make it pretty short if you want. You can make it so that it doesn't require, you know, doing boss fights or anything of the sort, which is how I like to do it. I'm planning for, and Minish Cap can be pretty long if you have to get everything. Yes, the W is the wave beam. The S is the is the spread beam, I believe is how the game must be internally considering it. That can be confusing, yes, I know, right? That's why it is that way. We're gonna go to Sector 1. The sectors, by the way, they're randomized in this, so they're sort of in random locations. You know, they're where we currently have access, it looks like, to Sector 1 and 3. Usually you'd have access to Sector 1 and 2. Since Sector 1 you can get through with basically just the default items, it's just the easiest to go through here, and we won't have to backtrack or nothing. One thing I am wondering right now, Sector 3, that doesn't have any door unlocking thing in it, does it? So I wonder how we're gonna get to the other sectors in this game. If not a checkpoint door. Maybe we'll have to take like a side passage, like maybe we'll get the screw attack early or something, and have to go through one of the passageways to speed booster. That's okay. Maybe we'll have to go through like a passageway to get to another world, to get out of these two worlds. We don't go into that room. That room has nothing. That room up there to the right. This is just a save, but also there's a thing through there. Some of the icons for what item is which can be a little confusing the first time you play. I was even more fucked up the first time I played because I accidentally was power bomb. We got the power bomb. That's nice. And we have a maximum of 12 of those. Just put that in there. First time I played, I was accidentally playing with the Metroid Zero Mission Randomizer tracker, which does not have all the same items, it turns out. So, you know, it was only like midway into it that I realized that and switched. I also got soft locked a lot because I was not being careful and didn't know what I was doing. Now I know what I'm doing, so, you know. Oh shit, if I could just speed boost through these guys on that's feels so weird to speed boost in the first world, the first sector, just right out the gate. By the way, I believe it should be, you know, I don't remember if I changed this, but it should set up to not be allowed. Damage runs are not part of the logic, so if there's ever a case where we need to like run through a hot zone, how are there caves in a space station? Ah, that's a good question. That's actually a good good excuse to talk about the setting of this game. This game takes place in a research station where it has like different pods. Each of them is like a simulated version of a real environment. So this is basically like a big research space, a big zoo for like investigating how different types of animals deal and live, and like maybe how to breed them or something. It's a pretty cool setting. Oh, also it's been invaded by these X-parasites, which are just like shapeshifters that can take the form of anything they eat or consume. And I took in some Metroid DNA and became part Metroid because it turns out Metroids are their natural enemy, so they can't deal with them. And now that I am part Metroid, I can eat them. I can just like take them in as health and as ammo. So that's what's going on in the story here. This game is usually pretty heavy on story, but you know, we'll be playing it and all the story is skipped on account of it's the randomizer. Ooh, another key item right off the bat. Jeez. Barrier suit. Cool. That's this, where is that? Space jump. There we go. There it is. The other two randomizers I want to play this week are DK64 Randomizer and Minish Cap. Both of them take a little bit less time than this game does. This randomizer does. So I expect I'll be able to get through them in a single stream. You know, maybe 3 hours for DK64, 4 or 5 for Minish Cap. I would wager. I'm going to be doing all 4 elements, which the last time I did it, I only did 2 elements. So that'll be like more of the game will get seen, but I don't think it'll be get that much better. Is the Various suit the best armor, or is there better? What the Various suit does is it lets me be invulnerable to heat. So like high heat. There's also the Gravity suit, which lets you be jump underwater and lets you like do other stuff as well. Typically, the way that it works with these games is it goes Various suit, then Gravity suit. Though in the randomizer, you can get them in any order. I don't have the Gravity suit, so I can't get that item up there. Nor can I see what it is because I can't... Wait, yes I can. I can use the Power Bomb. It's nothing. We don't need it. It's just a missile. I need to get some ammo before I proceed. I can kill these guys maybe for ammo. They have to be green for them to be ammo. There we go. I think that the armors in some games also do mitigate damage. They're also defensive in nature. But I can't recall if that's in every game. I don't think it is the case in this game. I think it's just strictly protects you from heat in this game. Nothing else. I think it's just heat protection. Here is a big X-Parasite that has a gun. It's gonna run around shooting me with I forget what gun this is, but this is like the wide beam or the charge beam or something. In the original game, when you absorbed it, you'd get the charge beam. Here we get a missile tank. Which suits lets you go in cold areas, since you remember Sub-Zero area and you couldn't make it. That's right, because I'm now a part Metroid, and Metroids are weak to ice, I can't go into cold areas. But I'll tell you this, the Various suit also does that. It does both. So now I can go into cold areas and do other things with cold X. This is, by the way, the cold isn't a problem for you in Metroid Prime or Prime 2 or Prime 3. Only in this game because I am part Metroid now, as due to the plot of the game. Also, I need to do some Shine Spark stuff to get an item. Let me do that now. It's lucky that I got this now, because this means I can totally clear out this area of items without on the first trip. You know, we don't have to come back to get this. Ooh, and it's a key item. Plasma beam, that's essential. That is required, and also it makes my beam really strong. That's sick. Jesus, we're getting some fucking good luck. That said, I do know that, like, I'm pretty sure there's no way to the next area that's, like, obvious, so, you know, we're gonna have to do something funny to get to the next, to get, like, to later parts of the game, but god damn if we're getting, like, some really good stuff, like, right off the bat. I'll say, like, by the way, the randomizers that I play, you know, like Metroid Fusion in particular, and Minish Cap aren't really the ones that I think a lot of people do play. You know, I feel like probably the more popular ones would be like Link to the Past or Super Metroid. Personally, though, Fusion I like Fusion more than I like Super Metroid, personally, and Zero Mission as well. And Dread, I definitely like Dread a lot more than Super. and as far as for Link to the Past, like, yeah, Minish Cap is more my speed. You know, that's the one I know more, basically. And when it comes to randomizers, that's pretty important, right? You want to play the game that you know, like the back of your hand. And that's going to be a good basis for, like, you know, building out that, you know, getting to terms with it, like, over time and shit, right? Playing the game more and, like, getting it down pat. You know, if you're already starting out from a foundation of, like, playing the original. If I'm correct, Kid Icarus had the same creator as Metroid. I don't know if that's true. I think they are kind of the same game, the same type of game. Well, I think Kid Icarus is a little different, but, you know, it is very similar, but I think... You are right that they are on the same, like, like, wavelength. At least Metroid 1 and Kid Icarus 1. But I don't know if there's any sort of... I don't know what sort of continuity there is between them as far as, like, the people who worked on them. Alright. Now that we have what we have, we can get a thing up here. It's not an important thing, but we can get it nonetheless, so might as well. We have power bombs, we have boosts. Can we get to the secret area right now? I think we might be able to get to an area. Energy tank is always good. Also, my count is off. We're at 5 energy tanks. I should keep on top of that. Make sure I'm entering those in. I think we can get one thing right now. Oh, we could also go to the end area, the power plant area in the bottom of the map, but we wouldn't be able to get back out from there, so that would be a one-way trip. Power bomb right here. Missile tank. Can't kill those guys, but it's not a problem. Oh, wait, I can't. Oh, crap. Okay, I can't jump. I don't have bombs, so I can't get myself into this gap. Well, okay. Well, you know, we'll have to come back later and get that. There are those things in the bottom right items panel. That's right, those are the door keys. They're basically like locked doors. You're asking what are those things? They're like security checkpoints. So you see, if you're seeing doors, they're like blue or green. We basically need to unlock that door to get them. Like this one will be blue, next one will be green. There's yellow and red doors as well. Okay, so make a note. We haven't gotten that area yet, but we were close, and also we couldn't tell if there was nothing there. I think the next thing we can do, other than going down into an area we can't return from, is going to be Sector 3 stuff. Now, this sector has some hot areas, which we can now go to, because we got the Varia suit, and ain't that convenient. Now, oh, there is totally a sector lock here. Okay, the green one is here. That's actually convenient because it'll let us skip directly from blue to green, won't it? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait. Can we get there? Can we do that? I'm not sure if there's going to be a blue door in the way. If there is, we won't be able to do it, but if there isn't, we'll be scot-free. We'll be good to go. Woo. Okay, here's another. Super missile. That's pretty sick. That's gonna make bosses go down in a heartbeat. Especially some of the earlier ones. There's totally a secret passage here with some items that we can get since we do have the boost. Ooh, that's a key item too. That's a key item. I keep saying key items. That's how, you know, that's how it's termed in like Paper Mario. I guess like major items is how you would say it in this game. Diffusion. Okay, that's a nice missile upgrade. That's gonna help us do like ice missile stuff, basically. Basically, we charge up the fusion missiles and then we fire them off, and it causes like a big AoE ice explosion that'll freeze anything it hits, which is helpful for freezing things that are out of the way of regular ice missiles, which, you know, funny enough, we don't have. We're getting the diffusion missiles first. It's lucky that there's no blue door in the way of the checkpoints, the door blocking thing. I'm gonna recharge my health anyway, though, just for shits and giggles. Let's go. Okay, I'm running left. Here, you have to like go up here. Oh, maybe. God damn it, wait a minute. Oh my god. I can't jump as a morph ball, nor can I bomb my way up there. I think I can't get there now. Huh. Oh, you know what? There is a secret thing down here. I think maybe with the... Yeah, power bomb is enough. Sick. Energy tank. You know what? I'll take it. You know what? Hey, in a randomizer, you do what you can now, and you come back later. That's how it go. You'd recommend checking what blue has to offer. Yeah, the thing about blue is that, like blue doors, is that, I can't open them until I like, unseal them, right? And I can't unseal them until I, like, find the way over to them. So there's a green door, can't get through it. But I can go over here and do stuff over here. Oh, I need to have a longer runway there. I need to, like, become super speed faster so I can get through a little bit earlier, and there I go. Power bomb here, let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. This is a really great example of a place I cannot get out of. I need to restart. Shit, we did get some core items since some key items since the last time I saved, didn't we? Shit, I should have saved when I passed through. Ah well. That happens. That happens. Next time we'll make sure to do a thing before going down there. Can I just like charge up Damn, I was kind of hoping I could just charge up a run and just like super speed back. Oh, you know what? I can super speed the other way. I'll do that this time. Let me see. I just got a suggestion from Hamtaro. Says, is it possible in a randomizer to put in the green door key behind a green door, rendering the run impossible? No, in this case, in this randomizer, it's currently set up so that the door keys are always in the same spots, and they're not actually randomizable at this moment. You know, I do think they should definitely put the door keys into the like progression, because, you know, it is pretty predictable as is, like the order of which you can get them and such. But yeah, currently not a feature. I'll tell you what we're about to do, though. We're about to take a little shortcut back. Like I said, you have to be careful in this randomizer to not screw yourself. It can be pretty easy to do so if you're not careful. Just going through a door, going off a ledge that requires a different item to get back. And usually, you know, the reason why they would do that is that in the original game, by the time you get here, you should have the items that let you get out, basically. But we don't, because we've been randomized into this situation. We don't have fucking just regular bombs. We don't have like the high jump. And, you know, those ones would be the ones that you would need to get out of that scenario we got ourselves in. But hey, look, it's we're already caught up to where we were. It's all good. And if there was like an actual item back there that we needed, would have been good to go and check just for the sake of it, you know. But there wasn't, and also isn't. Okay, at the bottom of the shaft there's green doors. Can't go in those yet. What about the top of the shaft? Top of the shaft, no green doors. So we can absolutely go out the doors at the top of the shaft. I cannot bomb jump, so... Oh, but I did just get the high jump and the jump ball. That is nice. Perfect timing on that. That's funny enough, because it's funny. Those moves right there would let me get to the areas that get out of the area that I just got stuck in earlier. Oh, also there's nothing more we can do here, so yeah, I might as well return. Actually, should go out that way. I now should go get that missile from earlier. So you see, with just one item, we've gone from this being an inescapable death trap to like, oh, I can jump higher now, so I can get out of there. It's no longer a death trap. Also, I can now get to the green doors because I can jump ball now. I can jump ball, and that's gonna let me, you know, get into that space I just literally could not get into earlier without any sort of way to jump as a ball. Okay. Here's the security room. Here's how it works. You stand on the thing, it opens up green, and I believe blue, right? I'm pretty sure the security levels are not split. Yes, okay, so they are both open. Green and blue is now open. And honestly, what that now means is that we could totally go to any sector. All the sectors are open to us now. Because the main area is sealed by green doors and blue doors. And we just unlocked all of those all at once. It'd be really sick if this randomizer had, like, options as far as, like, changing up how the doors work, because, yeah, I do think it is kind of a shame that they're always in the same place, you know? It feels like your run will always be constrained by, like, okay, when am I going to get to the door? When am I going to unlock this door? When am I going to unlock that door? Whereas it would be cooler if the run wasn't constrained by any of those things, just by the items that you got. You know, these are a little bit too much always the same way, you know? Gonna take a drink of water. Recharge my stuff. Oh, you know what I need? I didn't get the energy tank. Ice missiles. We already have diffusion, so that kind of does the job of ice missiles, but it's still nice to have. Did you fight any bosses yet? I did fight the armadillo, you're right. I can totally mark that on the tracker. Honestly, I'm not sure why the tracker keeps track of those, because it's not like, you know, it keeps track of anything else, but it is kind of nice that they're all there. It kind of fills out the layout of the tracker. I did at one point, you know, I mentioned before I did like a thing called the Randomizer Roulette like a month ago. The VOD is on YouTube. The Randomizer Roulette was a stream where I beat 4 randomizers all in one go, each of them tuned to be about 2 or 3 or 4 hours long, and went through them all over the course of a 12-hour stream, randomly switching back and forth between them every 5 to 10 minutes. And for that, I considered making a house rule for Metroid Fusion, where like, oh, maybe I should just make it so that I just have to beat X bosses, and that could be like a shorter clear a shorter clear condition, right? Rather than beating the whole game. But I found that it was kind of really fast to get through. You know, it doesn't take me that long to finish the game. So might as well have the whole game just be the thing. I need to make sure I kill this guy with these 13 missiles I have left, because he is not giving me a way to recharge my missiles, and I do not have charge beam. So serious time here. That said, I do have super missiles, so they are much stronger than you would have the first time you fought him, so we should be good. Just do worry a little bit, please. There we go, we're good, we're good. I'm gonna mark this guy off, though technically this is, you know, you do fight this guy twice, really. This is kind of the first time. We're probably not gonna need to fight him a second time, though. So I feel fine putting him on the things as, like, defeated, basically. Armadillo is absolutely a boss, yes. If ever I forget to track something, ever I forget to mark something off, feel free to shout out and say, I appreciate the reminder. Alright. He didn't give you any powers for killing him? He didn't. Yeah, it's weird, that one. That one's just a rogue robot. Kind of a weird boss. Alright, go through here. Oh wait, you totally can just get here from the other way, huh? Didn't need to do that. That's fine. Yeah, you can just get here from below as well. It's in fact faster to do that than the whole, you know, speed boost way. Forgot about that. That was what, a missile and a power bomb tank? Very cool. I did forget to get recollect a thing over here. Let me just do that real quick. That guy is a boss. He just doesn't have any items. Usually, you know, it would just be like a plot thing, right? In the base game, in the original game. Just getting by him would be like, oh, you know, allows you to go to the next area, and that allows you to get the next thing. And, you know, defeating him does let us go to an area that we couldn't go to before, so, you know, still true, even in the randomizer. Still worth beating him. The reason why he didn't have any powers is that he's just a robot. He's not one of the aliens that has taken over the base. I think. You know what? Maybe it is a X that has taken over the machine. I am not sure. Let's see. Can we? I guess we can do the area down there now. Let's do that. Is there any save points on the way? No, not really. Well, I'm sure we'll be fine. Maybe I should make a save state just in case. That's why the robot didn't have the us. Yeah, I also didn't fully kill him, to be fair. You know what? I'm just gonna do a save state real fast, just for shits and giggles, just in case. I don't think we'll need it. I think that, you know, if you were worried about the integrity of the thing, I think that we'll get through this thing. You know, we'll get over there without any problem. But I'm just for the sake of the stream, I'm gonna take a backup there. You know, you don't want to be repeating too much just because you got careless. I suppose that's part of the thing, right? Like if you take shortcuts, you're gonna end up with some risky business later on. But I think we're not gonna run into any dead ends. I think that we have everything we need to go here and come back. And we're well off. We're pretty well off as far as health goes. Here is... Uh-oh. I'm out of missiles. Let's maybe charge up some a little bit. We need some missiles if we're gonna fight the boss. Otherwise, we're gonna be fucked, I think, right? Well, maybe this boss is one that gives you missiles. Don't you just hate mirages? Never had one. Never had a mirage. You know, maybe I've never been in the desert, but can't say I've ever seen a hallucination. You know, a base that was triggered by heat. Way too many damn missiles. Jesus, these guys do not want to give me the missile power up, huh? Very annoying. I just need missiles, guys. Come on, be green. Health is also good, but really just need missiles. Not having missiles would maybe be the one thing that could fuck us up going into the boss. There we go. I think this boss, though, you can only damage it through missiles, and as a result, it will give you some if you don't have any. But I do want to be the slightest bit careful. In fact, oh shit, okay, this guy is gonna refill all my things. Good, okay. I didn't know that guy was there. But also, I did need a missile in order to, like, attack him. Yeah, okay, these guys give me missiles because, you know, you need missiles to hit their eyes. A charge beam does not do the trick. Power bomb tank. Alright, that's nothing. Of course, we don't know before we go anywhere if it's going to have anything for us, but we gotta go anyway, because what if it does? Speaking of the randomizer roulette, I was talking about that a bit earlier, the one from a month ago. I am planning on doing another roulette stream where I switch back and forth between several games sometime in the next month or so. I'm thinking that'll be a January stream. But the basic idea, let me just check and see if this is nothing. Good, okay, this is nothing. I don't have to worry about that, don't have to come back for it. I couldn't get it right now anyway, but it's good to at least know that I don't have to come back. The randomizer roulette was a stream where I switched between like 4 randomizers randomly every 5 to 10 minutes. I am thinking of another stream where I will do a bunch of rare games, basically, like Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3, Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, and basically every minute, every 2 minutes or so, I'll switch games between them. Also, Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge, and what's the last game in the lineup? Oh, it's gonna be It's Mr. Pants. 7 rareware games, switching back and forth between them every you know, such and such minutes. And by the way, it's not gonna be like a completion type stream, you know, it's not gonna be that serious, right? With the randomizer roulettes, I was trying to finish them all in 12 hours and was successful. This will just be like a fun little stream where I play a bunch of each of those games, you know, as far as we can get in each, essentially. That'll be sometime in January. That'll be fun. Damn it! Ow. Okay, we can maybe do that one more time. Just fall into the lava. Depends on where. Depends on where. You know, on the bright side, if we were to die and lose progress, we at least would know what we didn't have to do and what we did. Space jump ability unlocked. That's great. That allows us to like do infinite jumps, basically. That opens up a lot of places. Just gives us a lot more options. That's handy. Just like, you know. Anyway, see, now we have the space jump. We can just infinitely jump in midair. It's pretty sick. We need to go up to get out. Anyway, we kind of have our options open right now. We have pretty much, we can go to any zone. We have enough items to do a great many things. Really, the question isn't so much where can we go. The question is more where can't we go? And what can't we get done? Which is great. You know, that's where you want to be when you're doing a randomizer. You know, you want to be in the like, ooh, okay, I could go here, I could go there, I could go anywhere. But at the same time, eventually you do go all those places, and maybe then you'll be wanting for options. Okay, my power bomb count is a little off. Go ahead and correct that. All right. 5, 4. Let's see. Where can't we go? We don't have bombs. We don't have screw attack. We don't have gravity suit. Without gravity suit, there's going to be limitations we run into in Sector 4. But otherwise, we're kind of clear to go pretty much anywhere in the game right now, I would say. Let's go in order. Let's be boring. Let's go in order. I mean, everything is open. We can just go to 2 right now. I mean, it's not quite in order. It's 1, 3, 2, but kind of in order. Adjacent to... the order. Alright, let me save as well. That's a good idea. Looking at my phone a little bit, seeing what's going on outside of this stream. I've been streaming for 7 hours, so I don't know what's going on. If ever there's like huge news, feel free to tell me, you know. During a stream, I might just not know. Let's hope you get gravity suit soon. There's not that many more things to get, so yeah. Gravity suit right now is only mostly affecting me just moving underwater, which is going to only affect very limited, like, cases. The wave beam, I think, would be more key. Actually, the charge beam, that would be probably the best thing I could get right now. Because the charge beam allows me to beat enemies, or beat bosses, without relying exclusively on my supply of missiles. You know, the original game, sort of assumes you're gonna have the charge beam, so it allows you to run out of missiles sometimes if you waste them on an enemy, right? That's sort of the whole idea of having a limitation on the amount of missiles you can carry. But as a result, you know, where we're at... Another energy tank. But as a result, you know, we could go into these bosses and it could be that 35 missiles isn't enough. You know, if it's an endgame boss, you know. It would have to be an endgame boss for that to be true, though. Especially considering, again, these are super missiles. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna grab, like, a handful of ham. Excuse me, just be a second. Hillshire Farms, honey ham. I have here literally a handful of ham on a plate. Oh. Oh, that quenches my appetite. Ham. People tuning in for ham, I see. Thank you for coming by. Should I just shove the rest of the ham in my mouth right now? Would the people like to see that? No, let's be reasonable here. let's eat ham at a normal pace. A few slices at a time. That's how you're supposed to eat ham. Dip the ham in honey mustard. Not really a big mustard person. Don't have any, don't own any. Not my jam. That would make sense, though, as a way to eat it. Honey ham is so good. I love honey ham. Just the perfect, like, meaty snack. I know that, like, you know, like jerky, right? Like jerky is like the other, is like the default, like, more popular, I think, or more like, snack like, meat, but sometimes when you're hungry, just a handful of lunch meats is, just what the doctor ordered. Maybe the people did not appreciate, ham. They're lost. I love ham. Who doesn't love ham? I guess, like, vegetarians don't love ham. Ham's pretty good. I think it's definitely my lunch meat of choice, like a honey ham. I don't actually eat it for lunch, though. It's mostly a snack for me. Like, whenever I don't... You know, I want to have, like, something quick. I want to have something quick, but I don't want to, like, spend any time, like, preparing it. I just want to grab, like, a handful of that. You know, that's also what pretzels are for. Just, like, a handful of pretzels is oftentimes exactly what you want. The tracker is up to date, right? It's nothing weird's going on there. Good, okay. Just wanted to make sure real quick. I'll tell you, I covered the tracker with the chat on my preview monitor, so I can't, like, check to make sure that it is updating appropriately. Or, like, you know, on the right page. If ever there's a problem, or if it, like, is lagging behind or not being updated, let me know. Something funky might have gone on with OBS. Where are we, by the way? We're in Sector 2, so let me make sure I'm paying attention to where we are. You eat anything so long as it doesn't come from Nestle. I don't know who Hillshire is, if that's like a company, if they do good things or bad things. Can't speak to that. Sorry. I hope they're good people. Okay, so we don't need the gravity suit to get up there, even though it's underwater. There's some pillars that'll take us up to here. And that allows us to get over and back both ways. Same is true in this room. Ten energy tanks. Energy tanks are always good to have. Towards the end of the game, there's some really hard bosses, and you do want to have health for them. I mean, you don't have to have health for them, but man, it makes me feel better anyway. Climb out. Nestle does evil things? Yes, they do, yeah. I gotcha. I don't know what corporation owns Hillshire Farms. Yeah, they don't, you know, don't have to tell me twice. I know they do a bunch of evil fucking shit. Yeah, and their shit with water. Fucked up. Okay, let's see now. Let's go fight this boss over here. There's a boss fight over there that we can fight. This is the Oh, I did do the engineer guy. Let me mark that off. I'm gonna mark this off. A couple bosses we did I didn't note down, but they are done nonetheless. Yeah, they're just a evil corporation, Nestle, and they get up to a lot of evil stuff all around. It's fucked up. Hey, hey. Oh, maybe I should have. Well, it's fine. I'm only out one missile. I didn't absorb the thing, so I'm going in with like, without getting the full energy refill, but it's fine. This is another room that you want to be careful about, because if you're unable to if you don't have the high jump, you can't get out of this room, or the space jump, or you know, there's multiple things you could have that let you get out. But if you didn't have this stuff, you'd be soft locked here after you beat the boss, unless it just happened to give you the vanilla, the high jump, or another such item, which is possible. Sometimes you'll have to beat bosses that you can't get out of just in case, like, oh, maybe it does have what I need to continue. Oh, also, I don't have bombs, so... yeah, I have to reset. Fortunately, I just saved 2 minutes ago. Right? Yes, okay, good. Hillshire Brands? Good, okay. I will say, I don't know who owns the most of the products that I consume. I consume a lot of products. So I cannot guarantee that all my, look, it's in a capitalist society, it's hard to consume ethically. You know what they say, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. Basically, you would drop bombs in order to get out of this guy's belly. Because I don't have any bombs, I cannot do that. Not an option. I don't have the bombs yet. I don't know if bombs are actually required to finish the game, actually. They might not be. You might not actually need bombs. Maybe we'll finish before we find the bomb thing. Here's what we need to finish the game. Finish the game, to finish the randomizer. We need the plasma beam, which we have. We need missiles, which, you know, we have. We need red doors to be open, which is pretty hard to do, and probably gonna be like the main thing that takes us the longest time to get. And I think that might be it, and then we just need to go to the end and do a thing. It looks like the plankton's, oh, like a massive plankton. I thought you said Pinkerton for a second. Hamtaro. There's nothing down there that we need. That's just like a alternate way to see what's going on with that boss, which, by the way, we beat, so I should mark it on the thing. Where can we go now? Well, this big room over here, there's an item in it for us. With the diffusion beam, we can also get something over yonder. By the way, folks, I just want to thank y'all for coming by my stream, finding me, you know, doing the follows. I really appreciate seeing some new followers come in. especially during times where I'm not really doing any of my main thing. You know, Mario Maker. Mario Maker's kind of my main thing, and I'm kind of taking a little break from that. Appreciate y'all coming by, hanging out, and following me nonetheless. I really appreciate whenever a new follower comes by. It's always great to see. And there's been multiple, recently, not just this stream, but other streams as well. Multiple people coming by, following, and enjoying the things that I get up to. Plankton from SpongeBob. Yeah, got it. I want to thank y'all for all that. Really means the world to me. I appreciate hanging out with, having folk to hang out with as I play my video game. Chat and tell the void about anime or whatever I'm up to. I have no idea what's coming on next season with anime, by the way. I've said before, in the past, not like recently or nothing, that with seasons of anime, I kind of like to I like to take me by surprise, I like to just say like, okay, what came out today? And I'll watch what's the new shows of a day. And I'll say, okay, that's bad. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's bad. This is okay. Oh, this is wonderful. Holy shit, what the fuck? That's sort of how I approach anime seasonally, and find that's it's a good way to do it. Oh, hey. Just like a shortcut back if we want it. Oh, I'm really low, actually. I'm getting, like, pretty low as far as my energy goes. What's your stance on manga? I don't usually read manga myself. I have in the past read a couple of things, but whenever I read manga, I really feel like it's sort of more disposable. Like, into my eyes, out the other. I can really burn through manga a lot faster than I can with anime, and as a result, it ends up being a lot more just, like I said, disposable is the feeling I get whenever I tear through a manga. There have been cases where I have read a good deal of a manga, and then once, the show came on, and I was like, oh, what is this? This is new. I've never seen this before. And then midway through being like, wait a minute. Oh, this is, my senpai is annoying. I read that manga once. Yeah, okay. I'm vaguely recalling that, and I'll just fucking remember nothing. My only, like, real thing that I feel about manga, like, like I said, I think it's kind of disposable or whatever, is that it kind of can be annoying just, like, having to deal with spoilers out there, because as an anime watcher, I kind of have to be like, okay, well, y'all are talking about the manga? Okay, I'm not looking, Like, oh, I don't want to know what happens to Deku, thank you. I don't want to know what happens in, the latest Chainsaw Man, thank you. Please keep that far from me, That's kind of how I feel about manga. Just like, more power to the people who like get into it, but to me, I just can't. It's just like not how I prefer to consume stuff. When I watch anime, I kind of like it to be like a whole thing, I kind of like to sit down and spend the time and like really consume it, really let it soak in. And I feel like when you watch, 12 episodes of a 20-minute show, you are spending a lot of time over the course of like, 3 months probably, if you're watching it live. And, it becomes a little more memorable than perhaps just like on an afternoon tearing through 100 volumes as fast as you can. When I see a really good manga, I just hope that, like, yeah, man, I hope it gets an adaptation. I'm really not sure if we can beat this boss with what we got. We don't have the charge beam, so We have to do it with just these fisty missiles. Will it be enough? I'm really not sure. We're down to 30. Okay, we're to the second phase. Now have to be careful not to waste any. If we shoot into the lasers, they'll just bounce off, and that's bad. Shit. We're down to 13. Shit. 10. He is red, though. Yes, okay. Okay, so in this phase, he is going to give me some missiles. If I were to need them, because, again, this phase requires missiles to clear. So I could just get some off him, maybe. But also, I didn't need him. Didn't need him. I had just the perfect amount, I suppose. I do think on a long enough timeline, you know, like the best manga out there, you know, you'd like to. It should just be adapted to like anime, right? Maybe that's not like a controversial stance or anything. Like, yeah, you know, that is the dream of every manga author. Like, oh, adapt me into a full thing. That's everyone wants that. Of course, they want it to be good as well. You know, now that we have the space jump, we can totally go over to the area over here and then come back after as well, so there's no reason not to go over here, basically. Of course, some adaptations are bad, but, you know, fuck, man. It happens. I don't know what to say about that, you know, like recently, like Lucifer and Biscuit Hammer, apparently a series that people have been clamoring for years, came out, you know, was adapted, and it came out a little bit shit. A little bit shit, unfortunately, which, was a real shame, considering. You know, actually, now that we're here, I could totally go get that item from earlier that I couldn't get before. Let's do that before we do this boss, actually, because this is kind of a tough customer, you know, a tough boss, a tough area, and this is just an easy thing to go get. I don't have green doors, do I? No, yes I do. I have green doors, yeah. I have green and blue, so I can go free the animals as well. Tell you what, let's free the animals, and then we'll, and also do there's like one item also that's in that area. Let's get this. Let's free the animals. It's just a power bomb. Still, good to know. You never know until you go. That kind of rhymed. You don't know, basically. Alright, now that we got that. Other areas we can get in this. I got those areas done, right? Yes. Okay, everything up there is good. The only thing left in this overworld area is the stuff in that little... The area where that save block is. The little area that's up on the top of that elevator. And that's also where the the animals are. Oh, also we gotta get this area here. Well, we don't have to. It's just a missile, but why not? Quick. Good to have missiles, especially while I don't have any. I don't have, you know, charge beam. So long as I don't have charge beam. That's what we need. Okay. So right now, as far as major items go, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them remaining. I don't have the wave beam, so can't go like, can't just go through these doors willy-nilly. But I can do some stuff. Oh, it's floor 2, is it? I guess it's floor 2 that we have to do it on. Oh, I guess I needed to use the power bomb, didn't I? Crap. Been a bit since the last time I played this game. Been a bit. Like a little over a month. There we go. Okay, power bomb. Cool. Save the animals really quickly. There we go. This is not required. But, you know, in many a marathon run out there, there's always an incentive for... There's often an incentive or a bid war for save the animals versus don't. Because it's sort of an optional thing in Super Metroid. It takes some time. It's not optional in Metroid Fusion, typically. But, in the randomizer, it is optional. So, you know, it is very much in the tradition to just go ahead and, you know, to do it. At least, I like to. I like to save the animals. It is fun to me. Okay, that's everything we can do in the up above part. Now time to go down and do some fights down there. Well, that reminds me, we beat this guy, who is technically the boss, I guess, after, in the main game, comes after the boss we just beat. Or the boss we beat is after the one that we're going to now. There we go. That's what's going on. If we had the wave beam, we could go directly to him, but we don't. So we'll have to take the long way that is filled with pirates. Again, I only have a limited amount of missiles, but I'll get a refill before I go in, and hopefully that'll be good enough for beating him. He's like a big spider. A big spider, insect. Guess that's not really a very good description. He's like a big spider that has like a skull face that like runs around the wall and shoots fire. And you know, really, it's an N. It's an X, but okay, nothing yet. Really, from what we have right now, I don't know that we're really locked out of any major areas. No? Ah. Let me go over there and get that energy tank just for, you know. It's good to have energy tanks. Alright, fully charged up, ready to go. I think we can exit this boss room if we end up getting stuck. You know, we can just leave up the top and, you know, that'd be that. I guess this guy is a spider. He's like sort of a pirate spider. Also, the strategy for beating him is the same as Arik from DKC3. Stay in the corner. The corner is the safe spot. Or it's the safest spot anyway. I don't think he can hit you if you're in the corner. Ducked into a ball. He's already blue. That's pretty good. We've used nearly 10 of our missiles, so... Alright, now he's in his second phase. I haven't got a single fucking hit on him. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Uh-huh. 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 Alright, good, okay. We've gotten past the phase where we required every missile. Now we can just go sort of, you know, guns free or whatever. And it'll be fine. You know, in this game, actually... You might actually get the gravity suit before the Various suit in this game. I'm not... Because you get the Various suit really late game, but the gravity suit is for a pretty early area. It'd actually be reversed in this game. Or maybe you just can get through that area without the gravity suits some other way. I'm not sure. Alright, that was precisely nothing, but hey, that's how it goes. You know? Oh, my count is totally behind. Is there anything left in Sector 2 for us to get? There's a couple of things. Maybe, but I think the things that we have to get, they require, like, different items that we don't have right now. So let me see. There's the door opening room, but that door opening room, we already have those doors open, so we don't need to go there. Oh, there is totally one room in, like, the lobby that we didn't go to. Okay, one more thing to do in this area before we leave, and never to come back. Cool. Been about an hour and a half, I think, roughly, since we started Fusion. Next year when I do like randomizer stuff, I'll put in a timer, just for, you know, reference or how long it's been. Not that it really matters, other than, you know, hey, it feels good to finish faster. You know, we want to be doing this as fastly as possible, just as a rule. But it's more of just a curiosity thing, like, ooh, that's fast. How long did that take, etc. Not really like a, ooh, I'm racing. You know, what am I racing? The seed is unique to me, so, you know, or presumably it is, I don't know. There's probably not that many. Well, actually, I assume seeds are by and large unique, so it's not like someone else could have the same seed and could be, you know, setting a time on it. Then again, you know, hey, I know that just by the way that it works, there are a lot of routes that, or a lot of like item setups that would not be possible. So yeah, over there is an item or two over there, but that would require like the screw attack, I think. We don't have that. So, without further ado, it's time to leave. Time to get out. Time to go to the next area. Well, let's be really boring and go to Area 4. That seems like, you know, the next area that's on the next area that's on the list. You know what? You don't get the gravity suit early on. You just lower the water level, don't you? And how do you get out of the water tank? Oh, the high jump probably is how you do it. You know what? The gravity suit is definitely later. It's just that there's an area in world in Area 4 where you either need the gravity suit or you need the high jump to get through. And by default, you would usually have the high jump, but, you know, in the randomizer, you might not have either. Well, we have the high jump, so we can basically do everything we could do if we were to come to this area natural. Except use the charge beam. Oh, and I just killed this guy, so jot that down. I'm saying jot that down a lot. Like, a very funny... I'm sure that people know, or, like, when I say that, you know, I've heard podcasters and stuff say it as well. We are all of us saying it. We are referencing Always Sunny in Philadelphia. When, there's a very funny scene where, Max is talking to a psychiatrist who's like, oh wow, you know, that's almost impossible. And he says, he says, oh, I lost and gained like 100 pounds in like a couple of months. And she says, wow, that's almost impossible. And he says, well, first off, through God, all things are possible, so jot that down. Which is a very funny line. Very funny thing to say. And I enjoy saying, jot that down. It's very funny to me. How many missiles do we have? 70? Oh, wave beam. That's sick. Wave beam is gonna let us, like, any one-way doors now, we can just come in the opposite side. Which is, you know, gonna be very helpful when we, you know, run into one-way doors. There are some one-way doors where, you know, you literally do need the wave beam to come back out there in the game. So having this means that we'll be able to come back from there and won't just be trapped on the other side without, you know, any recourse. So this totally lets us get to new areas. It's a lovely ability to get. Not quite the charge beam though, nor the gravity suit. Pretty sure the gravity suit is essential for like getting to the end currently. Getting everything and all. Yep. I said earlier, I updated on my Christmas plans a little bit, my Christmas stuff that's going on. Not really plans, I guess. But also plans because, my family, we couldn't do, like, gifts. Not everyone was in state. So we sort of delayed the actual Christmas thing to like, end of the month. Or, like, later in the week. So at some point we'll be doing that. You know, me and my folks. Me and my family. Don't know when that'll be. Did do somewhat of a Christmas thing, like a Christmas dinner with everyone who was in town. That was fun the other day. Jackbox and food. Looking forward though to giving out my gifts because I have now wrapped them, and you know that's a pretty important part before you can give them away. Typically you want to wrap them, unless you know you don't. This is not working. There we go. Oh my... Oh, okay. I thought those guys just got away with not dying. We got unlucky number 13. That's unlucky. Y'all believe in unlucky numbers? I mean... I don't believe in them, but... Strictly speaking, I don't believe in them, but... I do, you know, whenever I see an unlucky number, like a 13, I'm definitely like, oh, that's not a good thing. Rather have that not be the number. Rather have a different number. Like, you know, 0 or like 12 or 14. Those are the two numbers that are better than 13. No? I'm a very simple man. I like simple numbers. I like 12. I like 7. I like 17. $13 though, don't trust it. Don't trust it. Just a weird prime. Not like a nice one like a 7, but like a one that's just, what are you gonna do with it, right? You gonna multiply it? No. It's the first prime where like to multiply it is weird, right? Like 2, easy. 2 is like fucking easy to multiply. Anyone can multiply numbers by 2, right? 3, also easy. 5, incredibly easy. 7, getting harder, but you know, they're you know, it's not that bad. 11, oh, 11 is the easiest. You just take the numbers and just put 2 of them next to each other. Maybe it gets a little weird at like the higher numbers, but it's not bad. 13 though, it's weird to multiply. Also, it's right after 12, which is a very nice number. You know, as far as like primes and shit go, I suppose. This boss is gonna be a lot easier than normal because we have super missiles. You wouldn't usually have it. In this case, you see there, that was literally 2 missiles, and it's just dead. Lovely. All right. What else is up? A couple more things we can get in this level before we leave this sector. You can go down there and get that. Go down there and get that. Let's start with that over here. Over here, there's a missile tank. We got 85 of them. You know what? Okay, you know what? I wasn't able to do my screen. Might as well get it now. Okay. Now that that's done, down here to get the last thing in this world that we can get right now. Though actually we can do some stuff in the underwater areas, except that we don't have the ability to swim yet. We don't have the gravity suit, so what we do is going to be a little bit limited down there. But maybe we can find an item or two. Maybe that item or two will be like the screw attack or something. here's an area where the diffusion missile comes into play. It clears these guys up, but we don't have red doors open, so we can't go over there. Also, probably when we get red doors open, we'll just be heading to the ending, honestly. We probably won't be doing much of anything else at that point. Can I get anything in the underwater areas right now? Let me think. I don't think we can. There's just... No, I don't think we can. Not really. Not even sure if we can get back. Tell you what, let's do a save and then we'll go down and just make sure. There's one place we could maybe get to. One power-up we can maybe get to. And if it's gravity suits, that's great. But not sure. And since we just made that save, I can totally just reset after like going down and checking if it's nothing. If we can't get down there, we won't even have to worry about getting back. God damn it. Alright, there we go. Okay, 2 items are over here. Okay, just a missile tank. Power bomb doesn't kill that one, does it? I can freeze it, but that doesn't do me any good. Need the screw attack to go any further. Right? Right? There's not like a hidden passage or anything, right? Yeah, no hidden passage. We need screw attack. Plain and simple. Okay, screw attack. That's just what we need. We can totally get back from here safely, so that's not a problem. I don't know if we went into the rooms on the left, though. The rooms on the left don't have anything in them, though, so no point in going there right now. There's just nothing for us over there. Okay, Sector 4 in the books. What about Sector 5, then? We're just going in order at this point, jeez. I'll go down to Sector 5. Actually, let's go down to Sector 6 first. I think there's some stuff in Sector 5 we might want to have gravity suit for. A lot of Sector 5 requires or is like gravity suit advised. Whereas Sector 6 is just, there's no water in Sector 6, so we're pretty much clear to go. Right now, honestly, like the screw attack, what we have left is the screw attack, bombs, gravity suit, ice gun, which is not needed, not required, and the charge beam, which, will just help us on bosses, basically. Doesn't actually do anything that's essential for us. So, what we need to do then is keep going into the last 2 areas, sort of tap the remaining areas of map that there are to go to that I haven't been to before. That's a little awkward. Said that a little weirdly, but if you got the chance. Okay. Oh, there's a key item. How many can it be? It can be bombs, it can be ice, it can be charge. Bomb. Okay. That's fine. We were making do with the jump ball and the power bomb, but You know, at least now we, you know... Yeah, it's fine. It's cool. Not really that impressive, but, good to have. These guys would fuck me up if I hadn't already gotten the various suits. They are very cold X. And if you grab them when you don't have the various suits, they just damage you. They are the X's very clever idea for how to deal with your ass. And, you know, you have to get the various suit in order to combat that. And, you know, sure enough you do. There's a secret room off to the right. But until I have the screw attack, I can't access it. With the collection rate that we have right now, I imagine we'll be going to the unlock the red doors last. That'll be like the last possible thing we do, basically. This isn't a one-way that we can get out of this, right? Yeah, I think so. We are not soft locked in here. Just gonna say that once. The doors here, or there's some green doors coming up. We don't have the charge beam, so we can't fight the boss yet. It's kind of weird in the randomizer. This boss will not spawn even if you don't have the charge beam, since you cannot fight the boss without the charge beam. So we'll just get down there and just find no boss, but you know, whatever, I guess. Hey, maybe we'll find it on the way. This part's originally a cutscene. Mostly. I can get out of here. I can get out of here. We're not soft locked. If we are soft locked, oops. Famous last words. Well, famous. They're not really last words now, are they? What the fuck is the thing? Oh. Just a visible hole in the wall. Beautiful. We now have a lucky number of... a less unlucky number of things. Oh no, the data thing's been destroyed. Fortunately, there's no enemy here because we don't have the charge beam. Well, unfortunately. But, we'll see if we have to beat that guy. Maybe we don't have to. Maybe we'll be able to get through the game without. Also, I did beat the snake, so... Got the ice beam. There's just 2 key items left. And the charge beam, by the way, is required to beat the game, so we do need it. And I think we do need the gravity suit as well to get to the final area, though. I don't know, maybe you could suffice without it? No, there's like literal walls that require like speed boost underwater, and you can only do that with the gravity suit, so I think it may be required. Ah. 120 missiles. A whole lot of power bombs. That's more power bombs. Honestly, a weird thing. Power bombs are kind of weird insofar as, like, yeah, you know, that's more than you could ever use, honestly. even if you were fucking using them left and right for exploration purposes, right? That's way too many, right? Like, even I was playing the game without regular bombs. I had to use power bombs every time I needed to use a regular bomb. And even then, I'm nowhere near to running out of them ever. Okay, I think we kind of tapped this level for what it's worth, for what we can do here. All right, Sector 6 has got to be the place. The luckiest sectors so far have definitely been like the first couple we went to. So, you know, if these later sectors, they seem a little empty, a little like they don't have that much, that's part of the reason why. We already got our lucky sectors. We already got a bunch of things left and right and center and all that. Now we're just trying to find everything that remains in, you know, small clusters across the massive world. Still, you know, hey, it's good to know that the the gravity suit ought to be in here somewhere. Right, we have the zero suit, the three key items are left right now. Charge beam, the gravity suit, and the screw attack. I don't think you would have any at this point of the game, so you can probably relax and just know that, like, yeah, you know, nothing that we don't have is required, essentially. Pull up the map of Chapter 5 on my, you know, my modified tracker, so I have it well on hand. I have a reference just in case. This one is a little weird in that it changes. It changes after you get some items. Like, after we get the gravity suit in particular, it'll flood. And that'll be a whole thing. You know, and then some things will become available that aren't available now. Like here, there is an item behind this wall, but there's no space to do a do like a full speed boosty boost. But there will be after you get the gravity suit. Kind of weird. You know, I guess I don't know like what the randomizer could do differently to make it a little more elegant, but I definitely think that it might be a good idea to somehow like reduce the need for like a big state change in the world, right? So everything would just be mostly as it starts, you know? That would probably be for the best. Here we're gonna walk over here and see that that's a power bomb, and then we're gonna walk out. That one's a pain in the ass to get, and we're glad that it's nothing. Oh, here we need to do a running start. All right. Whoa. That was some weird, little bit of weird lag. Odd. Maybe it wasn't lag, maybe it just sounded funny. Okay, let's take the low path, why not? Oh, this isn't the low path. This isn't the low path at all. This is the medium path. Well, whatever. They all go to the same place. Medium path would usually be... I thought you had to take the low path, but I guess you don't. I thought I maybe would be able to cheese it with some of the items I've had, but didn't have to. Didn't have to do anything. This is just like a bonus path. Okay. I got 40 power bombs now. At this point, it's probably not needed at all to grab more missiles. Like, that is super unneeded, I would say. Unnecessary, in other words. The only reason I would be to, because they're in the way. We've got so many missiles, we got so much of just about anything. We're probably never gonna run out, especially if we were to get the charge beam at some point. You know, we will for sure, but whenever we do, that'll be the difference. You know, that'll be it. That'll be all. Okay, what are we doing now? Down there is one thing. There's one thing down there. Well, actually two. Oh, well, I can't go down there that way anymore because the water... I don't have gravity suit, so... Another power bomb tank. I can go up here. I can go up here. Bomb the ceiling, go up here. Ah, it's just a power bomb. Okay, turning around. Oh, hey, a shortcut to world to Aqua. Okay, well, I don't have the gravity suit, and this isn't a very useful place to be in Sector 4 anyway. Most of these shortcuts require the use of like a, of screw attack to get out, or to get into them at all. I guess that one's sort of like a, that one's sort of like a exception. Those two in particular. I don't know why. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know we want to go in there without the gravity suit if we can't help it. It could be a little bit of a one-way. You know, let's make sure we're not leaving anything on the table here, out in the over parts. Oh, there's totally this area over here. Just the missile, leaving it. What about over here? Just a power bomb, leaving it. Okay, here we go. We run. And just charge into the thing. Oh, oh, oh. Screw attack. That's huge. Yeah, that basically allows us to get so many more places. Well, basically any place where the game, like, transitions or, like, as a part where you can go from one world to another. Most of those are locked out by screw attack blocks. So that's just a killer little pickup there. Gravity Suit and Charge Beam are the two left, and those are pretty essential to the end game. Tell you what, let me do a save before we go into, like, the point of no return. This all was nothing, so anything I've seen and not gotten, nothing. There are a few more places we can go, just for what it's worth. And fuck it, let's do those before we go into the point of no return, before we go down into a pit of water without a gravity suit. This is where typically you would get the gravity suit in the original game. You would go there and beat the whole thing, right? But you know, in this randomizer, it's not so clear. Okay, we're just gonna go down. Weird lag. Jeez. Never seen that before. It's a Game Boy game. Now that we have Screw Attack, there's also totally other items elsewhere in the game that we can get. But let's not worry about those so much. Let's focus on the ones that are, like, you know, forward. And hope for the best. Where is it? Interesting form this take. Comes a turtle. It's a flying turtle, I guess, so that's pretty weird. Okay, let's see what we got. Missile. I didn't need that, but whatever. Okay. Well, we're going to go into the point of no return now. We'll take the note that if we end up at a dead end, we don't have to come back the way we came. That is not important. You know, there's really no need, in other words, to worry about... Oh, well, I just got a save point anyway. Let's just go ahead and take it. There's no need to worry about, like, oh, well, what if we end up getting soft locked down there? We won't lose any progress from before we jumped in other words. We've been going for about maybe 2 hours or so on this game. About 2 hours. We are, you know, just going through the last major area that we haven't done yet. So, there's not that many more places left in the game for stuff to be hiding, right? Not that many more places, not that many more places to look. Probably will find 2 items that we were looking for in this last area, unless it is in particular, it could be in Sector 1, the gravity suit. There's the whole Ridley area. Ridley could have... That's a good point. Maybe I should go check Ridley before we jump into a pit. Oh well, too late. Yeah, this is going so slow. Maybe we should go and just do Ridley. Actually, you know what? It's logic. In the logic of the randomizer, you're not expected to do Ridley before you have the charge beam. Because, like, I guess no matter the amount of missiles you have, it's probably not going to be enough. At least on the normal difficulties, I think. So... Okay, that's nothing. We're not gonna save here, by the way. We're gonna... We don't know if we're gonna find the way... a way to do the things. Okay, I'll take that. A way to get back, you know? And if we don't have a way to get back... it's kind of... foolhardy to save here. You know, we could be trapped forever. We don't want that. Okay, that's not the weapon. That's not it. Okay, should we kill the boss then? You know, if this boss does not have the gravity suit... You know what? I'm gonna make the executive call. This guy doesn't have it. Well, he might. He might. Shit. Also, I don't have the gravity suit, so I'm not immune to his shit. Usually this guy is how you get the gravity suits. So, you know, could be really bad luck if he had it. Right? Especially because, you know, once you have it, you're immune to all this, like, gravity manipulation shit. Well, not your missiles, but you are. Also, funny thing, the screw attack makes you invulnerable to his body, so you can just sort of screw attack around and he can do nothing to you other than shoot you. Okay, please go lower, please. God damn it. Guy was too high. Okay, we're gonna beat his ass, but if he doesn't have the gravity suit, we're gonna have to reset. And honestly, I don't know if our luck is that good. We're gonna have to reset and leave this area. At least until we get the gravity suit, and at that point, unless this guy has the charge beam, we're probably not going to beat him again. We're just going to consider him beat. because we know we'll figure out what he has, right? Okay, what is it? It's a missile tank. Okay. Yeah, so that missile tank doesn't let us get out of here. We need to be able to run in water. We can't, so yeah, it's time to reset. Okay, it's not the water area. Where we need to go is to fight Ridley. And we have to get the charge beam before we fight Ridley, typically. Or at least that's how the logic works, I think. Or is it plasma beam? Is it plasma beam that you're logically required to have? You know, in other words, it's not gonna... Ridley is not gonna give you the charge beam. In other words, or the plasma beam. Those two. And if you don't have it, you're not... Logic is not expecting you to go fight him. Basically, is what that means. But... well, maybe that means if we head in that direction and, like, go by all the things that are all in that vicinity, we'll find it, you know, we'll find the charge beam. But I will go ahead and mark that down as completed, even though we didn't actually get anything from him. A funny thing is that you can ask the computer for a hint, but he will just say, like, nothing, no hint. It's not even in there. It's, like, unimplemented. I don't know what the plan is for that. Maybe they just have to, get around to getting that orchid and getting that okay, he's in Sector 1. There's also a few places in Sector 1 we can get now that we have, like, you know, various suits. Though, technically, it wouldn't be in logic, but still, we can get them. Okay, let's see. What's new? You know, there are a lot of other places that are in logic right now that we can't go to, like this. We go in here, and then we spin attack through the ceiling, and that's a power bomb. We don't want that. Okay. There's also a warp to another sector, but let's stay focused here on what we gotta do. There's also another sector through here. Again, let's stay focused. I'm gonna do a damage run. I know it's not in logic, but why not? Maybe we'll get lucky. Also, by the way, the missile count. Since I reset... Oh. There's the charge beam. Now, this doesn't require a damage run because you can just use the, you know, the ladder, I think. This one would require the screw attack, or the jump that we have, so that's that. Charge beam, though, that's pretty fucking good. That will let us just, you know, kill Ridley, so that is nice. We've gotten all the beams now. I suppose we just got charged, so yeah, there you go. Gotten all the beams. Just need... The one item we have left is, ironically, the one that we were... that the folks in the chat were hoping for me to get. The gravity suit. And I think it must be... I say that, and, you know, I've been wrong in the stream before, as far as, like, saying, like, oh, it must be there. No, what else then? Oh, it must be here. Oh, I'll say this. It is very likely down here. There's a lot of places to check, a lot of places it could be. You know what? That seems like a good bet. You know, I bet randomizer stuff if I had like mods and like enough people to bet That would be a good way to do, right? That'd be a good thing to bet on, like, will we find... That'd be literally the thing to bet on, right? Like, will we find it in this area? Will we find the, what are we looking for? The gravity suit. Here. We are not soft-locked. We're not soft-locked. We have everything we need to get out. The gravity suit is not required to get out. The wave beam is, and we have that. Oh yeah, this area is weird. This room is weird. You gotta kill this guy using power bombs. Then you don't absorb the thing. Instead, you let it reform, and then you kill what it reforms as. For some reason. Well, it reforms as a fancy guy. So maybe that's part of it. What do we have for missiles? 140? Okay, that's fine. What are we at for these? I have no idea what amount of power bombs we have. Doesn't really matter. Okay, there's a save up. Wait, no, where? Through here, there's one more power up to get. One more thing. I can check what it is just by shooting through a wall. Don't need to go over there if it's bumpkus. Nothing. It's nothing. There's also areas in I'd say it's like we now just have Ridley left in this area. You know, there are areas in Sector 2 that we couldn't get to before without the screw attack. So, you know, hey, let's say we can't find let's say we beat Ridley and it's not there. There are other places it could be. Let's be real. Kinda looks like we're gonna lose that bet. I'm gonna lose that bet I made with no one in particular. Okay, dude. Maybe you just have to prove you're such a badass that you will not be stopped by just like golden space pirates. There we go. And like, yeah, I have screw attack, dude. They die in one hit. They're nothing to me. Nothing to the right, nothing to the left except for Ridley. Let's go kill a Ridley. Alright, there we go. Full health, full missiles. We have charge beam as well. Plasma beam. Ridley don't know what's waiting for him. It's changing color. That's usually a good sign. You know, if you're ever fighting a boss and they change color, that means you're doing something right, typically. Well, that was fast. I wonder if the ice gave it a little bit of a power boost. I wonder if the ice beams... The ice on the beam makes it stronger. Not, you know, it's another beam augmentation. Why wouldn't it make it stronger? I know the plasma beam, in addition to piercing enemies, also makes it stronger, so Wouldn't be so weird. Energy tank. Well, I'll say this. Sector 1 is cleared. There's nowhere left in Sector 1 it could be. So now it's time to go to Sector 2. Wrong way. Can't believe that was nothing. I was really expecting to find something. I guess I did find something. I found the charge beam on the way to Ridley. And, you know, if that's not major item enough, that's, you know, basically halfway to beating the game. Well, you know, not halfway overall, but like halfway of the items we had remaining. I guess, you know, there is no further halfways to the end of the game. Well, there kind of is. Technically, we have to find the charge, the what's it, gravity suits. But then after that, we have to go to the red switch, the red station, and we have to open it. And then we can head to the end of the game and finish it off. Go this way, it's shorter. Even if I have to, like, swim through lava. I have so much health, it's not a problem. I just don't want to enable damage runs for, like, the sake of, like, logic, right? Like, I don't want the game to require me to go swim in lava. Let's say I don't have enough health to make that really, like, safe, you know? And at which point, that could be a little bit tricky, a little bit problematic, as it were. I'm going to charge and I'm going to go through the door. Those just joining and whatnot. Let me say again and just like say what the state of the game right now is. Oh, we did kill Ridley, so that's good. Right now, we just need one more thing. We just need the gravity suit. I don't know where it is, so you know. That's fun. Of course I don't know where it is. That's the whole idea. We're just going place to place looking in the remaining areas. Please be there. Nope. Sector 3. Can we do anything in Sector 3 right now? Oh yeah, there's a whole area over on the right side of the map, but actually that will require a damage run if you don't have the gravity suit, and the gravity suit is what we're looking for, so it cannot be over there. So let's just leave this area then. We just have to leave this area. It's not 3. 2 then. Also, there is the boss of Sector, now that we have the charge beam, we can fight the boss of Sector 5? 5? 6? That's Sector 6. We can fight that boss now. That boss might have it. You know what? Let's go do that, I guess. I'll see a better alternative. And we'll get anything that we can get now along the way. Oh wait, this is 5. I need to be in 6. We'll go over to 6, and also there's an item that's in a wall we can get. There's maybe a couple items that we didn't get the last time that we can get now. Now that we have, you know, a couple more items. Oh, I should save. I should save just for, you know, safety. Okay, so let me see the map here. That one that we could see on the map was nothing. There's one on the far right in the middle that we can get now. Other than that, yeah, I think this is the boss. And that's it. So 2 items here we can get. Hopefully one of them will be the last item we need. You know, with the item here, let's go down and see if that's the one. So it's in this this like corridor here. This like is there a word for like a vertical corridor? Stairway? Not like stairway, but I get the shaft. There you go. That's it. So you do this, and then over here we'll have to make like a big, long platform for us to gain speed on. It's nothing. Okay, so we just have to leave. But the thing is, it's tough even to leave, honestly. Kinda fucked up. It's like, let's see if I remember. Oh, well. Start off over here. Then towards the ends. Fucking. Is it in the middle? It is in the middle. Fuck. Every time you fuck that up, you have to leave and reset everything. Oh, you know what it is? The middle for the first one. Middle for the second one. Then I think it's like... Is it the sides for this one? It's the sides for this one. Yes, the very far sides for this one. And then for this one, is it middle again? Yes, okay. Okay, there we go. We got out. Not that hard, but just... I find that whole room annoying. That's probably the most annoying room in the game, I would say. I don't know. Maybe that's... I mean, I've been playing the game all day, or not all day, for the last, say, 3 hours. So, like, yeah, I've seen a lot of rooms. I gotta say that's the most annoying one. Let's save and fight the boss. I guess I could have saved, and then if the boss had nothing, just save warp back. But you know, hey, I might as well be cautious, right? No, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be it. It's running out of places where it could be. That was a very quick boss fight. That's, you know, I do have the beam all the way upgraded, so doing a lot of damage. It's the power bomb tank. Okay, not here. You do need yeah, you need the gravity suit to be able to run and be able to get through the final area. To get to, like, through Sector 5 and get to the end, so... There are more areas that the screw attack opens up that I haven't been to yet. You know, I guess we just need to keep going to those new areas and just checking each area to see, like, what couldn't we get before. And then, you know, go from there. Sector 5, we already got everything, pretty much. Wait. Why don't I take the shortcut? I should take a shortcut through the wall over here. Let's do that. And we'll see where this leads, you know, because sectors are randomized and all, it could lead to different places. Leads to 2. Don't think we've done that up. Oh, well, it's screw attack, not a thing. Let's see, sector 2. Yes, now that I have a screw attack, there's a two things I can get near the door, near the door unlocking room. There's one other area like underwater in sector 4 I can get to now. We didn't have to go to this area earlier because I unlocked the other sector. I'm using the tracker that separates the lock levels, but that's just because I like the look of them. I'm only using one lock level basically. Okay, so that's nothing. Also nothing. Okay, cool. That's it. Let me see. I'm looking at a map. I'm looking at the reference. Yeah. I'm not seeing any places that I haven't been. Anything I haven't collected. Yes. Okay. Now, there is another shortcut over here on this wall, so let's just go through it and see where it takes us. If it takes us somewhere relevant, all the more better. Sector 1, we've already been there, but hey, still faster than the alternative. I think. Okay. Oh, you know what? In Sector 2, there's totally one other area that we can get to now. Fuck. Okay, we're going back. Sorry. I just realized there's behind the boss that looked like a plankton, big pink monster. There's a room that's only accessible by screw attack, and we have to go there. Okay, let's see. Lucky I realized that. Otherwise, that'd be a place we might just forget about in its entirety. I mean, I guess it's not lucky if we go there and it's nothing, which is very possible. But if we go there and it's something, you know, that's luck. That's luck. That's not luck, it's memory. I feel fortunate. There's the words. Fortunate that I remembered it. Wait, what the fuck? Wrong place. Wrong place. Not through here. Damn it, got turned around. Pay more attention, I guess. I've been streaming for a while, folks. A little winded, I guess. I've had longer streams, but you know. Long stream, it's hard to stay focused, I suppose. Keep moving in the right direction. Here's there. Over here. And we can check to see what these are before we do the whole the whole process of getting there. That's a missile, so that's nothing. Oh, there it is! We found it. Do I just go through the wall, or no? I guess I come at it from above. Okay, I think we have to get to the top, and then we'll fall down. Let's go. Fuck. That was... Forgot about that last one, I guess. I say forgot, it's been a while since the last time I played the randomizer. I did a bunch of practice before I did the... I say practice, more like dry runs. Before I did the randomizer roulette, which was a whole thing where I did a bunch of randomizers all in a row. And that was a bit of fun. Oh, no, that's not it. Wait, what am I missing here? How do I get there? Where's the way in? Oh, there's, what? I guess, like... Okay. That's how you do that, okay. I don't know that I ever had that be a requirement. Maybe the one on top, but not the one on bottom. I guess. Well, now we have everything, so we just have to go to Sector 5. Sector 5, go through the water. Get to the red switch room. And then, you know, then we just head to the end of the game, basically. That was a good, like, what? We're 2.5 hours in, basically, right now. I need to really set a timer so I can, that can just be on screen. We're about 2.5 hours in. That's about what I was expecting. You know, the luck was really good at the start, and then less good in the middle, I guess, is what I would say. You know, that's just kind of how it goes. You have a bunch of luck up front, getting a bunch of items left and right, and then, well, there's fewer items left in the game, I suppose. I'm planning, I say planning, I'm wanting to do a few more randomizer streams this week. Specifically of Minish Cap and DK64. I've already generated seeds for them. And my thought is that I could do them both back to back. You know, with the setups that I like. And actually I'm doing like 4 elements for Minish Cap, so it'll be about as long as that randomizer can be. With the setups I like, it tends to take... I think I could get through them in like a stream of those 2 games. Going to 6, right? A stream of this length, basically. Which is pretty long, but doable given the holidays and given the time off. And then, honestly, I'd like to do another Persona 5 Royale stream this week. I've been having a great time with that. Expect that, like, I don't know, sometime, maybe. No idea when that's gonna happen. If I'm gonna be, like, maybe tomorrow I'll take the day off, I'll relax, I'll sleep. And maybe Thursday we'll do more randomizer stuff. Then maybe another day off, and then maybe like first stream of the year, Persona 5 Royale. Or maybe last stream of the year, Persona 5 Royale. Wait, no, we're going into 5. Not this one, jeez. It's 5 we want, not 6. Persona 5 Royale has been a hell of a game so far. I played 2 streams of it. done about, say 13 hours. So, you know, a lot between 2 streams. And I just want to play that game so much. It is, you know, it's like a 140-hour game. So we're like 10% of the way in, 10% done. Which, we're gonna need a lot more streams like that, basically, to get through. I intend to doing a lot more streams like that. And a lot more streams every week of it. I think I'm gonna put Mario Maker on the back burner. And maybe just have like a Friday stream for Mario Maker and maybe Monday, Thursday. That'll be like the schedule in the future, in you know, in January. Monday Persona, Thursday Persona, Mario Maker Friday, and I guess I won't think of any other streams any other days, you know, not really much in variety, but, you know, hey, those are the games I want to play. Those are the games I want to play. Also could mix in other streams here and there, I don't know. Since we have everything, we don't need to worry about the boss this time. We can just roll. Okay, I'm gonna gain up some speed. And now we just run through here. Perfect. I'm just gonna save. We're in go mode, folks. Go mode. Oh, let me just mark off that that big boss. We've beaten all the bosses, though. Not all of them right in this run. Some of them we had to restart because we were trapped in their boss rooms, but we have beaten them. We know it in our hearts that they are dead, and that well, they have nothing to offer us. And or we're now ready to go to the end game. It's kind of a shame in the randomizer that anywhere that's behind a red door, typically you're not going to ever need to go there. At least that's been my luck. All the items have been findable, have been gettable before you get to that stage in the game. Kind of shame just for variety's sake, you know? It'd be nice at some point to get this red security room early and then, you know, be focused on trying to get the plasma beam or something. Red is open. We're good to go, everyone. Or there's a whole item over there to the left that we don't need to worry about, we don't need to think about, we just need to ignore. There's whole side rooms in this area that, you know, don't have anything. I guess they can, you know, hey, it's possible that you get the gravity suit, you get everything you need except for... You get, not everything you need before the end game. Before you get to here, but, that seems to me very, very rare. Very, very infrequent. I guess, you know... My only comment for the Metroid Fusion Randomizer, which I really love, I really enjoy the hell out of, is that there could be perhaps more randomized so that it's a little more is different every run, you know? There is definitely a flow, too, the way that it is now, just like, oh, you know, if you can go to Sector 1, yeah, go to Sector 1, it's the easiest place to go. Doesn't require any items to get. Doesn't require basically any items to get most of the things that are there. Just go there, and that's your best bet for a first place. But then Sector 2 is your next best bet, and it's like, at a certain point, it's like, wait, I'm kind of just playing the game vanilla. Even if it's like random items I'm getting. But I don't really know what you could do about that, other than like, make it so that the doors are also in the logic. But I bet that's a lot of work. I bet that's really hard. We're back in the main area. One last time, we're gonna head and go fight SAX. And then we're going to head to our ship to leave. And that'll be it for today's stream. That's right, folks, we're entering the end game. My plan for the next stream that I want to do, it's gonna be DK64, Randomizer, and Minish Cap. I think Minish Cap first, then DK64. Gonna go the long one first, and then the short one, just in case I'm really tired after the long one, and, you know, want to do something else. But that's my plan. I don't know when that'll be, or even, you know, I'll say no promises. This is a vacation week, and I do want to really relax and chill, and if I don't feel like doing anything in a day, I'm not going to do anything. Or if I have, like, other things to attend to, I'm going to attend to those things before doing a stream, you know? Like, I do have to cook a bunch of spaghetti at some point. I bought a bunch of spaghetti, and also some tortellini as well. And I need to make it. I need to turn it into food. Here I just shoot him. I just shoot the SAX with a charged up beam. Shoot it with a charged up beam. And it'll die soonish. It'll actually turn into a big monster, but that turns out to be not a very good move. The monster is not very effective at killing. There it goes. It's monsterizing. Now it's a monster. I'm gonna continue shooting it. It was better off before it monstered. Now these, this is shooting like ice beams, so that can really hurt me. Even though I do have the Varia suit, it still really hurts. An ice beam. So, want to avoid its shots. Or else we could end up being really low on health pretty quickly. We did so. Alright, folks. Final rush. Final countdown. Final sequence. 3 minutes. Oh. Here we go. Through here, right? Yes. Yes, I can see the doors are closing behind me as I go. The wrong ways, you know. Can I, like, use my charts? No, I can't. Okay. I was wondering if I could use my... Well, maybe if I have spin attacked down the hallway. Well, actually, maybe I just hit a ceiling here. Alright, there's some sort of egg here. I'm gonna run away, and oh geez, there's a whole big guy. I can't hurt it. I get hit, takes me down to 1. That SAX core comes in and turns back into an SAX and shoots the core of it. The ice beam, it turns out, is the key. Now, I already have that, but, you know, hey, it's a cutscene. What do you want? That's just how the game works. I don't know what I got there. I probably got, like, missiles or something. Probably was missiles. Just want to run in and out and shoot him. And I have a minute and a half to do so. A little over a minute and a half. Not gonna need all that time. This isn't that hard. If you get hit, it's stunned, so don't get hit. There we go. We did it. Done. Okay, come on. Let's go. Gotta go. 1 minute. Let's go. All right. And we escape. Oh, jeez. That has been a randomized Metroid Fusion seed. Just a lovely game. Randomizer is very fun. You know, you have to watch out for some stuff and be a little careful sometimes, but still it's very fun, and I really like how it takes a game that is usually really locked down and linear and turns it into something that is open and sprawling and different. Alright, that has been this stream. It is 3 a.m. It is time to end. Let me see who is online right now. I see, let's see. Good Games Well Played is online. Grumpy Jake is doing Mario Maker 2 right now. Apparently, had a cancel fight. That's not good. I think I'm gonna send you over to Good Games Well Played. He is playing Super Meat Boy. That sounds like a fun thing. No, I haven't edited the schedule info panel that I had last time, and it is inaccurate now that I didn't do a stream yesterday. But let me send you over to Good Games Well Played. There we go. Thanks for coming by, for hanging out. I've appreciated y'all coming by, hanging out, watching me play some randomizers and stuff. Yes, and also dropping the follows. I appreciate seeing new people come in and drop the follow, even when I'm not playing my main thing, Mario Maker. I appreciate that a lot. Makes me feel good and makes me feel like I can play whatever I feel like, and people will have a good time. We'll come and hang out, and that's that. Oh, let's see what my time was. What the in-game time was, anyway. It was... clear time... 1 hour, 56 minutes, according to it. I think we were literally, like, it was more like 3 hours. A little under 3 hours in real time, including resets and deaths and all that, which there were a few of. And also I think that the in-game time is slower, or like counts time slower or something, question mark. Anyway, I'll see you sometime soon. I'll say on the Discord, on my Discord, when I'm going to be streaming next, when I figure out when that is. DK64 and Minish Cap in the Minish Cap Randomizer, DK64 Randomizer. That'll be the next thing. Also, Persona 5 Royale, that'll be coming up. I'll see you soon. Bye! Y'all have a great night.